Chapter 320. Wait, are you saying that Shui Shanfu interceded for me in front of His Majesty? Imperial Physician Bureau. Shui Shanyo's expression froze as he interrupted Lu Yinyu's narration. Yes, if not for Minister Cui, Li Zixuan would not have received any punishment this time. Brother Shanyu would have been injured for nothing. Lu Yinyu lamented. That's great, that's great. Cui Shanyo's pale face suddenly flushed red as he excitedly muttered to himself. That's right, Li Zixuan's salary will be deducted for 3 months. This can be considered as helping Brother Shanyu vent his anger. That's great. Lu Yinyu thought that he understood Cui Shanyo's meaning and echoed. Cui Shanyu shook his head and said no more. Sir, you're so sarcastic. Professor Cui will probably be angered to death by you. Li Residence, West Courtyard. After listening to Li Zixuan's description, Li Yu was overjoyed as she covered her mouth and laughed. Li Zixuan's face darkened as he said angrily, What are you talking about? It's not my fault. I'm just concerned about Professor Cui. He's the one who's narrow-minded and misunderstood. Little Xian, you're so thick-skinned. Cheng Chumo curled his lips. Get lost. No matter how thick-skinned it is, it's not as thick as yours. Li Zixuan threw a cherry at him and said angrily. There weren't many types of fruits in ancient times. Li Zixuan ate whatever he could get his hands on in the hot weather. It was worth mentioning that cherries were already available in the Western Zhou dynasty, but they were only high-grade offerings for the imperial family and the emperor to worship the ancestral temple. Cherries were known as the #1 fruit. It was said that Orioles loved to peck on these fruits, hence the name Yingtao. In ancient times, cherries were often used by the emperor to reward important officials. Wang Wei, Han Yu, Zhang Ji, Bai Juyi, and the others were overjoyed and grateful after eating them. At that time, receiving a plate of cherries from the emperor was very honorable and could show one's status in the family. Although cherries were precious, and most of them were offered to the royal family as tribute, as the saying goes, money makes the world go round. The Li family was extremely wealthy, so it wasn't difficult for them to get some cherries to eat. Hey, how can you just throw away such a good thing? Cheng Chumo mumbled as he caught the cherry flying towards him with one hand and threw it directly into his mouth. Li Zixuan didn't care about these things, but to him, it was a rare thing. D. At this time, there was a sudden D sound coming from the inner room. Cheng Chumo was surprised and immediately stuck his head out to look inside. Wow, what's ringing? You guys wait here for a while. I have something to do. Li Zixuan could not be bothered with him. He rushed into the room and began to record the telegram. Han Yushi, young master, are you there? Li Zixuan immediately replied. Yes, what's up? And didn't I tell you not to call me young master? Why did you forget again? A moment later, Han Yushi, I forgot, I'm sorry. Li Zixuan smiled and replied, It's fine, Yushi, do you want to say something? Han Yushi, no, I'm just alone, and I can't help but let my imagination run wild. Li Zixuan, what are you thinking about? Han Yushi, I'm thinking, wondering if I'm not good enough for Big Brother Xiaoxian. Well, could this be the legendary premarital anxiety? Li Zixuan shook his head. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. After thinking for a while, he replied, Silly girl, don't think too much. Have you heard any gossip recently? Don't care what others say. Whether I'm good enough for you or not is only up to me. Understand? Han Yushi, then Big Brother Xiaoxian, do you think I'm ugly? Li Zixuan was taken aback and said, I don't mind. When have I ever? Yushi, why do you ask? Han Yushi, sob. So you're saying that I'm ugly? F***CK, a modern man like me was tricked by an ancient girl? Li Zixuan looked at Han Yushi's reply and was stunned. Xiaoxian, are you sick? Why are you smiling and frowning at a metal box? Cheng Chumo and Li Zixuan waited outside for a long time, but Li Zixuan did not come out. Instead, they heard beep, beep, beep sound coming from inside. This guy was never a patient person. Although Li Zixuan did not let him in, he still sneaked in. You're the one who's sick. Li Zixuan really wanted to take a smelly sock and stuff this guy's mouth. He said unhappily. Then Xiaoxian, what are you doing? Looks like it's pretty fun. Xianxia was clear in his heart. He also knew that something that Li Zixuan cherished so much must be something good. So he said shamelessly, "This is a telegraph. I'm sending a message to Han Yushi." Li Zixuan explained as he replied to Han Yushi, "Sending a message? How do you send a message with this thing?" Xianxia was shocked. "It's through this beep, beep, beep." The different rhythms of the beep, 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 beep represent different characters. When combined, it becomes a letter. Xianxia would definitely not understand if it was difficult to explain, so Li Zixuan could only explain it in simple terms. "Sir, were you making this telegraph when you were at Drunken Wind Pavilion in the workshop a few days ago?" Li Yu heard the conversation inside and couldn't hold back her curiosity. She walked in and asked. During those few days when Li Zixuan was secluded in Drunken Wind Pavilion to study the telegraph, Faubert marked the pavilion as a forbidden area. Therefore, although Li Yu knew that Li Zixuan was in the workshop at that time, she didn't have the chance to greet him. "Yes, that's right." Li Zixuan chatted with Han Yushi for a while, then turned around and said, "That's not right. The Han family manor is more than 20 miles away from here. Xiaoxian, how can your telegraph transmit so far?" Xianxia still had some brains, so he asked in puzzlement. Hee, what's impossible about that? Facts have proven that it can transmit so far. There was no need to explain electromagnetism to Xianxia. Even if he did, he wouldn't understand. Xianxia rolled his eyes and was speechless. Suddenly, he said excitedly, "Xiaoxian, since this telegraph is so useful, why don't you give me one too?" "No way." "Why? I have money. I can buy it with money." Xianxia stomped his feet. "Go away. I don't care about your money. There are only 2 telegraph machines in the world. Where am I going to get you another one?" Li Zixuan was so angry that he laughed. This guy actually had the nerve to show off his wealth in front of him. "Then you can make me another one," Xianxia said unyieldingly. "No, why do you have to have a telegraph machine? Who do you want to send messages to?" Li Zixuan said impatiently. "You, of course. With this, I won't have to come all the way here if I have something to do." What do you think?" Xianxia said matter-of-factly. "Scram. F*CKU. I'm not gay." Chapter 321. "Sir, if this telegraph machine is modified, can it also be used in newspapers? In the future, people can use the telegraph machine to get the information in the newspapers." Li Residence West Courtyard. Li Yu looked at Li Zixuan and Xianxia who were fooling around for a while, and she suddenly came up with a suggestion. "Huh, little you are a genius. Your idea is very good." Li Zixuan's eyes lit up and exclaimed. What Li Yu said was almost the same as the modern wireless radio. Thinking about Chang Yaojin, Qin Xiong, Yuqi Jingda, and the other old men holding a radio, listening to the radio, and bragging, "TSK, TSK. This scene is quite interesting." Sir, do you think it's possible? But this telegraph machine can only make beep, beep, beep sounds, and we still need to spend a lot of effort to convert it into words. I'm afraid it will be very troublesome. When Li Yu heard Li Zixuan's approval, she was excited at first, but then she thought about the problem of translating the telegraph. The little girl held her chin and said with a bitter face, This is not a problem. As long as we modify the basis of the telegraph machine, then we will not only be able to receive beep, beep, beep sounds, but we will be able to hear the other party's voice directly. There will be no need for a complicated conversion process. Li Zixuan said with a relaxed smile. The telegraph machine that he was making now could only control the length of the sound according to the length of time when the current was off. But even so, it was already a huge improvement. Because of this process, it realized the purpose of using electricity and magnetic conversion to achieve the purpose of long-distance signal transmission. Imagine that if a loudspeaker was added to the terminal of the transceiver, then when the transceiver received a message, it would generate an AC audio current with a frequency corresponding to the original sound signal. When this current passed through the coil of a loudspeaker, also known as the voice coil in the loudspeaker, a corresponding magnetic field would be generated in the voice coil. This magnetic field would interact with the magnetic field generated by the permanent magnet on the loudspeaker. Therefore, this force will cause the voice coil to vibrate with the audio current in the magnetic field of the speaker. The diaphragm of the loudspeaker was connected to the voice coil, so the diaphragm also vibrated, and the vibration produced the same sound waveform as the original audio signal. This also realized the process of converting sound to current, and then from current to sound. Holy shit, this is awesome. This is awesome. With this thing, wouldn't he be able to transmit his voice from 1,000 miles away? Damn, this is almost the same as the magical equipment used by the immortals. Chung Chumo shouted excitedly, and his mouth was also full of dirty words. He was only short of shouting 666666666, which made Li Zishuan quite speechless. If he didn't know better, he would have thought that this guy was from the modern era. You've seen an immortal before? Or have you used an immortal artifact? Li Zishuan rolled his eyes and said grumpily, just because I haven't seen it doesn't mean I haven't heard of it. Little Xian, isn't it in the journey to the west that you told us earlier? Hurry up and make a telegraph machine that can transmit messages like you said just now. When the time comes, let me play with it. Chung Chumo rubbed his hands and chuckled. Play with your head. I don't even have one myself. Where am I going to get one for you? Do you think it's so easy to make that thing? Anyway, I can't make it now. Li Zishuan was speechless. It wasn't difficult to make a loudspeaker. As for the materials, it could be obtained with some effort. When he was in elementary school, he had made a simple loudspeaker himself. The raw materials used were very common, such as paper cups, copper wire, glue, small magnets, double-sided tape, scale ruler, scissors, etc. The manufacturing process was also relatively simple. The real difficulty of making a loudspeaker was the modulation and demodulation of the sound. Without this step, the loudspeaker could only produce irregular sounds, and it couldn't revert to a human's voice. It was still a piece of trash. However, the modulation and demodulation required the assistance of some external circuits. In this era, there were no resistors, capacitors, diodes, or triodes. Li Zishuan could only express his helplessness. Tang Dynasty's scientific foundation was still too weak, and there were too few talents in this field. Sigh, if only I could groom a group of talents in the field of electricity. I don't expect them to invent a computer or television. Just a radio would suffice. When the time comes, I can fork out money to build a Tang Dynasty People's radio station and groom a group of broadcasting talents. That way, I would be able to listen to the radio at home. TSK. That way, my life in Tang Dynasty wouldn't be too boring. Li Zishuan sighed in his heart. All along, the source of motivation for him to invent new things was just so that he wouldn't be too bored in the ancient era. As for strengthening the country, it wasn't within his scope of consideration. In his view, the current Tang Dynasty was already powerful enough, and there was no need for any additional technology. On the other hand, the entertainment in the Tang Dynasty was too lacking, and he needed to lead the way. Mister, is this very difficult? Is it because you can't make it? Li Yu understood the meaning behind Li Zishuan's words and asked in disappointment. And it's quite difficult. Li Zishuan clasped his hands behind his back and sighed. But that doesn't mean we can't do it. The main problem is that there are too few talents in this field in Tang Dynasty. Nowadays, all the scholars are studying the 4 books and 5 classics. Who would be willing to delve into this field? If I were to rely on myself, I'm afraid that it would be difficult to make it. Actually, the main problem was that this fellow was too lazy. If he were to harden his heart and go into seclusion for 2 months, coupled with his perverse mental strength, he might be able to solve the current technical problems. However, the problem was that he couldn't harden his heart. If he couldn't live a carefree life as a rich second generation, why should he work so hard on the front line of research? Previously, when Li Zishuan went into seclusion to build the telegraph machine in Drunken Wind Pavilion, he deeply felt how difficult it was to manufacture things without the foundation of modern industry. Now, he had a rough idea in his mind. That was, when the time was right, he would teach a group of disciples, specifically teaching them engineering and basic scientific concepts. He would let them explore and research on their own. He would be able to invent various scientific concepts under specific circumstances and make great discoveries. Wouldn't it be great to be an old grandpa who knew everything silently in the eyes of the world? For example, he could lead his disciples to conclude Newton's 3 laws through observation and experimentation and name them after himself, such as the Schwann's 3 laws. Also, he could use a hypothesis to propose the theory of the Big Bang and use his wisdom that far exceeded the times to propose that everything was made up of microscopic particles such as molecules and atoms. Then, in the Tang dynasty, he would mysteriously deduce the periodic table of the elements. Perhaps it would become a map of the mysteries of heaven that no one would be able to understand for thousands of years. Another example was that when he was at home taking care of his children, he would casually use a block of ice to carve a triangular prism. From there, he would discover that sunlight was made up of different colors and use it to explain the formation of rainbows. There were too many examples like this. He wanted to be the greatest scientist in the history of mankind. So how could he force himself to manufacture things every day? Li Zixuan's ideas were perfect, but they were just ideas. After he transmigrated, troubles came one after another, and he didn't have the time to realize his great dream. The only thing that was gratifying was that he had brought modern mathematics to this era, and there were already a group of children who could think in mathematics. One must know that mathematics was the most important foundation of engineering. If he were to vigorously develop engineering in the future, the current students of the School of Mathematics would definitely be his priority. Chapter 322. Li Residence West Courtyard. After hearing Li Zixuan's words, Cheng Chumo and Li Yu went silent. Oh, I got it. Mister, you can teach this at the Institute of Mathematics. I believe there will be a lot of people willing to listen. For example, the King of Wei. Li Yu thought for a while and suddenly thought of an idea. Hey, you really dare to think about it. Li Zixuan chuckled in annoyance. Among the 3 crimes that Xianxia had accused him of, one of them was imparting knowledge without permission. Moreover, he had specifically criticized Li Tai. He didn't expect Li Yu to suggest such an idea. Li Zixuan took a sip of the wine and moistened his throat before continuing. The 2 of you only cared about how unlucky Xianxia was. I don't think you know that he and a few other professors accused me. I was wondering why Professor Chui was so unlucky. So he accused you. Cheng Chumo scratched his head and said. His way of thinking was always different from other people. His words might even anger people to death. Ha! Li Yu was amused by his words. Li Zixuan stared at Cheng Chumo angrily and said to Li Yu, Chui Shanyu, Lu Yinyu, Zhang Zhanli, and 8 other professors from the Imperial College accused me of disrupting the teaching order, misusing pinyin, and teaching miscellaneous knowledge. I have led the King of Wei astray. How could this be? If the King of Wei knew what they said, would he go after Professor Chui? After being with Li Zixuan for so long, Li Yu was very familiar with the people around Li Zixuan. She knew that Li Tai was obsessed with the miscellaneous studies that Chui Shanyu and the others spoke of. Now that Chui Shanyu wanted to forbid Li Tai from learning this, if Li Tai were to find out, he might really go all out against Chui Shanyu. Haha, after hearing what you said, it might be possible. I'll talk to Li Tai later. If he wants to fight, bring me along. Cheng Chumo said happily. I think you're itching for a beating because you haven't been beaten by Uncle Cheng recently. Li Zixuan stared at Cheng Chumo and said to Li Yu, That's why what you said won't work. Plus, I can't give up on mathematics and teach other knowledge to the students. From my point of view, mathematics is also very important. Oh, what should I do? Li said with a bitter face Li Zixuan. After listening to Li Zixuan's description of the telegraph that could transmit sound, her heart felt like it was being scratched by a cat. She couldn't wait to build that thing right now. After working at Datong Daily for a few days, Li Yu loved the newspaper very much. If Li Zixuan's idea could really be built, the newspaper's influence would be even greater. Therefore, in this room, she was the one who put in the most effort to come up with ideas. Oh, there's no rush. As the saying goes, there's always a way out. There's always a way. Li Zixuan said leisurely while eating cherries. Li Yu looked at his leisurely manner and was speechless. Why did it feel like the eunuch was more anxious than the emperor? If you ask me, it wouldn't be so troublesome. It's very simple. Chung Chumo waved his hand and boasted shamelessly as he ate cherries in the air. Li Zixuan rolled his eyes, indicating that he didn't believe him at all. Li Yu, on the other hand, was very interested and asked, "Oh, Brother Chonyo, what good idea do you have?" "Huh, then I'll say it." Chung Chumo put down the cherries and said seriously, "Actually, Xiao Xian can resign from his position at the Institute of Mathematics and Mathematics, then take in a dozen disciples and teach them that knowledge. Even if Professor Cui and the others know about it, they can't do anything to you. I can't do anything to you. After all, you are teaching your own disciple. You can teach them however you want, right? After they've all learned it, there'll be people who can research the telegraph that can transmit sound with you, right? What do you think? What do you think? Xiao Xian, does my idea make any sense?" After Chung Chumo finished speaking, he moved his head closer and asked for credit. Li Zixuan's expression froze. He had to admit that although Chung Chumo was usually very unreliable, he had done a good job this time. Li Zixuan was a little tempted by this guy's idea. "Sir, I think Chonyo's idea is feasible. What do you think?" Seeing that Li Zixuan was in a daze, Li Yu asked, "It's possible, but there are two problems. First, His Majesty had just appointed me as the minister of the Imperial College. If I were to resign, what would His Majesty say? Second, all the scholars have gone to study the 4 books and 5 classics to obtain scholarly honors. Where am I going to find more than a dozen disciples to teach me this knowledge?" Li Zixuan rubbed his chin and asked, "Hey, Xiao Xian, you're wrong. I don't have a solution to your first problem, but there's no need for you to ask your second problem. Although most of the scholars are studying the 4 books and 5 classics to obtain scholarly honors, the imperial court's admission rate is 1 in 100. There are countless scholars who fail the imperial examinations. How can everyone pass the imperial examinations? There will definitely be a lot of people who are willing to learn your knowledge that can earn them a lot of money. Haha, I don't know about other people, but in our Institute of Mathematics and Mathematics, the King of Wei and I will definitely be willing to learn from you." Chung Chumo seemed to be possessed by Zhuge Liang today. His analysis of the problem was clear and logical, but his last sentence exposed his true nature. "Screw you. Why don't you pass your mathematics exam first? It's not like my knowledge can't be sold. Can anyone learn from me? If I remember correctly, you didn't pass this month's exam, right?" Li Zixuan felt that what Cao Cao said made sense, but his mouth did not let him off. "Chow, you still have the nerve to say that? If it wasn't because you didn't care about our brotherhood and didn't want to give me an extra point, I would have passed." Chung Chumo got angry when he mentioned this. He stood up and scolded Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan said, "Haha, that's because you didn't live up to expectations. Who else can you blame?" "Teacher, then will this method work?" Li Yu saw that the two of them were about to start bickering again. She quickly interrupted and brought the topic back to the main topic. "Yes, it should work. Let me think about it carefully," Li Zixuan said seriously. "Little Yu, don't worry. Since I can think of this, I will definitely be able to make it. Don't be anxious." Li Zixuan changed the topic and laughed. He was not stupid. He knew that Li Yu was very interested in the radio. That was why he teased her. Maybe he could let this little girl be a host in the radio station in the future. But as for the method of talent development, after this discussion, he was enlightened. It's just that there are some details that he still needs to think about. I'm not anxious. Teacher, you can continue with your work. I'll go back to the workshop first." Li Yu was a little embarrassed that her thoughts were exposed. She immediately ran away. Don't forget about the news material that you are here to record today. Got it. Chapter 323. Early in the morning, everything was quiet. A ray of light appeared on the eastern horizon and carefully soaked the light blue sky. A new day was gradually moving in from afar. Li Zixuan, who had just finished his breakfast, sat in the carriage with Iron Egg and went to the Imperial College to attend school together. Selling newspapers. The freshly printed Tang Daily News. Today's headline. Shocking news. A dignified Imperial College professor actually ate sh*t Is there a hidden story behind this? Or, on the way, as expected, they heard the voice of a newsboy selling newspapers. However, the words of today's newspaper seller were a little eye-catching. "Sam Bao, help me buy a newspaper." Li Zixuan held back his laughter and ordered. Although he knew that little fishy would write about Cui Shanyu and the others eating sh*t yesterday, he was still very curious about what little fishy would write. "Okay, young master, please wait a moment." After a while, Sam Bao came back with a newspaper. "Young master, your newspaper." Sam Bao handed the newspaper into the carriage. Then he sat back in the driver's seat and continued to drive the carriage. Li Zixuan took the newspaper and jumped to today's headline. As expected, a very eye-catching headline greeted his eyes. Shocking news. A dignified Imperial College professor actually ate sh*t? Is there a hidden story behind this? Or, TSK, Little Fishy's articles are getting more and more professional. When Li Zixuan saw the headline, he felt as if he had returned to the modern era. He smiled knowingly. Iron Egg had also heard the advertisement from a newsboy outside. He had been itching for the contents of the newspaper. When he saw Li Zixuan pick up the newspaper, he also came over to take a look. More than 1,000 years ago, the king of Wu attacked the Yu Kingdom and was defeated by the Yu Kingdom. He died and Fu Chai succeeded the throne. After that, the king of Yu, Go Jian, heard that the Wu Kingdom wanted to build a navy. Go Jian ignored Fan Li's objection and attacked the Wu Kingdom. In the end, he was surrounded and defeated. Fu Chai captured Go Jian, and Fan Li secretly plotted to pretend to surrender. What's going on? Wasn't it going to write about Cui Shanyu eating sh*t? Why did he write about the king of Yu, Go Jian? What is little fishy trying to do? Li Zixuan looked at the beginning of the news and was a little confused. He wondered if there was a problem with the printing department. Looking at Iron Egg, who was also in a state of confusion, Li Zixuan calmed down and continued reading. When Go Jian was captured, in order to gain Fu Chai's trust, he did everything he could to curry favor with him. One day, when Fu Chai was sick, he needed to check his bowel movements. In order to diagnose Fu Chai's illness, Go Jian personally tasted Fu Chai's bowel movements. Fu Chai was very touched. He finally let down his guard against Go Jian and let him go. After 3 years of humiliation, Go Jian returned to his country and worked hard to build up his country. With the help of the Yu people, he was able to build up his courage. He wanted to strengthen Yu country. Once, when Fu Chai went to attend a meeting in another country, he asked the Prince of Yu to lead troops to support him. Go Chan saw that the time had come. Kill the crown prince, capture Fu Chai, and destroy the state of Wu. In ancient times, the king of Yu, Go Jian, personally tasted sh*t. Today, the Imperial College's Professor Cui Shanyu and the others are eating sh*t before the meeting. What is the secret behind this? Let's listen to our reporter, Little Fishy, in detail. Li Zixuan laughed when he saw this. He did not expect Li Yu to be able to quote from the classics. It was really 666,666. This way, the news section also had a hint of culture. Here, Iron Egg, take your time to read it. I will take a break. Li Zixuan was too lazy to read the rest of the story. He just did not know if Cui Shanyu and the others would come after him after reading today's news. Yes, master. Iron Egg took the newspaper and went to another sofa to read it alone. Iron Egg, follow Sam Bao and paste this on the wooden board. In front of the mathematics school, Li Zixuan took out a piece of red paper and a piece of black paper and gave them to Iron Egg. Today, he purposely arrived 30 minutes early so that he could paste the honor roll and shame roll before the students arrived. Yes, master. Iron Egg took the paper silently. He was still worried that he did not get first place in the monthly test. This TSK not bad. One is on the red list, and the other is on the black list. The contrast is very clear. After 15 minutes, Li Zixuan looked at the honor roll and shame roll and said with satisfaction, "Young master, why does Sam Bao feel that the black list is very ugly? Why is there a flower on the red list, and the black list is—" Sam Bao scratched his head and said hesitantly. He seemed to have encountered something difficult and could not say it out loud. It's a pile of shit, right? Lisa Xuan said it for Sanbao. He asked Ma Zhou to make the red list and black list. Other than being good at calligraphy, Ma Zhou was also good at painting. That pile of shit was really vivid. Lisa Xuan designed it not only to warn the students on the shame roll, but also to make fun of them. Yes. Sanbao said awkwardly. Haha, so what if it's a pile of shit? Haven't you heard that the king of you ate shit? Oomph. These people dare to be in the last 5. They should be prepared to be in the company of shit. Lisa Xuan snorted and left in a huff. Isn't that Mister's carriage? Why are you here so early today? Sun Zifen said in surprise. Hey, Zifen, look. The empty honor roll and shame roll plaques have something pasted on them today. Yu Donkai pulled Sun Zifen's sleeve and exclaimed. Damn, don't tell me the monthly test results are out? Sun Zifan's face was full of panic. His legs were somewhat soft. This guy was scared, The last time his father beat him up, it was still deeply imprinted in his heart. Damn, it shouldn't be that bad, right? Little brother, I think I did pretty well this time. Yu Donkai heard and felt a little guilty. He prayed in his heart that he would not be so unlucky. Why are you thinking so much? Why don't we go and take a look? I don't believe that I will be in the shame roll. Kong Xianxia said from behind. With his head held high, he headed straight for the honor roll and the shame roll. He was extremely confident. Damn, you're awesome. Donkai, let's go take a look. Sun Zifen gave a thumbs up to Kong Xianxia's back, then dragged Yu Donkai over as well. But when they got close, they saw Kong Xianxia's dazed expression, as if he had eaten feces. Sun Zifen was stunned. What's going on? Is there something wrong with the roll? He looked at it in disbelief. Of course, he was looking at the shame roll. He saw a big pile of feces at the top of the black roll, and below it was written, first from the bottom, Kong Xianxia. Haha, I'm dying of laughter. Haha, I'm dying of laughter. Sun Zifen could not hold it in anymore and laughed out loud. Not only did Kong Xianxia's expression look as if he had eaten feces, but his name on the honor roll was Eating Feces. It was too damn funny. He did not know where his confidence came from, but he was the first to rush over to see the roll. Ha ha ha. Kong Xianxia, why is your name under that pile of feces? Haha, it's like eating feces. The roll of shame that Mr. created is really fun. Yu Donkai glanced at it and did not see his name on it. He could not help but heave a sigh of relief. Then, he realized the joke and laughed gloatingly. Although he only scored 18 points this time, there were still people who scored worse than him. Hence, he was lucky enough to escape and was ranked 6 from the bottom. Get lost. I'll fight it out with you. Kong Xianxia was almost angered to death. He roared and was about to fight with his life. Chapter 324. TSK, you guys are really embarrassing. 5th from the bottom. Haha, you guys can't even compare to me, old Chung. Now you guys are going to eat sh*t? Wahaha. Chung Chumo leisurely walked to the entrance of the mathematics school. He already knew his score, so he wasn't worried that he would be on a roll of shame. He held 2 yellow persimmons in his hand and said to the dejected students below the roll of shame, Cough, cough, it's time to eat persimmons. Needless to say, there were definitely persimmons in the Tang dynasty. In the Book of Songs written around 1100 BC, there were already records of persimmons in the area chapter, and in the Book of Rites chapter, persimmons were also listed as a precious food. Chow, Chung Chumo, you want to fight again? Tian Yu, Winba, Wang Ming, Gao Han, follow me and beat him to death. Kong Xianxia was already angered by Sun Zifen and Yu Donkai. Now that he heard Chung Chumo's sarcasm, he couldn't hold it in anymore. He immediately rolled up his sleeves and was about to fight. Yes, beat this idiot to death. Everyone's results are about the same. Why isn't he on the roll of shame? Yes, there's a conspiracy. I strongly demand Chung Chumo to be on the roll of shame too. Beat him up first, then we'll look for the teacher. Chung Chumo's mouth immediately stirred up a hornet's nest. In a blink of an eye, he was about to be beaten up. Damn, Song Tianyu, you dare to doubt the teacher's fairness? Let me tell you, the reason why I scored higher than you guys is because I'm smarter than you guys. If you guys are like this, you guys will still be on the roll of shame next month. As the saying goes, a wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. Although Xianxia knew Kung Fu, he couldn't possibly use Kung Fu to fool around with his classmates, right? Thus, this guy ran away, and he even ran while shooting his mouth off. Chow, Xianxia, don't run if you have the guts. You're too despicable. Don't let me catch you. Who told you to run? I'll beat you to death. Ouch, F***CK. Don't F***King cross the line. Xianxia was unfortunately shot. He tried to put on a brave front. This time, Meng Wenhao is number one again. This is too shocking. Zhang Ziren looked up at the honor roll and exclaimed, "Yes, could Meng Wenhao be considered to have been well prepared? He actually got first place twice in a row." Qin Huayu sighed. His results were very stable and had always been in the upper middle class. He could not compare with the people in front of him. After all, he had studied Orthodox Confucianism before. It was already very good that he could maintain his results in the upper middle class after suddenly transferring to the School of Mathematics. But why is Meng Wenhao's score 103 points? The full score for this exam is only 100 points. Don't you find it strange? Ku Shurqing said with a frown. Yes, it's really strange. Could it be that Sir has made a mistake? Zhang Ziren also reacted and echoed. When Sir first came, he gave us a question in the first class. He said that whoever did the best would get extra point for the monthly exam. Didn't Meng Wenhao get first place at that time? Maybe it's because of this. Li Tai said after thinking for a while. Li Tai guessed correctly. When Li Zishuan gave a report card to Ma Zhou yesterday, he suddenly remembered that he had promised to give Meng Wenhao extra points for the monthly exam. After so long, he almost forgot, so he changed Meng Wenhao's score from 101 points to 103 points. That's not right. If I remember correctly, that only adds 2 points. Even if Meng Wenhao didn't lose any points in the monthly exam, it's impossible for him to get 103 points. Hey, isn't that Meng Wenhao? Why don't we just ask him? Meng Wenhao had just arrived when he was pulled over by Ku Shurqing and the others. He greeted his classmates one by one and asked them what they wanted. Wenhao, why is your monthly exam score 103 points? Even if you add the extra points for the extracurricular question in the first class, it can't reach 103 points. Zhang Ziren was more straightforward, so he didn't beat around the bush and said directly. Meng Wenhao heard and looked up at the honor roll. Even though he already knew that he was first place this time, when he saw the first name under the big red flower with his own eyes, he couldn't help but feel excited. Oh, so it's about this. It's like this. Sir felt that I answered the last question of the monthly exam better this time, so he gave me another point. Meng Wenhao said with some embarrassment. Wow, that's amazing. How is that possible? Right. Wenhao, how did you know all this? Zhang Ziren asked. The others also looked over curiously. They didn't question Li Zishuan's fairness. After being together for so long, they understood and admired Li Zishuan's knowledge and character. To be honest, after the exam, I felt a little uneasy. The day before yesterday, I went to Sir's house to check on my results. That's why Sir told me all this. Meng Wenhao scratched his head and answered. I see. Haha, no matter what, congratulations, Wenhao. The rewards for this monthly exam are very generous. Eat as much as you want at the Drunken Immortal restaurant. I'm so envious. Ku Shurqing smiled and cupped his hands. That's right. Congratulations to Wenhao. Right, Wenhao, is your family still short of people? Why don't I be your older brother or something? I can also go to the Drunken Immortal restaurant with you for a meal. Zhang Ziren didn't know that Meng Wenhao's monthly exam reward had been redeemed in advance. Haha, Ziren is right. I can also be Wenhao's older brother. Ku Shurqing agreed. I'm sorry about that. I already ate at the Drunken Immortal restaurant with my family the day before yesterday. Meng Wenhao said awkwardly. So fast. Well, because my father is going to go out to sea with the Imperial Army, I wanted to invite him to the Drunken Immortal restaurant for a meal before he goes out to sea. Fortunately, Sir is reasonable and agreed to my unreasonable request. After Meng Wenhao finished, he couldn't help but look to the south. He sighed in his heart. Sigh, I don't know how my father is now. Did he run into any trouble? Is he safe? When how? Don't worry. Your father will be fine for sure. Commander Prince Xian is very experienced in naval battles. This time, the fleet has the compass and detailed sea chart provided by Sir, so the safety of the fleet is guaranteed. The possibility of an accident is very low. Li Tai knew what Meng Wenhao was worried about. He patted Meng Wenhao's shoulder and comforted him. No one would have thought that the Prince of Wei also knew how to comfort others. Yes, Qin Ke is right. Wenhao, you don't have to worry. Uncle will definitely be fine. Yes, Wenhao, you should trust Sir's compass. The fleet going south this time will be fine. Yes, Wenhao, you have to think positively. Qin Huaiyu, Kushir Qing, and Zheng Ziren were not people who lacked EQ, so they all comforted him. Thank you, thank you. Meng Wenhao felt much better in his heart. He sincerely thanked him. Clang, clang, clang. Okay, class is starting. Let's go. At this moment, the gongs and drums sounded, and the students started running to the classroom. Chapter 325. Well, all of you have received the test papers for this month's exam. You should know how you did, so I won't read them out one by one. I hope that everyone can learn from the students on the honor roll and keep a distance from the students on the shame roll. This month, the cleaning of the mathematics school will be handed over to Kong Qianxia, Song Tianyu, Duan Wenbao, Wang Gaoan, and Wang Meng. Every day after school, you must stay behind to clean the school carefully. If I find out that you are half-hearted, then you will continue to clean the next month. Do you hear me? Mathematics school. Li Zishuan stood on the podium and announced the results of this month's exam. To be honest, he was very satisfied with the current mathematics school. To be honest, any student in the mathematics school was qualified to be a bookkeeper. After all, Li Zishuan taught them the modern counting and calculation methods, which were much more advanced than the current era's counting and calculation methods. Understood. Hearing the second half of Li Zishuan's sentence, Kong Qianxia, Song Tianyu, Wang Meng, and the rest of the students on the roll of shame weakly responded. Then, their faces flushed red, and they wished they could crawl into a hole in the ground and hide in it. They swore in their hearts that they would study hard every night for the rest of the month. They absolutely could not be on the roll of shame again. This month's exam's first place, Meng Wenhao, was rewarded with a free meal at the Drunken Immortal restaurant. Due to special reasons, this reward was honored the day before yesterday. Everyone knows that I'm rich. If you want to eat until I'm poor, then work hard to get first place. Li Zishuan said, half-jokingly. The students let out a burst of good-natured laughter. They also knew that it was impossible to eat until Li Zishuan's family became poor. Okay, then let's start the class. Today, we will talk about this month's exam papers. Poochie, Li Zishuan was halfway through his speech when a strange poochie sound came from the back of the school. Everyone couldn't help but turn their heads to look. Damn, Cheng Chumo, you are so disgusting. You actually shit in front of everyone in class. Ugh, I can't take it anymore. Sun Zifan was the first to find the source of the sound. He saw an unknown yellow object on Cheng Chumo's chair. Thinking about the strange poochie sound, Sun Zifan immediately concluded that Cheng Chumo was defecating in front of everyone. Damn, it stinks. Cheng Chumo, you're too disgusting. Ugh, Cheng Chumo, you're disgusting. I can't take it. Hearing Sun Zifan's scolding, the students in the school exploded. Regardless of whether they smelled the stench or not, they all began to criticize Cheng Chumo. Some of the students who were close to Cheng Chumo looked in the direction of Sun Zifan's finger and saw the yellow object. They quickly covered their mouths and noses and fled in all directions. Even Iron Egg and Qin Huaiyu, who were usually very close to Cheng Chumo, also frowned and left their seats. Damn, Sun Zifan, you brat. You dare to slander me. This is not shit. It's the persimmon that I brought today that fell on the chair and broke. Cheng Chumo stood up and angrily explained. I definitely can't take the blame for this. If other people knew that he shit in front of everyone in class, then how can I, Cheng Chumo, have the face to mingle in Chong and city circle of playboys in the future? Bullshit, that is obviously shit. Cheng Chumo, you still want to lie? Sun Zifan pinched his nose and retorted. Yes, that clearly looks like shit, Chung Chumo, you can stop quibbling. Ugh, so disgusting. You must have eaten something dirty in the morning and then had a stomachache just now, so your shit jumped out. Ugh, Don Kai, don't say any more, it disgusts me to death. Ching Chumo's explanation was obviously feeble and weak, and the surrounding students expressed their disbelief. Damn, it's really a persimmon, not shit. If you don't believe me, then I'll eat it for you to see. Ching Chumo was anxious. In order to prove his innocence, this guy didn't care about anything else. He picked up the yellow object on the chair and stuffed it into his mouth. Ugh, damn, not only did you shit in front of everyone, you actually ate shit in front of everyone. Ching Chumo, I misjudged you. From now on, I, Sun Zifen, will not recognize you as a brother. Sun Zifen was stunned for a moment, and then quickly retched. From the beginning, he thought that the yellow object was shit. At this time, when he saw Chung Chumo eating that thing in front of everyone, the visual impact was quite strong, and of course he couldn't stand it. Ugh, God, I heard that 8 doctors in our Imperial College ate shit before the morning assembly yesterday. I didn't expect that a student would eat shit today. What's wrong with our Imperial College? Some students saw this scene and immediately associated it with today's headlines on Datong Daily. Ugh, I can't stand it. Sir, please do something about it. Faced with this situation, Chung Chumo was a little dumbfounded. He explained while eating, damn, Sun Zifen, don't talk nonsense. This is really a persimmon. If you don't believe me, come and taste it. It's sweet. Why don't you think about it? How can I, Old Chung, eat shit? Look, Old Chung, brought 2 persimmons this morning. One is broken, and the other is still fine. Take a look. Chung Chumo said, and took out an intact persimmon from the desk drawer and showed it to everyone. Is that thing really a persimmon, and not shit? It should be. Lu Wugong's family is not poor to the point that Chung Chumo eats shit, right? Chung Chumo's efforts were not in vain, and there were still many people who believed his words. Ahem, Chumo, I just picked up persimmon in front of the school. It should be you who dropped it, right? Li Zixuan smiled and took out a yellow persimmon from his clothes and said somewhat mischievously, Silence. The classroom suddenly fell into a strange silence. Chung Chumo was stunned. Since the persimmon in Li Zixuan's hand was dropped by him, then what was the yellow object on the bench? Damn, Chung Chumo, I almost believed you. Ugh, so you were really eating shit. I remember now. This morning, I saw the youngest son of Assistant Instructor Mu of the Four-Gate School come to our school. Chumo, the shit on your bench, could it be that child's poop? Wang Ming tactfully added. Li Zixuan looked at him with a smile that wasn't a smile. He thought to himself, this child is really wicked. Ugh, damn, Wang Ming, why didn't you say so earlier? Ugh, get out of the way. Damn it, I can't take it anymore. Ching Chumo was immediately dumbfounded. He roared in grief and indignation, then staggered a few steps and ran out to vomit. Puff! Ha ha! I didn't expect Chung Chumo to be so gullible. Wang Ming saw this and laughed loudly. Damn, Wang Ming, you're awesome. So you were lying. Ha! I thought it was true. Ha ha ha. The rest of the students heard the conversation between the two and reacted. They laughed and observed a moment of silence for Chung Chumo, who was vomiting outside. Li Zixuan shook his head. The persimmon he took out was, of course, not from Chung Chumo, but from home in the morning. He just wanted to tease Chung Chumo. Chapter 326. Half an hour later, the farce in the School of Mathematics was finally over. Li Zixuan also started his class, but Chung Chumo's eyes seemed a little unfriendly. Wasn't that obvious? After being pranked by him, it would be strange if Chung Chumo was friendly. If it weren't for the fact that they were in the wrong place, perhaps Chung Chumo would have already rushed over to fight him. After such a delay, there was only half an hour left for the first class. However, Li Zixuan still managed to finish the monthly exam in this short time. This was mainly because the questions this time were really simple. Although there were many pitfalls in the questions, after Li Zixuan wrote down the correct answers, many people immediately realized that they had fallen into a pitfall. For the last question, we can analyze how much money Mr. Wang lost in the end based on the most basic relationship between gains and losses. First, Let's analyze Boss Wong and his neighbor. Boss Wong first gave the neighbor a fake golden bean in exchange for 1,000 copper coins. The value of the fake golden bean was 0, so Boss Wong now earned 1,000 copper coins from the neighbor. Later, the neighbors found out that the golden beans were fake, so Boss Wong compensated the neighbors with a real golden bean. Now, Boss Wong paid 1,000 coins, plus the 1,000 coins he earned previously, so Boss Wong didn't lose any money from the neighbors. So, the only thing left is the money he lost from the young people. So, there are two answers to the last question. One is 970 coins, and the other is 1,000 coins. Among all of you, only Meng Wenhao wrote down both correct answers, so I give him an extra point. Clang, clang, clang. Li Zixuan had just finished the last question when the drum and gong sounded. Okay, class dismissed. Li Zixuan didn't have the habit of dragging the class. After accurately throwing the chalk into the chalk box, he clapped his hands and directly walked out. Even though he had left, many students from other academies had come to watch the show out of admiration. The School of Mathematics was located in the southernmost part of the Imperial College. It was also the closest to the gate of the Imperial College. Today, the honor roll and the shame roll in front of the School of Mathematics were particularly eye-catching. Most of the students who came to school in the morning saw it when they entered the Imperial College, but because they were in a hurry to go to class, they didn't come to take a closer look. Now that class was over, a bunch of people came to watch the fun. Honor roll? Awesome. I heard that the School of Mathematics would have an honor roll, but I didn't expect them to really do it. It would be great if my name could be on it. Come on, if you go to the School of Mathematics with your grades, you'll definitely be on the shame roll. T. Prince Wei is on the roll. That's awesome. Yeah, I've always heard that Your Highness Duke of Wei is extremely intelligent. I didn't expect Your Highness to still be so impressive after going to the School of Mathematics. Exactly. Who is this Meng Wenhao? How come I've never heard of him? How did he got first? That is, Meng was Meng's was Meng Meng's Meng. Meng was Meng. Meng was Meng? You how Meng. You how you. Is that Meng, huh? Is that true? Xianxia, you must have remembered wrongly. Well, have I ever mocked others? Below the honor roll, a group of students pointed at the names on it in disgust. They could only express their admiration for the genius on it. TSK. Yinfu, look. In less than a month, the School of Mathematics went from the bottom of the 6 imperial colleges to the center of everyone's attention. Li Sai is awesome. Yuan Shaw and Chu Yinfu came later and could only watch from the periphery of the crowd. Yeah, but Li Sai's knowledge is also outstanding. Otherwise, the School of Mathematics wouldn't have stood out so quickly. I heard that Prince Wei was attracted to the School of Mathematics by Li Sai's self-created new mathematics. Chu Yinfu sighed as he looked up at the honor roll with his hands behind his back. Why? Yinfu, are you thinking of going to the School of Mathematics too? Yuan Shua joked. Sigh. Chu Yinfu shook his head and sighed. I just don't want to stay in the Imperial College anymore. Yuan Shua, you should know about Professor Chui's matter, right? Yuan Shua was stunned and nodded. Yinfu, are you talking about today's headlines on Datong Daily? Chu Yinfu replied, yeah, but that's not all. It said that Professor Chui and the others secretly impeached Li Sai for disrupting the teaching order, abusing pinyin, and privately imparting miscellaneous knowledge. Li Sai's contributions to the Institute of Mathematics and the Imperial College are obvious to all. Yet, Academician Chui and the others have secretly impeached him for their own interests. They are indeed unethical. Moreover, after the Tang Dynasty Daily is published today, Academician Chui and the others will definitely have a bad reputation. I don't want to associate with them. Yuan Shua's expression turned serious. Yinfu's analysis makes sense. What should we do? Well, I have to go back and ask my father before making a decision. Imperial Physician Department. Madame Chui brought food to Professor Chui. Then, she carefully helped her husband up and brought the food over. Old master, come and eat. Yes, thank you, madam. Chui Shanyo's heart warmed. He took the bowl and chopsticks with a smile and began to eat breakfast. His breakfast was also very simple. It was porridge, steamed buns, and a dish of oxalis, a variant of mustard, which was first introduced into China from mud. Chui Shanyu took his time to enjoy the not-so-sumptuous breakfast. Madame Chui, who was watching from the side, was somewhat hesitant to speak. Old master, oh, what's wrong? Madam, if you have something to say, just say it. Chui Shanyu frowned and asked. Madame Chui hesitated for a moment and said, Old master, this morning, in front of our house, there were many. Chui Shanyu's face darkened. A lot of feces? Yes. Madame Chui nodded. Bang! Chui Shanyu fiercely threw the bowl of rice on the table beside the bed and said fiercely, Outrageous! These people are simply too much. In a while, you go to Wuhou government and report to the officials. The next time these people come to cause trouble, I guarantee that they won't be able to return. Yes, old master. On the way here, I also heard a discussion about you, old master. Chui Shanyu suddenly had an ominous premonition. He hurriedly said, What discussion? Say it quickly. This. Old master, you should see it yourself. This is what I bought on the way here. Look at today's headlines. Madame Chui took out a newspaper from her bosom and handed it to Chui Shanyu awkwardly. Chui Shanyu's eyebrows jumped. He took the newspaper with a guilty conscience. He was very familiar with the distribution of the various sections of Datong Daily, so he skipped the front and went directly to the news section. He saw a very eye-catching headline. Shocking news, a dignified Imperial College doctor actually ate shit? Was there a hidden story behind this? Or, pooh, how dare you bully me? Just as he finished reading the headline, Chui Shanyu felt a burst of anger attack his heart. His qi and blood surged. Adding to the fact that he had not recovered from his illness, it was equivalent to adding frost to snow. His body immediately could not bear it, and he spat out a mouthful of old blood. Old master, are you all right? Someone come quickly. Chapter 327. Li Zixuan naturally did not know that Dr. Chui had vomited blood again. However, even if he knew, he would not have any sympathy. Now, he had encountered a new problem. He had already taught half of the first book he had written. He estimated that in another month, the student's mathematical ability would be able to advance from first semester of first grade to second semester of first grade. In less than a month, he had finished half a semester's worth of courses. Perhaps some people would think that this progress was too fast. Actually, it wasn't fast because the students in the School of Mathematics only took one class every day. Of course, it couldn't be compared to modern teaching progress. Then the question was, after a while, would Li Zixuan need to write another mathematics textbook for the second semester of the first grade? Although the ancient school system couldn't be compared to the modern school system of kindergarten, primary school, junior high school, and university, it still formed a relatively complete school system during the Western Zhou dynasty. According to the Book of Rites, Shuiji, entering the school on a yearly basis and taking the examination at the middle of the year. 1 year to discern the deviations from the scriptures, 3 years to see the dedication to the work of music, 5 years to see the study of one's own teacher, 7 years to see the study of one's own friends, 9 years to see the understanding of one's own kind, standing strong and not opposing. This is called the Great Achievement. In other words, they would be admitted once every year and tested once every other year. 1 year of observation was to distinguish one's ambition. 3 years of observation was to see if one was attentive and close to classmates. 5 years of observation was to see if one was knowledgeable and close to teachers. And 7 years of observation was to see if one had independent opinions and the ability to choose friends. If all of these were achieved, it would be a small achievement, which meant that one had grasped the basic knowledge and skills. If one could comprehend by analogy and be strong and independent without violating the teachings of the teacher by 9 years, it would be a great achievement, which meant that one's studies had reached a mature level. During the Tang Dynasty, the Imperial College began to clearly define the age of the students and the length of their studies. For example, the School of Law accepted students between the ages of 18 and 25, and the length of their studies was 6 years. The exams were divided into 3 categories: the weekly exam, the annual exam, and the graduation exam. The weekly exam was based on the courses learned within 10 days, and those who failed would be punished. The annual exam was based on the courses learned within a year, and those who failed would be retained. If one passed the graduation exam, one would be qualified to take the imperial examination, and those who failed would be expelled. Li Zishuan's School of Mathematics used to have a similar system to the School of Law, but ever since he came, the system of the School of Mathematics had been changed beyond recognition. Li Zishuan dared to make such a change because although the ancient school system had been perfected since the Western Zhou dynasty, there were no clear and rigid rules regarding the teaching materials used by teachers except for some Confucian classics. This gave Li Zishuan a lot of autonomy in teaching. All right, that's all for today's lesson. In the afternoon, you guys should review the content I taught and do the questions I left behind. No plagiarism. If there's still time, let's preview the next chapter, Scores. We'll learn this tomorrow. Li Zishuan estimated that the class was about to end, so he decided to end the class early. Anyway, he had already finished what he wanted to teach today, so there was no point in teaching anymore. Oh, class is over. As long as one was a student, there wasn't anyone who didn't like to end the class. Being able to end the class early made them even happier. The students began to pack their things and prepare to go home or to the directorate's canteen to eat. Li Zishuan clapped his hands and directly left. He usually didn't bring his teaching materials with him when he went to class. Everything he wanted to teach was stored in his head. There was no helping it. Having a good memory was just that awesome. Cough, cough. Unfortunately, he met Kong Yingda when he left the classroom. Li Zishuan shrunk his neck. As a student, he liked to end the class early, but as a teacher, he was afraid that he would be caught by the principal if he ended the class early. Chancellor Kong, is there something you need? Li Zishuan originally wanted to talk nonsense with Kong Yingda and ask him if he had eaten, but after thinking about it, he felt that Kong Yingda would definitely slap him twice if he said that, so he hurriedly changed his words. Kong Yingda glanced at the noisy classroom behind Li Zishuan and wanted to say something but stopped. After a moment, he turned around and said, "Li Sai, follow me." After saying that, he took the lead and left. Li Zishuan was at a loss. He didn't know what Kong Yingda meant, so he muttered a few words and followed him. "Have a seat." After arriving at the principal's office, Kong Yingda sat down and nodded to Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan cupped his hands and didn't stand on ceremony. He sat opposite Kong Yingda and waited for Kong Yingda to continue speaking. "Li Sai, have you read today's newspaper?" After waiting for a while, Li Zishuan didn't take the initiative to ask, so Kong Yingda could only take the initiative to ask. As expected, "You're here to settle scores?" When Li Zishuan heard this, he roughly guessed the reason why Kong Yingda called him over today. He was very unhappy. When Xianxia and the other professors jointly impeached him, Kong Yingda didn't stand out to help him. Now, he only retaliated a little, and Kong Yingda immediately stood out to speak for Xianxia and the others. This really made Li Zishuan bitterly disappointed. "I roughly read some, but I don't know which part Chancellor Kong is talking about." Li Zishuan pretended to be confused and said indifferently, "Did you instruct the Datong Daily's editorial department to write today's headlines?" Kong Yingda was a little angry. "So what if I did? So what if I didn't?" Li Zishuan narrowed his eyes and said casually. He was usually an easygoing and good young man who respected the old and loved the young, but it didn't mean that he liked to be bullied. He had gradually lost his patience with Kong Yingda's obviously biased behavior. Bang! What kind of attitude is this? Kong Yingda slammed the table and suddenly stood up. He pointed at Li Zishuan and said angrily. Li Zishuan was not afraid at all. He looked at Kong Yingda without blinking. After a while, Kong Yingda took a few deep breaths and said with a slightly gentler tone, "I know that you were a little angry about what happened in the imperial court yesterday. Xianxia has been dissatisfied with you for a long time and has complained about you to me many times. However, I naturally have a balance in my heart. I know that he was only blinded by greed, so I reprimanded him. I also didn't expect that he would work with the other 7 professors of the Imperial College to directly impeach you behind my back. I'm also very angry about his behavior. However, no matter what, Xianxia and the others are still professors of the Imperial College. By writing this in the newspaper, not only will you ruin their reputation, you will also smear the reputation of the Imperial College. Do you know? Chancellor, your words are wrong. Li Zixuan refuted in a low voice. Chancellor, maybe you didn't read today's headlines carefully. The news compared Professor Chui and the others to Go Jian, the king of you. How can you say that I am smearing the reputation of the Imperial College? Although Kong Yingda's words were reasonable, Li Zixuan was not willing to be wronged by other people's reasons. He would still fight back when it was necessary. If one could only endure passively without fighting back. What was the difference between him and a salted fish? Of course, the reason why he could fight back so reasonably was all thanks to Li Yu's writing technique. At this moment, Li Zixuan gave Li Yu 32 likes in his heart and labeled her as a good teammate of the Tang dynasty. Chapter 328. You're simply twisting words and forcing logic. Hearing Li Zixuan's fallacious reasoning, Kong Yingda was so angry that his face turned red as he shouted angrily. Li Zixuan shook his head and didn't deny it. Anyway, he was very dissatisfied with old Kong today and couldn't be bothered to say more. Think about it carefully. No matter what, Chui Shanyu and the others are also professors of the Imperial College. I won't agree to you using the newspaper to ruin their reputation, and His Majesty won't forgive you. Kong Yingda looked at Li Zixuan's stubborn look and said angrily, Chancellor, you are wrong to say that. This headline is just speculation. It didn't clearly conclude that Professor Chui and the others ate shit. Even the Imperial censor has the right to listen to the news. Can't ordinary people express their own speculation? Seeing that Kong Yingda's words were getting more and more serious and was about to go to the top, Li Zixuan opened his mouth to explain. Previously, he was so angry at Chui Shanyu's impeachment that he let Li Yu put this matter on a newspaper. Now that he thought about it, his actions were indeed thoughtless and might arouse Li Er's suspicion. Fortunately, Li Yu's article was written in a more tactful way and could be used to avoid the edge. Don't play this game with me. You have to think of a way to salvage this matter. Kong Yingda had been in the field of education for most of his life. So how could he be fooled by this little word game? He glared at Li Zixuan and said angrily, Since things have come to this, what can I do? At most, Datang Daily won't record this matter in the future. Besides, Chui Shanyu and the others are all professors of the Imperial College. Did they consider the friendship of everyone working together at that time? Did they think that this would smear the reputation of the Imperial College? Li Zixuan said angrily, This matter is indeed their fault. This old man will criticize them later. Criticize? Ha! Li Zixuan sneered and raised his head. If it weren't for Chui Shanyu's accident this time, there would have been another battle of words in the Imperial Court yesterday. I wanted to fight all 8 of them alone. If I were to unfortunately lose, I would definitely lose all standing and reputation. I wonder what Chancellor Kong would say at that time. Could it be that it was also some superficial criticism? Since you can't be impartial, what's the point of saying more? Kong Yingda was rendered speechless. Chancellor Kong, when I first came to the Imperial College to teach, I only wanted to spread my master's new mathematics. I only wanted to leave a spark of my master's wisdom in the mortal world. I don't want to fight for fame and fortune with anyone. If Chui Shanyu and the others want the position of Minister of Works in the Imperial College, they can take it. Right now, I only want to teach the 44 students in my school of mathematics. You can do whatever you want as long as you don't provoke me. After Li Zixuan finished speaking, he flicked his sleeves and left, leaving behind a sentence in the air. Regardless of the wind and waves, it is better than taking a leisurely stroll. I smile as I watch the clouds move. Kong Yingda wanted to reach out his hand to stop him, but was stunned by the last sentence. After a moment, he came back to his senses. Li Zixuan had already walked far away. Kong Yingda muttered to himself, I'm old. I was actually rendered speechless by a junior. Looks like this kid is bitterly disappointed. Could it be that I was wrong? Li Zixuan was indeed bitterly disappointed. He rarely lost his temper. This time, he had fallen out in front of Kong Yingda. He had the intention of shedding all pretense of cordiality. He wanted to use Kong Yingda's mouth to tell those people, I don't care if you fight for your power, but don't mess with me. If you provoke me, don't blame me for being ruthless. Looking at the time, it was almost past mealtime. Li Zixuan secretly cursed his bad luck and returned to the School of Mathematics. He sat on his own horse carriage and went home for dinner. Just as he walked out of the Imperial College, the horse carriage was stopped by someone. "Are you Li Sai in the carriage?" A respectful voice came. Li Zixuan was sure that he had never heard this voice before. He couldn't help but lift the curtain curiously. He looked at the middle-aged man in dark red and asked, "It's me. What can I do for you?" No, Li Sai. Please don't make me feel unworthy. I am the steward of the Commandery Prince's manor. The Commandery Prince's consort sent me to invite Li Sai to the Prince's manor for a banquet. She said that she had something important to discuss. She hoped that Li Sai would do her the honor and come to the Prince's manor for a chat. The middle-aged man's attitude was extremely humble. He was not as arrogant and despotic as those villainous servants of wealthy families that often appeared in novels. Li Zixuan's heart skipped a beat, and he understood the gist of it. Before Li Xiaogong left, he had entrusted his youngest son to Li Zixuan. The purpose of this banquet was probably for Li Zixuan to bring in a child and accept a disciple. "Okay, wait a moment. I'll go with you." Li Zixuan nodded. He turned to look at Iron Egg in the carriage and said, "Iron Egg, take the carriage back first. I'll go to the prince's manor." "Okay, master. Your Majesty, please try this steamed base. This is something this concubine recently learned how to cook." Imperial Harem, Concubine Yang's bedroom. A beautiful woman dressed in light yellow clothes gracefully picked up food for Lier. The woman's black hair was like lacquer, her skin was like jade, and her beautiful eyes were full of hope. Every frown and smile of hers revealed an indescribable charm, and every movement of hers made people feel a noble aura that came from her bones. This woman was Concubine Yang, a true descendant of the heavens. Concubine Yang was originally the princess of the Sui dynasty. During the Sui dynasty, the Yang clan was a noble family. They boasted that they originated from the Yang clan of Hongnou. They were one of the Yang clan's prefectures and originated from the Western Han Prime Minister Yang Chong. Yang Kai's grandson, Yang Zhen, was an official during the Eastern Han Emperor Guangwu's time. He was given the title of Confucius of Guanxi. The establishment of the Sui dynasty made the Yang clan even more prominent. Other than the Sui dynasty's imperial family, the Duke of Yu, Yang Su, was also a famous figure in the Yang clan. Concubine Yang's grandfather was the founding emperor of the Sui dynasty, Yang Jian. In 581 AD, on the second month of the Jiazi, Emperor Jing of Zhou announced that Yang Jian was abdicated. Yang Jian accepted the mandate of heaven and entered the palace in his regular clothes. The emperor was located in the Lingguang Hall and named the country Great Sui. He changed the name of the country to Founding Emperor and announced a general amnesty. "Ha! My dear concubine, you have good culinary skills. Those imperial chefs of mine can't even compare to you. As the saying goes, a feast for the eyes, the food made by a beauty was naturally better than those made by men." As the emperor, Lier knew how to enjoy himself. "Your Majesty is too kind. How can I compare to the imperial chefs?" Hearing Lier's praise, Concubine Yang pursed her lips and smiled. As a princess of the previous dynasty, her position in the palace had always been very sensitive. She knew that she couldn't compete with Empress Zhang's son, so she didn't compete. She just stayed in her own place every day, assisting her husband and teaching her children. No, it should be teaching her children. If Lier came to her place, she would naturally welcome him. If he didn't, she wouldn't force him either. She was the truest portrayal of Concubine Yang. Chapter 329. "Oh, my dear, where is Ku?" Lier was eating the steamed base made by Yang Fei. He looked around and suddenly asked. As the eldest son of Yang Fei, Li Ku was born noble and inherited the blood of two dynasties. In terms of the nobility of blood, no one in the entire Tang Empire could compare to him. He could be said to be the noblest prince in the Tang Empire. On the other hand, Li Ku was good at both civil and martial arts. His decisiveness was very similar to Lier's, so Lier was especially fond of him. After not seeing Li Ku for half a day, Lier started to talk about him. Your Majesty or is probably practicing martial arts with General Dugu in Baya right now. Speaking of her son, Yang Fei's face showed a touch of kindness. That was the unique gentleness of a mother. Baya was the north of the imperial city. After Li Yuan became the emperor, he selected 30,000 imperial guards for the Taiyuan uprising army to be stationed in the north of the imperial city. They were responsible for the defense of the imperial palace. They were called the Yuansong Imperial Guards, also known as Baya. As expected of my son, you are really eager to learn. Lier nodded in appreciation. He glanced at a stack of newspapers on the table not far away and asked curiously, "My dear, do you read the newspapers on a daily basis?" Occasionally, Yang Fei answered casually. In fact, she didn't read it occasionally but often. She was usually bored in the harem, and the newspapers provided her with a very good way to pass the time. She basically read every issue of the newspaper from beginning to end. However, she couldn't say that because if she said that, it would seem like she was complaining that Lier didn't come see her often. In the imperial palace, where people's hearts were complicated, Yang Fei had learned to be careful with her words and actions and how to protect herself. Bring today's newspaper for me to see. Lier didn't have the energy to think about a woman's complicated thoughts. He remembered that he didn't have time to read today's newspaper, so he said, "Yes, Your Majesty." Yang Fei got up and walked over with light steps. She brought today's Datong Daily and handed it to Lier. Lier took the newspaper and put it beside his rice bowl. He began to eat and read the newspaper. Of course, Lier didn't have time to read the articles at the front of the newspaper. He directly read the headlines, but after reading the news, Lier frowned deeply. "What's wrong, Your Majesty?" At this moment, Yang Fei had finished eating. She was wiping her red lips with a handkerchief. Seeing Lier's expression, she couldn't help but be puzzled. "Have you seen today's headlines?" Lier asked. "Oh, Xianxia saw it. Does Your Majesty think that this news is inappropriate?" "It's more than inappropriate. It's totally inappropriate." Lier slapped the table and stopped eating. He stood up with his hands behind his back and said, "Previously, when Li Zixuan founded Datong Daily, I didn't think much of it. But from today's news, I'm afraid that this kid has been plotting for a long time. Today, he could use newspapers to smear and attack his ministers. Tomorrow, would he be able to use newspapers to form cliques? A small newspaper could be used as a weapon in a fight between factions. This kid was really good at scheming. If we don't knock him down a few times, wouldn't he ascend to the heavens?" "Your Majesty, I've heard that Li Sai is knowledgeable at such a young age and has a pure character. I don't think he would do something like that, would he?" Yang Fei hesitated for a moment and said, I don't think he would either. But what needs to be knocked down must be knocked down. Otherwise, this kid will inevitably go astray one day with a sharp weapon in his hands." Lier said coldly. He knew Li Zixuan's character very well. He guessed that Li Zixuan was purely retaliating against Shui Shanyu and the others. But even though he guessed it, he still didn't agree with Li Zixuan's way of doing things. The newspaper's ability to influence public opinion was a thorn in Lier's heart. He felt very uncomfortable. Prince Hejin's manner. Li Sai is a busy man. It's not easy to invite him. As soon as Li Zixuan entered the manor, a young man with a noble aura walked towards him. Li Zixuan recognized him at a glance. It was Li Daozong. He had met him 2 days ago on Murky Island. "So Wang Yi is also here. Please forgive my rudeness. This one was delayed by some business at the Imperial College and came late. I hope Wang Yi will not take offense." Seeing Li Daozong, Li Zixuan was shocked. At this time, he didn't know what Jun Wang Fei was planning. No offense, no offense. Kid, come with Ben Wang to see Wang Sa. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Li Daozong roared with laughter. Actually, he had been invited by Jun Wang Fei today. Because Li Xiaogong was out at sea, there was no male host in the manor. Jun Wang Fei was just a woman, and it was inconvenient to invite guests. Therefore, Li Daozong was invited. He could also be the witness for Li Huairan's apprenticeship. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Wang Yi is right. Please go ahead. Let's go. Li Zixuan followed Li Daozong to the main hall of Hejian Junwang Fu. As expected, Junwang Fei was waiting inside. Beside her were two youths in their teens. Compared to her coquettish attire when Li Zixuan had seen her last time, she was dressed much more solemnly this time. Her eyebrows showed signs of tiredness. She looked to be about 26 or 27 years old. She did not wear any makeup and her skin was white and tender. However, the mature charm in her bones could not be concealed. I wonder where Li Xiaogong, that old pervert, found such a wife. TSK. In history, Li Xiaogong died young. Is it related to this? Li Zixuan's mind was filled with all sorts of random thoughts. Li Sai has come? Please sit. Seeing Li Zixuan come in, Junwang Fei hurriedly stood and greeted him with a smile. Junwang Fei is too polite. This one has come late. Wang Fei, please forgive me. Li Zixuan jumped out of his chaotic thoughts and raised his hands in a bow. Haha, no matter. Chongyi, Huiran, come over and greet Sir Li. Junwang Fei chuckled and then beckoned to the two youths beside her. This one, Li Chongyi, greets Sir. This one, Li Huiran, greets Sir. Regardless of whether these two were usually mischievous, under the threat of Junwang Fei's gaze, they showed the appearance of obedient children and went forward to bow to Li Zixuan. Shitzi, there is no need to be so courteous. Please rise. Li Zixuan felt very good inside. Usually, he was the one who called himself a boy in front of others. Now, it was others' turn to call themselves a boy in front of him. While Li Chongyi might be about the same age as him, and Li Huiran was only 2 or 3 years younger than him, the etiquette of a teacher could not be ignored. Thank you, sir. The two youths stood and said. This face speculates that Li Sai has not had time to eat. He is probably starving. This Fei will order the dishes to be served now. We can talk about other matters after the meal. How about it? Junwang Fei said with a smile. Haha, this boy is definitely hungry. Annie Wang, just have the dishes be served. Li Daozong said with a smile. I will follow Wang Fei and Wang Ye's arrangements. Li Zixuan raised his hands and said with a smile. He was indeed a little hungry, but why did his words sound a little strange? Chapter 330. It was fortunate that my prince had Li Sai's help this time. When I found out that His Majesty was sending my prince out to sea, this consort was unable to eat or sleep in peace. Now that I have the compass and that detailed map, this consort feels a bit better. Li Sai is young, but not only is his family wealthy, he also holds a high position. This consort can't give you anything, so I can only offer you a toast to express my gratitude. Hejian Junwang Fu. Halfway through the banquet, Junwang Fei poured herself a cup and suddenly stood to raise her cup to Li Zixuan. At this moment, the seductive charm on her body disappeared without a trace. Instead, it was replaced by a heroic spirit that was bursting forth. You cannot. Junwang Fei's words are too much for this one. Junwang Yi and I feel like old friends at first sight. This one is a junior and should do what I do. Strong wine is harmful to the body. This one has received Junwang Fei's goodwill. This one should not drink this wine. Li Zixuan was shocked when he saw this, because he had clearly seen that the wine in the cup was the strongest immortal drunken wine. This Junwang Fei was really sincere. Mother, Sir Li is right. This wine is too strong. Let this child drink it for you. Li Chongyi said urgently from the side. Yes. Wang saw. This immortal drunken wine is too harmful to the body. Even I can't bear it. Why don't you drink the land of warmth? Li Daozong hurriedly said. Seeing everyone object, Junwang Fei smiled and said, That's good. Since this is the case, then this Fei will use the land of warmth to toast Li Sai. When my Wang Yi returns safely, we will definitely host a banquet to express our thanks. This Fei will drink first as a sign of respect. Junwang Fei raised her head. There was not a drop of wine left in the cup. She looked like a heroine among women. That boy also toasts to Junwang Fei. Li Zixuan habitually poured himself a cup of land of warmth. Just as he was about to raise his head to drink, Li Daozong interrupted. Cough, wait. What? You're also someone who practices martial arts. How can you use the land of warmth to get away? Change to the immortal drunken wine. Li Daozong snorted and said in discontent. Li Zixuan was slightly embarrassed. Just now Zheng, A.N.G. Fei, as a woman, had taken the initiative to drink the immortal drunken wine. He, a man, had to drink the land of warmth. Thinking about it, it was slightly embarrassing, but fortunately, he was already prepared. Your Highness is right. I'll change the wine now. He took a jug of immortal drunken wine and filled it to the brim. He raised the cup to Zheng, A.N.G. Fei, and said, to W.A.N.G. Fei. After saying that, he cleaned it up. Chongyi thanks Mr. on behalf of my father and mother. Li Chongyi raised his wine cup and returned the greeting. After saying that, he emptied the cup as well. Good. Then, this prince will also toast to Li Sai. After all, I heard from my elder brother that you made a lot of contributions on this trip to sea. Li Daozong stood up and said, it's this little one who would like to propose the toast to your highness. Li Zixuan was helpless. Were they trying to get him drunk by toasting him one after another? However, he had made some progress in the method of using energy to boil wine that he had been researching recently. This was where his confidence came from. After drinking 2 cups of immortal drunken wine, the strong alcohol caused Li Zixuan to feel that his heart, liver, spleen, stomach, and kidneys were all burning. He hurriedly circulated his physical energy and started to burn the alcohol in his body. Huiran, you should also toast to Mr. Li. Before your father W.A.N.G. left, he specially entrusted you to Mr. Li. Zheng, A.N.G. Fei smiled slightly and said. Li Huiran had been carefully examining Li Zixuan from the moment he came in. He was slightly dissatisfied and thought this person was only 2 or 3 years older than him. Why did he have to listen to him in the future? At this time, hearing his mother say this, Li Huiran could only suppress his doubts and displeasure and toast to Li Zixuan. Huiran toast to Mr. Li. Li Zixuan looked sardonically at this guy. Li Huiran was still young and did not know how to disguise himself. Li Zixuan had detected his small eyes long ago. Good. No matter what, this was a Wang Fu, and he should leave some face for Li Huiran's Jun Wang Fei. But when he saw the cup of wine in front of him, his expression became slightly bitter. He usually did not drink, but today he had drunk such a large amount. So bitter. Today, I invited Li Sai to come in accordance with my WANG's wishes to entrust Huiran to Mr. Li. Come, take out the 6 rites. Zheng, A.N.G. Fei saw that the time was right and stated the main goal of today's banquet. As expected, it was similar to what Li Zixuan had guessed when he came. She had come to take in a child and take in a disciple. Yes, Wang Fei. A servant girl at the side bowed in acknowledgement, and then went to the inner room to take out the 6 rites that had been prepared beforehand. The so-called 6 rites of cultivation included celery, which symbolized diligence and diligence, lotus seeds, which symbolized painstaking education, red beans, which symbolized good luck, jujube, which symbolized high school early, longan, which symbolized perfection, and skinny strips of meat, which symbolized a disciple's sincerity. Moments later, the rites were brought over. Zheng, A.N.G. Fei solemnly handed the rites to Li Zixuan as she pulled Li Huiran over and said, Huiran has been naughty since childhood. I hope that Mr. Li can teach him well in the future. Today, the king of Xianxia is also here and can be a witness. Huiran, quickly offer tea to Mr. Li. Yes, Mufei. Li Huiran took the cup of tea that the servant girl had prepared. He knelt on the ground facing Li Zixuan and offered the tea with both hands. Zheng, A.N.G. Fei had probably taught him this before Li Zixuan had come. Offer tea to Mr. Li. No matter if it was sincere or not, at least this gesture was enough. Li Zixuan felt very good inside, and some of the anger he had suffered at Kong Ingda's place had dissipated. Taking the tea, Li Zixuan symbolically took a sip. He put on the posture of a strict teacher and said sincerely, Huiran, since your father has you study with me, then you should know your master's situation. I currently have 44 disciples, and they're all studying at the Imperial College. In the future, you should be studying with them. Regardless of whether you are rich or poor, I will treat all of you equally. There aren't many rules in my line of work. I only hope that you will conduct yourself with integrity, study hard, and live up to your conscience in the things you do. As a person, you have to live openly. You do not need to have a clear conscience, but at least have a clear conscience. Do you remember this? It had to be said that Li Zixuan was very good at pretending. At the side, Li Daozong and Zheng A. N. Ji Fei saw this and nodded in praise. They felt that while he was young, he looked mature and had the potential to be a teacher. Especially that last sentence. As a person, you have to live openly. You do not need to have a clear conscience, but at least have a clear conscience. This caused the two, who had experienced many things, to look at Li Zixuan in a new light. Huairan will remember Mister's teachings. Li Huairan was moved and solemnly bowed to Li Zixuan. Quickly stand up. Li Zixuan channeled his qi into his palm and lifted Li Huairan up. From an outsider's point of view, he had not touched Li Huairan at all. They would probably think that Li Huairan had gotten up on his own. Only Li Huairan, who was present at the scene, knew what was going on. He was so shocked by Li Zixuan's move that his eyes widened, and he was momentarily speechless. Good. Today, Huairan has found a good teacher. It is time for a toast. Come, boy, have a good drink with Ben Wang. Li Daozong slapped the table and roared with laughter. Li Zixuan was speechless. He said to have a good drink, but if they really drank, it would definitely be more than 1 cup. I dare not to obey. This boy toasts Wang Yi and Zheng A and Ji Fei. Li Zixuan wasn't afraid at all. Li Daozong's martial arts realm was far inferior to Li Xiaogong's. In fact, Li Xiaogong was even slightly inferior to Li Zixuan. Therefore, if Li Zixuan were to cheat, it would be hard to say who would win in the end. Chapter 331. Strange Interest Pavilion Workshop. Pang Sigi. This is the military order that General Yuqi gave you. Brother Chicken had just finished his lunch and was holding his big belly as he enjoyed the cool breeze under the willow tree in the workshop's courtyard. He was now half an employee of the Li Group, and the workshop covered his food and accommodation. Back then, in order to make the workshop's employees work seriously, Li Zixuan specially sent the workshop's kitchen staff to the drunken Immortal restaurant for training for a period of time. In addition, Li Zixuan was willing to allocate money to the kitchen staff. Therefore, the food in the workshop was even better than some restaurants in Chang'an City. Just as Brother Chicken was about to fall asleep, a soldier suddenly rushed over with a warrant in his hand, bowed, and reported. Brother Chicken's spirit was aroused. He opened his half-closed eyes and jumped up. He took the military order and opened it to see what was written on it. The family servants of the Imperial College's professors, Cui Shanyu, Lu Yinyu, Zheng Zhangli, and the other 8 professors, recently came to the Right Marquis Mansion to report a case. They claim that there has been a lot of children's feces in front of their house recently. The 8 professors unanimously believe that someone is causing trouble and hope that the Right Marquis Mansion can send Wu Marquis to arrest the culprit. This general will send you to investigate this case. Within 3 days, you must give this general a result. A case actually came. Sai, Xiongda, Xiong'er, call 5 brothers and prepare to investigate the case. After Brother Chicken finished reading the military order, he somewhat reluctantly shouted at the 2 soldiers who were also napping not far away. To be honest, after being idle for so long, not only did Brother Chicken's belly get fat, his spirit also became somewhat lazy. If it wasn't for Yuqi Jingda personally giving him the military order today, he really wanted to live his life comfortably like this for the rest of his life. Coming. When the 2 soldiers heard the sound, they quickly trotted over. The 2 of them had shifty looks and looked like a pair of brothers. Oh no, if they stood together with Brother Chicken, they would be 3 brothers. Boss, if we leave, what about the workshop and strange interest culture safety? Xiong'er looked at the place where he was resting with some reluctance and mumbled. Damn, you're so smart. Do you think I don't know what you're thinking? Brother Chicken slapped Xiong'er in the face and glared at Xiong'er, saying, Go, quickly call someone for me. Lousy will go to the backyard and inform Old Ma. Yes, boss. Xianxia rubbed his head. He wasn't angry and laughed. Godfather Ma. Brother Chicken eagerly went to the editorial department of Detong Daily in the backyard, found Ma Zhou, and greeted him with a smile. Is something the matter with Pang Siggy? Ma Zhou was sorting out the news materials collected from all over Chang'an. Hearing Pang Feiji's words, he stopped writing and looked at Pang Feiji. Of course, he chose to ignore the nickname given to him by Brother Chicken. Otherwise, if he were to investigate further, wouldn't he be sulking every day? Hee, old Ma. This Pang has just received General Yuchi's order to investigate a case in the next few days. But old Ma, you don't have to worry. This Pang will leave behind some brothers to guard the workshop and strange culture. Brother Chicken said with a big smile. Oh, what case? A light flashed in Ma Zhou's eyes as he asked subconsciously. But after a moment, he realized his slip of the tongue and coughed dryly. Ahem, this Ma misspoke. If it's not convenient for Pang Siggy to tell, then just pretend that this Ma didn't say anything. Brother Chicken's face stiffened. According to the rules of the Right Marquis House, any case could not be told to outsiders. If caught, they would be charged with leaking military information. But Ma Zhou was an exception. During the time he was in the workshop, Ma Zhou gave him a lot of convenience. Moreover, this case, in Brother Chicken's eyes, should be a trivial case. Revealing a bit to Ma Zhou shouldn't be considered leaking secrets. Thinking of this, Brother Chicken quickly waved his hand and said, "Ha, convenient, convenient. It's also not a big case. There's no harm in telling old Ma." As he said this, Brother Chicken roughly told Ma Zhou about the military order that had just been sent by the messenger. Ma Zhou had just casually asked, but he didn't expect to hear about such a case. The usually calm and wise Ma Zhou immediately deduced a shocking truth in his heart when he linked it to the recent events in Chang'an City. His face darkened as he scanned the surroundings. Then, he pulled Brother Chicken and whispered, "Pang Siggy, come with me. Let's talk in private." Oh, Brother Chicken was stunned and puzzled. After a moment, he saw that Ma Zhou had already walked far away. He quickly followed him. The Tong Daily Editorial Department, back office study. Ma Zhou and Pang Feiji sat down one after another. "Oh my, why did you ask me to come over?" Seeing that Ma Zhou walked over with a mysterious look and even locked the doors and windows after entering the room, Brother Chicken couldn't help but feel his chrysanthemum tightened. Oh no, his heart tightened. He secretly thought to himself that he had never heard of Ma Zhou having homosexual fetishes. What did this mean? What if he had followed him? Or, after a fierce mental struggle, Brother Chicken finally mustered up the courage to ask. Ma Zhou didn't know how to read minds and didn't know Brother Chicken's dirty thoughts. If he knew, he would definitely spit blood on Brother Chicken's face. "Even if I want to find Uncle Rabbit, I wouldn't find someone like you. Pang Siggy, have you heard about the recent eating shit incident of the Imperial College's 8 professors?" Ma Zhou looked up and asked softly. "I've heard about it. This incident has spread like wildfire in the city. I didn't think that these professors would act sanctimonious on the surface, but in fact, cough. Then Pang Siggy, have you ever thought about why General Yuchi would give this case to you alone, since there are dozens of Siggy in the Right Marquis household?" Ma Zhou didn't care about Brother Chicken's nonsense. He directly interrupted and asked in a serious voice. Is there any other explanation?" Brother Chicken finally understood that Ma Zhou didn't call him over to mess with him. However, after hearing Ma Zhou's profound words, he was suddenly dumbfounded and asked blankly. Ma Zhou rolled his eyes. Why was this guy's brain so slow? Of course there is an explanation. Pang Siggy, think about it. When the eating shit incident of Professor Chui and the others broke out, who did they have a conflict with? Also, why did they get caught up in the eating shit incident in just 2 short days? Ma Zhou had no choice but to guide him step by step. After being together for so long, Brother Chicken already knew that Ma Zhou was like a think tank in the Li group. Now that Ma Zhou said this, he definitely wasn't shooting at random. He frowned and pondered seriously for a moment. Then he suddenly said, "I understand now. Is it little Fishy who is playing tricks behind the scenes?" Could it be that Professor Chui and Little Fishy had a conflict before? That shouldn't be. Why have I never heard of it before? Ma Zhou had originally heard Brother Chicken say that he understood. In his heart, he was still thinking that this guy wasn't completely stupid. In the end, when he heard his last sentence, Ma Zhou was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He really wanted to smash Brother Chicken's head to see if it was filled with a lump of iron. Chapter 332. Ahem. What I want to say is that the matter with Cui Shanyu and the others should be related to Lord Zhu. In the study, Ma Zhou resisted the urge to slap Pang Feiji to death and directly made things clear. Otherwise, with this guy's IQ, he would not be able to guess correctly even if the sky turned dark. That? How could Lord Zhu go to someone else's door and shit? And shit so much? Brother Chicken seemed to have discovered something incredible and was stupefied as he muttered, "Get lost. What kind of status does Lord Zhu have? Why would he personally do such a thing?" The refined Ma Zhou was angered by Brother Chicken's repeated words and could not help but curse. Oh, I understand. It was also the first time Brother Chicken saw Ma Zhou angry. He could not help but shrink his neck and quickly said, "Master Ma, what you mean is that Lord Zhu sent people to do these cases." Hearing Brother Chicken say, "I understand," Ma Zhou could not help but tremble. He was really worried that this joker would say some bizarre answer. Fortunately, Brother Chicken's thoughts did not go astray, and he guessed the correct answer. Yes, although this is only my guess, it should not be far from the truth. Cui Shanyu and the others jointly impeached Lord Zhu. Lord Zhu is young and impetuous after all. He was not willing to be wrong for no reason. So he sent people to punish Cui Shanyu and the others. As for today's headline on Datong Daily, I did not agree to publish it, but Lord Zhu insisted on doing it, so I could only risk my life to accompany him. Therefore, all the signs indicate that Cui Shanyu and the others' reputation today is very likely to be caused by Lord Zhu. Moreover, I think that General Yuqi may have also guessed this point, so he sent you to take charge of this case. On one hand, it is to give the 8 professors an explanation on the surface. On the other hand, it is probably to make things convenient for Lord Zhu. Ma Zhou's eyes shone with a wise and far-sighted divine light. He no longer tried to guide Chicken Bro in order and directly told him all his guesses. The main reason was that Ma Zhou had completely lost patience with Chicken Bro's IQ. Oh, so it's like this. Then why didn't General Yuqi tell me directly? Nonsense. How could he say such things out loud? Wouldn't that give people something to hold against us? Oh, I understand. Thank you for your guidance, old Ma. Hearing Ma Zhou say this, only then did Brother Chicken completely understand the ins and outs of this matter, as well as Yuqi Jingda's deep intentions. He couldn't help but rejoice that he had come to the rear yamen to find Ma Zhou. Otherwise, if he had stupidly gone to investigate, it would have been fine if he hadn't found anything. But if he had found the truth, not only would he have offended Li Zixuan, even more seriously, he would have angered Yuqi Jingda. As a subordinate, it was taboo for him to not be able to grasp his superior's thoughts. Haha, you're welcome. Pang Sigi, go and investigate the case. Ma Zhou waved his hand. He didn't want to see Brother Chicken anymore. Yes. Then old Ma, I'll take my leave first. Brother Chicken stood up excitedly and cupped his hands to bid farewell. Your Highness, Jun Wangfei, please wait. This one can go home on his own. In front of the Hejian Junwang Manor, Jun Wangfei, Li Chongyi, and Li Huiren sent Li Zixuan to the door. If one looked carefully, one would find that Li Zixuan was missing from the crowd, and Li Zixuan's face was actually slightly red. The reason was quite interesting. During the banquet, Li Zixuan had secretly used his vital energy to burn the alcohol. Not long after, Li Daozong had discovered it. Although Li Daozong's state was not as high as Li Zixuan's, he had reached the middle stage of transforming qi. Therefore, he also started to use a similar method to force the alcohol and competed with Li Zixuan in drinking. After a while, the two of them fought until the sky turned dark. Jun Wangfei and Li Chongyi's eyes were opened. Not only had they heard of the reputation of immortal drunken wine, but they had also drunk it personally. Moreover, when Li Shaogong drank immortal drunken wine in the past, he wasn't this fierce. After a great battle, Li Zixuan used his slight advantage and power to win slightly. Even if he could use his vital energy to burn the alcohol, he could not endure drinking like this. As for Li Daozong, of course, he could not handle the alcohol and fell asleep. Why don't we have Huairan go with Li Sai? It's a good opportunity for him to learn from Li Sai. Jun Wangfei looked at her youngest son and said to Li Zixuan, "Oh, that works. Jun Wangfei, please wait. This one bids farewell." Being blown by the wind outside, Li Zixuan's mind cleared slightly. He raised his hands in a bow and bid farewell. Huairan, go with Li Sai. In the future, my son will study with Li Sai. Do not be naughty anymore. Jun Wangfei patted Li Huairan's head and said gently. No mother was willing to send their son to a place far from them, but Jun Wangfei was a woman who understood the greater good. While she was reluctant, she knew that she had to be more far-sighted at this time. This child knows the severity of the matter. Mother, please do not worry. Li Huairan felt a bit of sadness, like a young eagle leaving its nest, but more than that, he looked forward to life outside. He had lived in the Junwangfu in these years. While he would occasionally go out to play with some wastrels, he still lived behind his parents' backs. All right, my son, go quickly. Sitting in the grand carriage that the Junwangfu had prepared for him, Li Zixuan and Li Huairan chatted for a while before sitting down to meditate. He did not like having too much alcohol in his body. Li Huairan was far away and could feel the terrifying heat that Li Zixuan gave off. He couldn't help but become more curious about Li Zixuan. Sir Li seems to be a martial expert. I wonder how his power compares to Father King. Oh, he definitely cannot compare to Father King. He is so young. As the son of the Junwang Hejian, Li Huairan had a very deep understanding of Li Xiaogong's martial abilities. However, Li Zixuan was so young, yet he was able to have such extraordinary skills. This had already shocked him. Thinking back to the scene of Li Zixuan using Xianxia to lift him up in the air, Li Huairan was now more and more curious about this teacher of his. Second young master, Li Sai has arrived at the Imperial College. Half an hour later, the carriage stopped and the coachman reported respectfully. Huairan, you go to the Imperial College first. Sir Su will arrange for you to enter the college. You should know many people in the School of Mathematics, so I won't bring you in. Li Zixuan opened his eyes and said, Yes, sir. I used to play with Prince Wei, Huayu, and Chon Yao. Sir, you can go about your business. Li Huairan saluted, then jumped off the carriage and walked toward the Imperial College. Send me to Yongla Lane, Li Zixuan said softly. He was almost sober, so he could only ask the Junwang Fu's carriage to send him back. All right. Chapter 333. Xianxia, you drank? Back home, Li Zixuan wanted to rest in the west courtyard, but he bumped into his mother in the front yard. Although there wasn't much alcohol left in his body, the portion of alcohol that was forced out of his body had stained his clothes. Mrs. Li smelled a strong smell of alcohol from far away and couldn't help but be shocked. Ever since Li Zixuan returned from Mount Longhu, Li Jingma and Mrs. Li knew that their son didn't touch alcohol. At most, he would drink soft drinks that wouldn't get him drunk. How could they not be shocked when they saw their son in a drunken state? Mother, I'm fine. A servant accidentally spilled the wine on me just now in the prince's mansion. I'm not drunk. Li Zixuan explained with a smile. Mrs. Li saw that her son's words were clear and his thoughts weren't in a mess. She sighed in relief and smiled. Ah, that's good. Xian'er, go do your thing. Your father and I have to arrange for people to buy some things for your wedding in the afternoon. In a few days, our Xian'er will be married. Okay, I'll go then. Li Zixuan's heart skipped a beat. He estimated that he would be married in about a week. In his previous life, he had studied hard for more than 10 years and was about to start working. He hadn't even gotten married yet, but because of a banquet, he had inexplicably transmigrated to this era. And now, he was about to get married. Li Zixuan's heart was filled with complicated emotions. Young master, madam, someone from the palace is here. Sam Bao hurried over and reported with a bow. Quickly invite the angel in, Mrs. Li exclaimed. Go entertain the angel first. I'll call your father. Mother, there's no need. His Majesty should have sent someone to call me. I'll go alone. You and father can go do your things. Li Zishuan knew what was going on. He shook his head and said, Then, His Majesty won't cause trouble for you, right? Mother, he won't. I'll be fine. Go quickly. I'll have to go to the palace later. Li Zishuan smiled and replied, Then I'll go first. Lord Zhu, His Majesty has decreed for you to enter the palace immediately for an audience. Not long after, a servant carrying a horsetail whisk walked in and said to Li Zishuan, Sir, you've been waiting for a long time. Yes, little eunuch, please wait for a moment. I'll go with you. Li Zishuan was not surprised. After he argued with Kong Ingda in the morning, he thought that Li Er would ask him questions. Now it seemed that it was true. He had the eunuch wait in the main hall for a while he went to the west courtyard to change his clothes. Then, the two of them went to the imperial palace. Your Majesty, Li Xiannan is here. Sweet Dew Palace. Li Er was reading a book. Hearing this, he spat out a word expressionlessly. Announce. Summon Li Xiannan for an audience. Greetings, Your Majesty. When Li Zishuan heard the eunuch calling for him, he walked in with small steps and bowed to Li Er. This was not the first time he came to Sweet Dew Palace. As the saying goes, unfamiliar the first time, familiar the second time. Silence. The palace fell into silence. Li Er did not say anything. Li Zishuan did not have anything to say. Li Zishuan knew that old Li was angry with him today. He was probably putting pressure on him on purpose. However, Li Zishuan didn't feel guilty. Although he had gone a little overboard with the newspaper incident, he had still skirted the boundaries and didn't cross the red line. As for secretly hiring a child to poop in front of Xianxia and the others, he had done it very discreetly and definitely wouldn't leave any evidence behind. Therefore, Li Er had no reason to do anything to him because of this. At most, he would just quit the Imperial College. Anyway, when he stayed in the Imperial College, other than teaching students, he had never thought of fighting for power. In this life, it was fine as long as he was happy. After being reborn and having been an official for so long, Li Zishuan was very clear in his heart. Cough, do you know why I called you here today? Li Er saw that Li Zishuan was not scared by him, even though he had purposely suppressed his aura. He could not help but feel angry. He secretly thought that this brat was no longer as timid as when he first entered the bureaucracy. Now, he had become a wily old fox. The two of them could not keep silent like this. As the emperor, Li Er still had a lot of things to do. Therefore, he took the initiative to speak. Your Majesty's wisdom is as vast as the sea. This humble subject does not dare to speculate. Li Zishuan gave a jack-of-all-trades flattery. Right now, he really looked like a veteran in the officialdom. It was hard to imagine that 2 months ago, this guy was just a newbie who had just entered the officialdom and was afraid of the slightest thing. Bastard, I told you to speak, so speak. Li Er put down the book in his hand and said angrily, This humble subject thinks that Your Majesty must have seen today's newspaper. So, Li Zishuan was surprised. Looks like you know it yourself. Tell me, what do you want to do with the headlines in today's newspaper? Li Er snorted coldly and said, Your Majesty, this humble subject knows that Your Majesty must be angry with today's headlines and think that this humble subject is deliberately smearing Dr. Cui and the others. However, Your Majesty does not know that the so-called news is what we have heard recently. The original purpose of the Tong Daily was to seek truth from facts. We can't cover up for the person who reported it just because he or she is in a high position. No matter who it is, we will treat them equally. Li Zishuan said the words that he had already prepared in his heart. According to what you said, you still think that your Tong Daily is the imperial censor of the people. This was the first time Li Er had heard such a novel idea, but he could not help but sneer. Your Majesty, this humble subject has the same intention. Our Tang Empire has tens of millions of territories, and there are at least tens of thousands of officials in all the provinces and prefectures. It is fine around Chong, but it is inevitable that some officials in remote areas will lose supervision. This humble subject believes that once power is lost, it will inevitably lead to corruption. At that time, This humble subject established Detong daily with the intention of developing it in the future. At that time, the reporters of our Detong daily will be in every corner of the Tang Empire, and the corrupt officials will have nowhere to hide. This is also a disguised way of rectifying the governance of the officials for the imperial court. Li Zishuan saw that he had succeeded in diverting the topic, so he quickly continued to persuade him. Li Er frowned and fell into deep thought. In the early days of the Tang Empire, it did spend a lot of effort to rectify the governance of the officials. Therefore, the governance of the officials in the Tang Empire was still considered clean, and there were no major cases of corruption. However, Li Er was a very far-sighted monarch. He knew that the reason why the previous dynasties fell was mostly because the governance of the officials in the country was too corrupt at the end of the dynasty. And Li Zishuan's words seemed to give him a new idea to solve the problem of official corruption, which made him seriously consider the feasibility of this method. Chapter 334. Once power is lost, it will inevitably lead to corruption in the Sweet Dew Palace. Li Er muttered to himself twice and suddenly sneered. You make it sound nice. Your newspaper can supervise my officials, but who will supervise your newspaper? If no one supervises it, I believe that it won't be long before your Detong daily becomes a tool for the courtiers to fight for power. Li Er had somewhat forgotten his original intention of calling Li Zishuan over today. He was very interested in Li Zishuan's talk about the supervision of power. This was related to the long-term prosperity of the empire. Therefore, at this time, how could Li Er have the time to care about the small matters of Xianxia and the others? Li Zishuan had long been mentally prepared for Li Er's doubts. Before he came, he had already thought of letting Li Er's people enter the management of Detong daily. After all, in this era of imperial power, if you let the emperor feel that you could threaten his rule, then your life would be over. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame yourself for not being reborn as the emperor and not being able to do whatever you want. Your Majesty, regarding this humble subject has some preliminary ideas. Do you think it's feasible? Oh? Quickly say it. Li Er's eyes lit up as he hurriedly said. After realizing the powerful role of the newspaper, Li Er had indeed thought of using Detong daily for his own use. However, Detong daily was founded by Li Zishuan. It would be too unpleasant for him, the emperor, to steal the things of his subjects. Therefore, he wanted to hear what Li Zishuan had to say. Your Majesty is right. If there is no supervision, it won't be long before Detong daily becomes corrupt and even become a tool for the courtiers to fight for power. Therefore, this humble subject wants to ask your Majesty to send an absolutely impartial third party to supervise the editorial department of Detong daily. This supervision department can review the daily content of the newspaper, but they can only review it and cannot interfere with the daily operations of Detong daily. This way, they and the original management staff of Detong daily can play a role in restraining each other. In fact, this is somewhat similar to the position of military supervisor in the army. What do you think, Your Majesty? In ancient times, the military supervisors were all temporary. They represented the imperial court to assist in military affairs and supervise the generals. Since the time of Emperor Wu of Han, there had been an army supervisor. The Eastern Han, Wei, and Jin dynasties all had one. The province was known as the supervisor of the army, also known as the supervisor of military affairs. There were also military counselors, military commanders, and military supervisors. After Li Er heard this, he pondered for a while. Then his eyes immediately shone brightly. He said excitedly, That's a good idea. It was very feasible. But speaking of which, why are you so generous today? He actually gave away his own Detong daily. After his excitement, Li Zishuan immediately regained his composure. He looked at Li Zishuan suspiciously. Li Zishuan said angrily in his heart, Do you think I want to? Isn't it because you're the one sitting on the dragon throne? If I were the emperor, would I give a damn about you? However, Li Er's gaze made him feel awkward. What did oldly mean? You're making me look like a miser in the past. Your Majesty, Your humble subject's purpose in establishing Detong daily was so that one day, Datong Daily could play the role of a third party. It was so that the people of Tang could live a good life. From the beginning, I never thought of taking Datong Daily as my own. Datong Daily should be the newspaper of all the people of Tang. Besides, I only invited Your Majesty to send people to supervise the content of Datong Daily. Your Majesty's people and the editorial staff of Datong Daily are only in a mutually restrictive relationship. They are not subordinate to each other. Speaking up to this point, Li Zixuan's expression suddenly turned solemn. He looked straight at Li Er and said word by word, "Your humble subject dares to say something disrespectful. The future of Datong Daily only belongs to the people of Tang. Even if Your Majesty sends people to supervise it, the nature of Datong Daily will never change. If one day Datong Daily becomes a tool for the imperial court to fool the people, I will destroy it with my own hands. A ruler is a boat. A person is water. Water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it. I believe that with Your Majesty's great foresight and wisdom, you will definitely be able to understand my intentions." Li Zixuan's unbridled gaze and provocative words were extremely disrespectful no matter how one looked at it. If it was another emperor, there was a 99% chance that he would be Kacha. Of course, if it was another emperor, Li Zixuan would definitely not say this. He still cherished his little life very much. The reason why he dared to say this to Li Er was because of the influence of history books. In history books, Li Er was definitely one of the best emperors who could accept the advice of his subjects. Old Li had been scolded so badly by Wei Zhong, but Li Er did not kill Wei Zhong. Li Er would occasionally scold Wei Zhong, and it would be fine. Li Er's brows were tightly knitted, and his sharp gaze shot towards Li Zixuan's face. Of course, he was angry in his heart. Any superior who heard their subordinates speak to them in such a manner would definitely be angry. However, Li Er, who had been tempered by Wei Zhong, was still able to control his emotions very well. When he heard Li Zixuan's last sentence, Li Er's face suddenly froze. He carefully savored these words in his heart several times, and could not help but mutter, "Water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it. Good. You have guts." Li Er slapped the table and stood up. His expression constantly changed from anger to excitement, and then from excitement to inexplicable complexity. He stood with his hands behind his back and looked at Li Zixuan. "I didn't expect this. I didn't expect this. You're usually so calculative, greedy for life, and timid, but now you can actually speak such great principles for the country, for the people, and for the common people. Not bad, not bad." Zhen's heart is comforted. The illusion of water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it was first seen in the Warring States period's Wangji Pian, written by the philosopher Sun Tzu. Commoners are in charge, and then the noblemen are in charge. There is a saying, "The monarch is the boat, the commoners are the water can carry the boat, and the water can capsize it." In the third year of Jingguan, Wei Zhong also quoted a similar point in Jingguan Important Political Figures. Your subject also heard an ancient saying, "The monarch is the boat. The people, to avoid the taboo of the Tang dynasty's Li Shimin, people are the water. Water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it." Therefore, at this time, Li Zixuan's words made Li Er look at him in a new light. Li Er's words sounded like he was praising him, but Li Zixuan was so angry that he almost vomited blood. When did this young master become calculative, greedy for life, afraid of death, and overcautious? Cough, cough, Your Majesty. In fact, I have always been so noble and upright. You have misunderstood me. Li Zixuan vomited blood and said. Chapter 335. Happy birthday to Leader Ghostwriter. Inside the Hall of Nectar, Li Er looked at the lazy and shameless kid in front of him. His expression was a bit absent-minded. He thought to himself, "This kid is living more happily every day than I, the Emperor, daring, careful, optimistic, and knowing when to advance and retreat. He is a good seedling. Scram, I still don't know what kind of character you have." Li Er scolded with a smile and sat back on the throne. He leaned against the back of the chair and stared at Li Zixuan. He asked, Then, who do you think can take on the responsibility of supervising Detong daily? This question was not easy to answer. Earlier, Li Zixuan had said that the supervision department sent by the court was to form a mutually restrictive relationship with Detong Daily's management staff. If he told Li Er who should come over at this time, wouldn't he be suspected of embezzlement? I think that your majesty should send someone with good character, fair and upright, and who can accept new things and new ideas like newspapers to supervise. The purpose of supervision is definitely not to make trouble for people out of thin air, and it is definitely not to hinder the development of Detong Daily. So, the person in charge of supervision must first agree with the newspaper as a new form of carrying culture. Otherwise, Detong Daily will definitely die in endless internal strife. As for who is more suitable to be in charge of this matter, your majesty must already have a candidate in mind. I do not dare to speak rashly. Li Zixuan pushed the question back. He was not stupid enough to jump into the hole that Li Er had dug for him. You stinking brat, you are getting more and more slippery. Li Er couldn't help but laugh and scold him. Then, he thought seriously and said, "You were right. The purpose of supervision is not to hinder the development of Detong Daily. I never planned on letting Detong Daily perish. How about this? Let Xianxia take on the responsibility of supervision. What do you think? What could it be?" It was too damn good. Hearing this, Li Zixuan was delighted. To be able to get this result was already beyond his expectations. With his relationship with Li Changxian, letting him be the army supervisor of Detong Daily, TSK, wouldn't that be? Cough, this is a matter of great importance. Your Majesty can make the final decision. I have no objections. Li Zixuan said shamelessly. Even though he was a prostitute, he still wanted to pretend to be innocent. The corner of Li Er's mouth twitched. Damn it, you've already made so many requests just now, and now you still have the face to say that it's all up to me, with no objections. Can you be a little more shameless? Then it's settled. Li Er made the final decision and slapped the table. He had made this decision after careful consideration. On the one hand, Li Zixuan had taken the initiative to ask the imperial court to send someone to monitor Detong Daily. This greatly exceeded Li Er's expectations. Although he had no intention of interfering with the internal affairs of Detong Daily, since Li Zixuan had brought it up, Li Er would definitely not reject this opportunity. The newspaper's powerful ability to control public opinion moved him very much. With the newspaper, Li Er felt that he would have a greater chance of success in weakening the aristocratic families. As the saying goes, return a favor for a peach. Since Li Zixuan was so tactful, Li Er naturally had to make things easier for him. On the other hand, what Li Zixuan had said just now was very reasonable. If he sent a conservative and corrupt scholar to monitor Detong Daily, then Detong Daily would probably be finished in no time. Li Er definitely did not want to see this result. Li Changxian and Li Zixuan had a good personal relationship, and they were relatively open-minded. They would not affect the daily operations of Detong Daily. Moreover, Li Changxian was the empire's crown prince, so Li Er did not have to worry about his position. This could be said to be killing two birds with one stone. Your Majesty is wise. Li Zixuan flattered with satisfaction. Detong Daily was founded by him. In the end, he could not bear to see Detong Daily being destroyed because of Li Er's incompetence. Li Chengqian's participation would minimize the impact on Detong Daily. You brat. Li Er pointed at Li Zixuan and scolded meaningfully with a smile. You brat, have you become timid again? Where did your courage go? Li Zixuan secretly curled his lips and thought, I can't beat you now, so of course I have to admit defeat. Only those who have strength can act pretentiously. If I still act pretentiously without strength, then I'll be a fool. Wait until I'm fully developed in the future. Then I'll come back and act pretentiously in front of you. Pon. Li Er slapped the dragon table and said in a bad mood, Don't think that I don't know what you're thinking. I'm not Han Gaozu. I'm not afraid of my officials' achievements overshadowing my lord. In terms of contributions, who in the Tang Empire has more contributions than me? Li Er was a little talkative today. Perhaps he really treated Li Zixuan as a junior. His expression was a little complicated as he reminisced. When I was 19, I followed my father to rebel against the Sui dynasty from Jinyang. I commanded the three right armies and directly attacked Chang. After that, I led an army of 100,000 to attack the eastern capital Luoyang and defeated the Sui General Duanda. The next year, I defeated Shuiju, defeated Song Jinggang, Lu Wuzhou, destroyed Wang Shichong of Hunan, and Do Jinda of Hebei. I heavily injured Liu Haida and Su Yuanlang of Shandong. Within a year, I destroyed the rest of the powers in the Tang Empire. In terms of military contributions, who can compare to me? After I ascended the throne, the medicine master and the others have been living in seclusion and have even withdrawn from the court. I know that they are worried that I'll be like Han Gaozu and turn against them once the world is settled. They are worried that they will be like Han Xian, Peng Yu, and Ing Bu, and end up being killed because of their contributions. Haha, laughable, extremely laughable. You all look down on me too much. The entire world is mine. Why would I care about your little contributions? Right now, I have only conquered the land of Tang, but my goal is to conquer all the countries of Zhou and Zhou. For Chengxian, for my descendants, I will establish a foundation for eternity. At a time like this, how could I be as short-sighted as the boorish Liu Bang and get rid of the donkey after it has outlived its usefulness? All of you will follow me to establish a foundation for eternity. I will ensure that your descendants will have eternal peace. As long as I live, I will not kill any of you who have contributed greatly. Li Er's words were as heavy as 1,000 pounds. This was a promise, a powerful oath. From these words, Li Zishuan could hear the glint of a blade and the shadow of a sword. He could hear the decisiveness to kill. He could hear the wild and unrestrained years of Li Er's early years. He could hear Li Er's great breadth of mind and boldness. At this moment, he could not help but admit that Li Er was truly a wise and magnanimous emperor. Looking at the long river of China's history, Li Er was one of the few emperors who treated his subjects well. No wonder so many valiant generals and ministers were willing to die for Li Er. Old Li's charisma was truly great. At this moment, Li Zishuan really wanted to say, "Boss, you are so generous. Your Majesty is wise. I am sincerely convinced." Li Zishuan sincerely praised. Being born in such an era was perhaps a great misfortune for those restless youths who were unwilling to be left out. This was because if they wanted to jump, they had to rebel. If they wanted to rebel, they had to surpass Li Er, this mountain that was too high to climb. Oh no, it should be Mount Everest. But being born in such an era, for a youth like Li Zishuan who loved stability, it was a great fortune. The emperor was wise, the ministers were virtuous, and the country was strong. There is no need to worry about the survival of the country or the invasion of other races. There is also no need to worry about angering the emperor over a small matter. He only needed to leisurely do what he wanted to do and, at the same time, push the wheels of the era forward. Chapter 336. We know that you sometimes like to deliberately hide your abilities, and you still have many skills that you haven't used. Hearing Li Zishuan's sincere praise, Li Er didn't show any joy on his face. He looked at Li Zishuan for a long time, and Li Zishuan thought that there were flowers on his face. Finally, Li Er opened his mouth and continued. Therefore, we want to tell you today, don't be afraid of the slightest thing, and don't be afraid of making too many contributions and arousing our suspicions. Kid, don't worry and do it boldly. Whatever abilities you have, use them all. As long as you can make contributions, we will dare to reward you. With we here, no one can steal your contributions, and there is no such thing as a high merit shocking the emperor. We can tolerate millions of people in Tang, so why can't we tolerate you? Our goal is to surpass the Qin Emperor and Emperor Wu of Han and achieve unparalleled hegemony. We hope that our subjects can each do their best, and not all of them only care about their own interests and be afraid of the slightest thing. Kid, do you understand? Li Er once again showed Li Zishuan his broad-mindedness and ambition. After hearing this, Li Zishuan couldn't help but admire Li Er's foresight. He was indeed a little afraid of the slightest thing, and he deliberately hid his abilities. He was afraid that the fruits of his hard work would be taken away by others, so he didn't seriously promote the road of commercialization of the telegraph machine. Although there were technical difficulties, those were all excuses. In the end, he didn't have the motivation to solve them. Your Majesty is wise. This subject believes that under your Majesty's governance, Tang will become more prosperous and prosperous, far surpassing any previous dynasty. Li Zixuan solemnly cupped his hands and said, "Huh." Lier shook his head, dissatisfied. He said, "We have said so much, what do you think?" Li Zixuan knew that he couldn't fool around anymore. He suddenly remembered that Lier had called him over today to criticize him for his malicious revenge against Xianxia and the others. But now, the topic had been infinitely diverted. Li Zixuan couldn't help but observe a moment of silence for Xianxia and the others. Your humble subject admires your Majesty's great ambition. Many of the things that I have done were not for the Emperor's rewards. For example, the curved plow. At that time, I only did it to help my family. At the beginning, I did not think of using it to benefit the people, much less to obtain rewards through it. However, the Emperor was fair in his rewards and punishments. In a few short months, I went from a commoner to a 5th-level official in the Imperial College. I even received a hereditary title. In just a few months, I have walked the path that many people have walked for their entire lives. This subject thought that the higher the rank of an official and the higher the rank of nobility, the happier this subject would be. But that's not the case. Ever since I was promoted to the Imperial College, I have been working hard every day for the student studies. Even so, I was still jointly impeached by Professor Cui and the others. The 3 crimes that the 8 professors accused me of are still vivid in my mind. The conversation I had with Chancellor Kong this morning also made me feel extremely disappointed. I have followed my master in the mountains for 8 years. Apart from martial arts, I have only learned 30% of my master's knowledge. Even so, it is enough for me to benefit for the rest of my life. When I first joined the Imperial College, I only wanted to spread one of the pieces of knowledge that I had learned from my master, the new type of mathematics. I didn't expect to be impeached so soon after I was promoted to the Imperial College's official position. Therefore, I only want to leave behind a spark of my master's wisdom in the world. I don't want to participate in the fight for fame and profit and intrigue. I don't want the position of the Imperial College's official. Hearing this, Li Zixuan remembered that he had called Li Zixuan over today to fight for justice for Xianxia and the others. He didn't expect that the topic would be so far away. Apart from embarrassment, he was more angry in his heart. Did he say so much to Li Zixuan just now for nothing? Bastard, just a few impeachments and you want to resign and go home? Look at how useless you are. If Pre-Spirit Void was still alive, he would definitely be ashamed of you. How could he accomplish great things if he was timid and cowardly when he had the ability to do so? We have said so much to you just now. Didn't you listen at all? Besides, we haven't reached a conclusion on the 3 crimes that Xianxia impeached you for. What are you so anxious for? Do you think we have wronged you? Li Zixuan slapped the dragon table and berated angrily. Your Majesty misunderstands. The reason why I resigned from the Imperial College's official position is that I want to focus on cultivating a group of engineering talents in the future and pass down all the knowledge that I've learned from my master. Being in a high position will only cause me to be immersed in the vortex of power and intrigue with others, unable to extricate myself. I have wasted my good years for nothing. Li Zixuan calmly cupped his hands and replied. Although his heart had turned cold toward Kong Yingda, he had never given up on spreading modern science to the children of the Great Tang and creating interesting modern products. His dream was to be able to enjoy the convenience that modern technology brought to his life in the Great Tang. It would be best if he could stay at home and chat online or play games. Of course, this was rather far away and could only be dreamed about. What is engineering? Li Zixuan sternly asked. Your Majesty, this child has learned mathematics, physics, chemistry, mechanics, electricity, electromagnetism, and so on from my master. This subject calls all of this knowledge engineering. This lowly subject wishes to leave the Imperial College for another important reason. Other than mathematics, the Imperial College does not have any corresponding subjects. Moreover, in the eyes of some of the great Confucians, these subjects will definitely be classified as miscellaneous studies. This subject will not judge which is superior between miscellaneous studies and Confucianism, and this subject does not wish to instigate a war between the schools. 3 years from now, the outcome will naturally become clear. Thus, this subject wishes to distance himself from this whirlpool and focus on his studies. I wish to carry forward my master's engineering and comfort his soul in heaven, Li Zixuan solemnly replied. Li Zixuan's expression relaxed. He nodded and asked, "What is the use of this engineering you speak of?" Li Zixuan thought for a moment before replying. "Your Majesty, engineering is actually the study of engineering. As the saying goes, to do a good job, a worker must first sharpen his tools. Engineering is a whetstone. With it, we will be able to do things more efficiently. Just like the curved plow that this subject built, with it, the farmers can plow the land more quickly and with less effort. This subject believes that in less than 3 years, this subject will be able to train this group of engineering talents and bring about a world-shaking transformation to our great Tang. At that time, there will be even faster transportation than carriages. We might be able to travel from Chang into Luoyang and back in a single day. There will be even faster ways to send messages, and sending messages across 1,000 li will no longer be a dream. There will be even sharper weapons and tougher armors, and so on and so forth." Chapter 337. Faster means of transportation, faster means of communication, sharper weapons, tougher armor. Lier was captivated by Li Zixuan's description of the future of engineering. He couldn't help but mutter to himself. A moment later, he regained his senses and asked excitedly, "Telepathy from 1,000 miles away? Are you talking about the telegraph machine that you made previously?" Lier, who had experienced hundreds of battles, was most interested in the telegraph machine that Li Zixuan invented. He understood the importance of the telegraph machine in war. In his plan, he had to send troops to the Turkic Khaganate within 3 years. At that time, if there was a telegraph machine that could transmit telepathy from 1,000 miles away, the elusive Turkic Khaganate wolf cavalry would have nowhere to hide in the vast grasslands. The war hadn't even started, and Tang Dynasty had already won half of the battle. "Yes, Your Majesty, it is the telegraph machine." Li Zixuan had already made up his mind to nurture a group of talents to improve the telegraph machine into a more advanced telephone machine. At the same time, he would also develop a derivative product, the radio. Of course, before this, he had to lead the talents that he was nurturing to improve Tang Dynasty's electronics industry. Yes, that's right. Li Zixuan wanted to bring Tang Dynasty into the era of electricity. As for the steam engine, he didn't need it now. He would talk about it when he needed it. "Brat, didn't you say that there were still some technical problems that needed to be overcome before the telegraph machine could be used?" Lier said unhappily. He felt that he had been tricked by this daring little bastard in front of him. "Cough. Replying to Your Majesty, this subject did say that. However, this subject also explained that the reason why the telegraph machine couldn't be used was because Tang Dynasty didn't have enough talents in this field. The technical foundation in this field is too weak. That's why this subject wants to nurture a group of talents to strengthen Tang Dynasty's technical foundation in this field. At that time, this group of talents wouldn't just bring the telegraph machine to Tang Dynasty. They would also bring many things that Your Majesty couldn't even imagine." Li Zixuan saw Lier's expression and knew what old Li was thinking. He quickly explained, "Oh, then how do you plan to nurture these talents? Tell me about it." Upon hearing this, Li Zixuan was moved. He looked at Li Zixuan and asked, "Your Majesty, I intend to build an academy and establish a school for the people. I intend to establish my heart for the heavens and earth, establish my life for the people, inherit the supreme arts of the past saints, and establish peace for all ages. This subject wants the seeds of engineering to set the entire great Tang ablaze." Li Zixuan straightened his back and said heroically, "Establishing a heart for the heavens and earth, establishing a life for the people, inheriting the lost arts for the past saints, establishing peace for all ages. Hee hee, you brat, you really talk big." Lier was shocked by Li Zixuan's bold words, but after a while he mocked. "The various systems of my great Tang's Imperial College have already been perfected. Brat, you don't want to stay in the Imperial College and insist on running off to run your own school. Aren't you just making things difficult for yourself?" The private academies in the Tang dynasty were not developed. There were very few of them, and they did not have a perfect teaching system. They were not like the famous private academies in the Song dynasty. "Your Majesty, this subject wants to build a new type of academy. The perfect system of the Imperial College will only be shackles and fetters to this subject. It will not be of any help. As for what I said about establishing a heart for the heavens and earth, establishing a life for the people, inheriting the lost arts for the past saints, and establishing peace for all ages, I am definitely not bragging. 3 years later, this subject academy will become the best academy in the Great Tang Dynasty. This subject students will become the most outstanding talents in the Great Tang Dynasty." Li Zixuan said seriously. Lier's eyes flashed. He pondered and said, "Then where do you intend to build the academy? Do you need me to allocate money and manpower?" Thinking of all the big treasures Li Zixuan had done in the past, Lier felt that this time, Li Zixuan might really succeed. He was moved and wanted to help Li Zixuan. Of course, it could also be understood that he wanted a share of the profits. Most importantly, the sooner the academy was built, the sooner the telegraph could be used for military purposes. This was what Lier cared about the most. "Your Majesty, this subject intends to build the academy in my fief, Plum Village. As for the funds for the academy, this subject's family has some assets and should be able to handle it. I will not ask for it from your Majesty. After all, the National Treasury does not have much money, and the other ministers will not agree to use the National Treasury's money for this subject school. As for the teachers of the academy, this subject will look for a group of candidates. I hope that your Majesty can make it convenient for you." Li Zixuan understood what Lier meant. However, this time, he did not intend to give up power. At most, he would let Lier be the honorary principal. He was determined to be the principal of this academy. As for why he wanted to build the academy in Plum Village, it was because Plum Village was his fief. The second reason was because Plum Village was surrounded by mountains and rivers. The environment was very beautiful, like a paradise. The last time he went to Plum Village, the scenery there had left a deep impression on him. Overall, Plum Village was the most suitable place to build the academy. From Xianxia's impeachment incident, Li Zixuan understood a principle. Without strength, there was no right to speak. It was easy to become a sacrifice in a struggle. Although he had a noble title and an official position, once it involved power struggles, others would still bully him. In the end, it was because he did not have strength. Why would others not dare to bully him? Why would they not dare to bully Yuqi Jingda? Li Zixuan did not want to bully others. However, he wanted to become strong, so strong that others would not dare to bully him. However, he was not good at political struggles and was not good at fighting on the battlefield. Therefore, to him, he could only build a top-notch academy and use his knowledge to cultivate a group of talents. By then, his students would hold important positions in various departments of Tang Dynasty. As their principal, who would dare to provoke him? Since the rules of the game in this world did not change, then he would change this world. Li Zixuan thought to himself pretentiously. When do you plan to start the academy? Have you thought of the name of the academy?" Lier was silent. Li Zixuan's questions were indeed very realistic. Tang Dynasty was very poor now. This subject intends to start building the academy in 10 days. By then, it should be in time for the field holiday of the Imperial College. At that time, this subject will resign from my position to your Majesty. Your Majesty will choose another person to take over the Imperial College. As for the name of the academy, it will be Yanhuang College. The so-called field holiday was also commonly known as the busy farm holiday. At this time, the wheat was about to ripen and the students had to go home to harvest the wheat. Therefore, it was called the field holiday. The field holiday was roughly equivalent to the modern summer vacation. The holiday was about a month long. If the students were far away from home and the travel time was longer, they could apply to the academy for an extension of the holiday. However, this month's holiday was a net holiday and did not include the time spent on the journey. Li Zixuan wanted to make use of this free time to build the academy. When the autumn semester started, he would directly start recruiting students. Yinhuang College. How can a deceased husband not be favored? Both are the descendants of Huang and Yin. Good. When the time comes, I will write a question for the plaque of the academy. However, why do we have to wait until 10 days later? Lier was indeed an erudite sovereign king. He immediately thought of the origin of Yin Huang. He muttered to himself in a low voice and asked, Chapter 338. I'm getting married in 5 days. I should be busy with the wedding recently, so I pushed the construction of the academy to 10 days later. Li Zixuan scratched his head embarrassedly when he heard Lier's question. The heavens took pity on him. He had lived 2 lives, but this was his first time marrying a wife. Hey, it's rare for you to be embarrassed. Lier teased as if he had discovered a new continent. I've heard of your fiancée. She's a famous beauty in the surrounding villages of Chang, and I didn't expect you to be such a pervert at such a young age. What the F***CK? Li Zixuan opened his mouth wide and looked at Lier with a dazed expression. This dirty old man actually had the face to call him a pervert. Old Li, you mother of ***, don't you have a conscience when you talk about this young master like that? Your Majesty, I'm loyal to one person. How can I be a pervert? Li Zixuan's words were filled with thorns as he retorted. Since Lier said such indecent words, it proved that he was joking with him. It shouldn't be too much for him to joke back, right? Bastard, how dare you make insinuations? What did he mean by loyal to one person? Wasn't Li Zixuan mocking Lier for being a playboy? How could Lier not understand the meaning behind it? Cough, cough. I'm just speaking the truth. I didn't make any insinuations. Li Zixuan said innocently. Get lost. There's nothing for you to do here. Lier waved his hand helplessly. He didn't want to see Li Zixuan anymore. Your Majesty, I still have one more thing. Li Zixuan secretly despised old Li's low quality. What get lost? Was this something an emperor would say to his subject? What else? Cough, cough, that I've just told your Majesty that I'm getting married in 5 days. If I may be so bold, I would like to invite your Majesty to attend the wedding. Li Zixuan said boldly and shamelessly. In the entire Great Tang, only Li Zixuan would dare to invite Lier to a banquet at the Ganlu Palace. This guy wanted Lier to chip in the money. When Lier heard this, he looked at Li Zixuan in surprise. He was speechless for a long time. It was probably his first time meeting such a silly and shameless official like Li Zixuan. He had no experience dealing with him at all. I understand. You can leave now. Lier waved his hand and chased him away. Li Zixuan was speechless. What did you mean by that? Since they didn't say that they would go, why didn't they say that they wouldn't go? TSK, TSK. All these officials like to speak in such a profound manner. All right, since you didn't explicitly refuse, I'll take it as you've agreed. Li Zixuan automatically filled in the blanks. I'll take my leave. Li Zixuan cupped his hands and excused himself. Wait. Li Zixuan was just about to walk to the door when he heard Lier call out. This guy slammed on the brakes, turned around, and walked back. He looked at Old Li bitterly and thought to himself, these officials like to speak in such a profound manner. They also like to speak in such a way that it's like squeezing toothpaste out of their mouths. Your Majesty, do you have any other orders? Lier said in a low voice. I want to tell you that your Yinhuang College should hurry up and start preparing. This matter is of great importance, so don't slack off. This time, Xianxia and the others' impeachment against you is purely false. I won't believe them. I also know that you're someone who won't act until you see a rabbit. A while ago, I had you research the telegraph machine, but you didn't have any results. Now that you're suddenly so enthusiastic, isn't it because you have motivation? But don't worry, I won't mistreat you. When you resign from your position at the Imperial College, I'll promote you to be the crown prince's steward and give you the title of Golden Purple Guanglu Daifu. How's that? Damn, that's awesome, my brother. This is a 7-level promotion in a row. He was directly promoted from the 5th rank Imperial College's steward to the 3rd rank Crown Prince's steward, which was 1 level higher than Kong Ingda's 3rd rank Imperial College Chancellor. Thank you, Your Majesty. Li Zishuan thanked him happily in his heart. Old Li had finally done something good. Go. Li Er waved his hand without raising his head. After leaving the palace, Li Zishuan really wanted to sing at the top of his lungs. This time, he chatted with Li Er for more than 2 hours. It was the longest he had ever stayed in an audience with the emperor. The key point was that he told Li Er about the big event that he had been brewing for a long time and approved it. In the future, he would be the principal. How could Li Zishuan not be happy? Haha. In the future, he wouldn't have to scheme against Xianxia and those old bastards in the Imperial College anymore. TSK. While it's still early, I should quickly go back and chat with my wife. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but quicken his pace. On the other side, in order to investigate the case, Chicken Bro brought 2 little brothers to Xianxia's house for a field inspection. Needless to say, this guy was really good at acting. Seeing him squatting on the ground, he kept gesturing at some poop. But at this moment, he was really cursing in his heart. It was too smelly. If not for Madame Chui watching at the side, he would definitely have quit long ago. Pang Siggy, how is it? Have you found out who the culprit is? Seeing Chicken Bro measuring the poop, Madame Chui hurriedly came over to ask. The pile of poop in front of her house had seriously affected her life. Chicken Bro pretended to analyze. Cough, cough. According to the clues I found, this pile of poop was probably pulled down this morning. There are a total of 40 people who shit, and all of them are children. Madame Chui, these results of the investigation, I will truthfully report it to the higher-ups. Please believe that our Wu Ho government will definitely help you find the culprit. Cough, cough. In fact, any random person would be able to find out what Chicken Bro had said. This guy was deliberately pretending to be garlic. He knew in his heart who was behind this, but he definitely couldn't say it out loud. Therefore, he could only pretend to be very hard-working and loafing. Great, thank you, Pang Siggy. After my husband recovers from his illness, he will definitely thank Pang Siggy. Madame Chui came over and thanked Chicken Bro. Chicken Bro's face did not show any expression, but his heart was curling his lips. Recover from his illness? He was afraid that Xianxia's illness would not be cured. Anyway, he felt that Xianxia was definitely not Li Zishuan's opponent. You're welcome. This is my duty. Then Madame Chui, we'll take our leave first. The other victims of the doctors still need this official to understand the situation. Chicken Bro cupped his hands. He could not stay here any longer. It was too smelly, but Madame Chui did not think so. In her opinion, Chicken Bro was dedicated. After looking at this house, he immediately went to inspect the next one. He was too dedicated. Then Pang Siggy has worked hard. Take care. Chicken Bro pretended to end, but in his heart, he almost burst out laughing. Chapter 339. Father, how much money can our family take out right now? Li Zishuan didn't know that Chicken Bro was wiping his butt behind his back. Oh no, it should be wiping the buttocks of those kids he hired. After dinner in the evening, he called his parents to the study and planned to tell them about the matters regarding the academy. What's wrong? You don't have enough money? Li Jingma asked in surprise. Ever since Li Zishuan started his own business, his monthly income had exceeded even that of the head of the family. How could Li Jingma not be surprised that his son was asking for money? That's right. Did you run into some trouble recently? Madame Li asked with concern. Under normal circumstances, the concerns of parents were always different. Haha, mother, I didn't run into any trouble. Don't worry. Li Zishuan smiled and comforted his mother. Then, he looked at his parents and sternly said, Father, I'm in the palace. Father, Mother, His Majesty summoned me to the palace today. I will resign from His Majesty. I will no longer serve in the Imperial College. What? Li Jingma and Mrs. Li's eyes widened upon hearing this, and they exclaimed in unison. Did you do something wrong? Is that why His Majesty is having you resign? Li Jingma asked. His son had been conferred a noble title at the age of 14 and was a minister of the Imperial College. This was something that Li Jingma and Madame Li were proud of every morning. How could Li Jingma sit still when he heard that his son had resigned? Father, it's nothing. This child doesn't want to be a minister of the Imperial College anymore. This child wants to... Bastard. Before Li Zishuan could finish his explanation, Li Jingmo roared and interrupted him. You're about to start a family, so why are you still so fickle? Father told you long ago that being a minister of the Imperial College is a matter of great importance. His Majesty is willing to let you take on this responsibility because he values you. How can you be so greedy for fun and not know what's good for you? Hurry and apologize to His Majesty. Just say that you were confused this afternoon. Father, stop. It's not what you think. Li Zishuan saw that his father was getting more and more ridiculous, so he quickly interrupted him. I am resigning from His Majesty mainly so that I can focus on my studies in the future and bring my master's knowledge to greater heights. Father, Mother, 2 days ago, Xianxia and the others from the Imperial College impeached me. The two of you must have heard about it, right? I'm still young, but I'm already in a high position in the Imperial College. It's inevitable that some people won't agree with me, and then they'll come and pick on me. Although I'm not afraid of them, I'm not willing to spend all my time scheming against them. It's too much of a waste of time. This Xianxia is truly abominable. He can't compare to my Xianxia in terms of knowledge, so he's trying to pull you down from your horse using underhanded means. When I return, I'll instruct the servants in the manner that if they meet Xianxia in the future, they're to ruthlessly spit in his face. Mother will reward you with 100 copper coins for every mouthful you spit out. After hearing this, Mrs. Li said somewhat sullenly. Li Zishuan sweated profusely. Sure enough, he was his mother's biological son. His idea was more or less the same, just that he did it more harshly. Both mother and son were rich and willful. Cough. Li Jingma wanted to say something, but hesitated. At such a crucial moment, even if he had a different opinion, he didn't dare to voice it out. Otherwise, he would definitely suffer. He could only cough dryly and change the topic. Oh no, he changed the topic back. Since you've already resigned, how are you going to focus on your studies? Father, I intend to invest my own money and build an academy. It'll be dedicated to imparting the knowledge that my master left behind. It'll also be a way to comfort my master's soul in heaven. His Majesty has already agreed. Li Zishuan replied. At the mention of spiritual master Ling Su, Li Jingma's expression immediately became solemn. The reason why their family could still be reunited was entirely due to spiritual master Ling Su's help back then. However, when he thought about how his son had actually jumped out of the Imperial College to set up an academy for himself, Li Jingma couldn't help but frown. Xianxia, you're really muddle-headed. What future does this academy have? How can it compare to the Imperial College? At this time, academies were not popular. Perhaps there would be private academies in 2s and 3s among the people, but they were only places where a few like-minded poor scholars gathered to discuss the Tao. They were not like some of the later government-run academies, which were specifically used to teach and educate people. The earliest government-run academies in China started in the 6th year of the Kaiyuan era of the Tang Dynasty. Emperor Xuanzong of the Tang Dynasty opened the Li Zheng Academy in the eastern capital of Luoyang. It wasn't until the Song Dynasty that academies truly began to flourish. During the Northern Song Dynasty, there was even a saying that there were 4 great academies: Yingtianfu Academy in Shangqiu, Hunan; Yuelu Academy in Changsha, Hunan; Bailu Cave Academy in Mount Lu, Jiangxi; and Sonyang Academy in Dangfeng, Hunan. However, in the early years of Xinguan, how could people have any grand impression of academies? Therefore, when Li Jingma heard that his son wanted to set up an academy for himself, he frowned. He couldn't be blamed for being old-fashioned. It was really a choice between the Imperial College and a common academy. Any normal person would choose the Imperial College. Li Zishuan's move was like a Tsinghua University professor who wanted to jump ship to a private academy to teach. It was hard for anyone to understand. Yes, Xianxia, how could a common academy be so easy to set up? When the time comes, we probably won't even be able to take in a single student. If you want your mother's opinion, it's fine if you resign from your position at the Imperial College. In the future, you should just stay at home and enjoy your life. Our family is rich and has a noble title. Why bother setting up an academy? Since ancient times, a loving mother would lead to a prodigal son. This saying wasn't for nothing. If Li Zixuan hadn't lived 2 lives, perhaps he really would have become a prodigal son under his mother's doting. Father, mother, you can't say that. Li Zixuan had expected his parents to object, but he hadn't expected them to have such a strong opinion of academies. He explained, the current academies of my great Tang can't compare to the Imperial College, but this doesn't mean that the academy I set up will be inferior to the Imperial College in the future. I decided to set up an academy mainly for 3 reasons. First, I don't want to waste time fighting with those rotten scholars. Second, the subjects set up in the current Imperial College can't allow me to impart all the knowledge that my master taught me. Third, in the eyes of those great scholars, my knowledge is all miscellaneous. If I were to teach them at the Imperial College, I would definitely be met with a storm of impeachment in the future. The 2 of you may think that the common academies of my great Tang are a mess now, but an academy set up by me will definitely be different. Today in the palace, even His Majesty was very interested in my academy. If I wasn't unwilling, His Majesty would definitely have a hand in it. So, father, mother, do you still think that my academy has no future? In order to convince his parents as soon as possible, Li Zixuan had to use the tiger skin and pull the banner of Li Air to appear more convincing. Xianxia, are you serious? Even His Majesty thinks highly of your academy? Madame Li asked in shock. Of course. When have I ever lied to you? Bastard. His Majesty wants to get involved, and you dare to disagree? I think you're getting more and more arrogant. Li Zixuan accidentally bragged too much. Li Jingma was so angry that his beard was blowing and his eyes were glaring. Chapter 340. Old Master, Xianxia has grown up and has his own ideas. As his elders, we should support him. Mrs. Li was the first to change her attitude. She was now on Li Zixuan's side. In the end, she still loved her son dearly. Since that's the case, Xianxia, have you calculated how much it would cost to build an academy? After much persuasion, Father Li finally accepted Li Zixuan's plan to build an academy. At this moment, Li Jingma finally remembered that Li Zixuan was about to borrow money when he first entered the room. So he asked, Father, I estimate that it would cost about 200,000 strings of cash to build the entire academy. However, I won't be able to finish it in the early stages. I plan to invest 100,000 strings of cash to build a place for the students to study, live, read, and play in. On the way back from the palace, Li Zixuan had already roughly estimated the amount of money needed to build the ideal academy in his mind. Therefore, he said, let's go. Fortunately, Li Jingma was sitting down. Otherwise, he would have knelt down when he heard this number. How much? 200,000 strings of cash. Xianxia, are you building an academy or a palace? Li Jingma jumped in fright, his voice rising an octave as he exclaimed. In his opinion, the academies outside were just a courtyard and a few rooms. At most, it would cost a few hundred strings of cash to build one. How could it cost 200,000 strings of cash? In this era where prices were extremely low, even the emperor wouldn't need 200,000 strings of cash to build a palace. What he didn't know was that Li Zixuan planned to build an academy on the scale of a modern university. If that was the case, 200,000 strings of cash wouldn't be much. Perhaps some people would think that 200,000 strings of cash wouldn't be enough to build an academy on such a large scale. After all, the cost of a modern university was in the tens of billions. However, one had to consider the price of goods at the beginning of the Tang dynasty. According to the price of goods, one string of cash at this time was equivalent to 4,000 to 5,000 yuan in the modern era. 200,000 strings of cash was equivalent to more than 80 billion yuan. Father, I'm not going to build an academy on a small scale. I plan to build an academy on par with the Imperial College. In the future, this academy will nurture hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of outstanding talents for the Tang dynasty. Li Zixuan explained softly. When Li Jingma heard this grand plan, he was so shocked that he could not close his mouth. This big academy? Li Zixuan chuckled and continued. Father, although I've already been conferred a title, our family is still nothing compared to those real rich and powerful families. I don't have much ambition, and I've never thought of bullying anyone I want. I just want to become stronger so that others won't dare to bully our family. And if this academy is completed, it will complement your child's new philosophy and the knowledge that Master has imparted to your child. In the future, this academy will become our clan's most solid backing and foundation. Our Li clan will have a place in Chong, and perhaps even in the entire Great Tang. All of Chong, and even the Great Tang, will have a place for our Li clan. Li Zixuan's last sentence caused Li Jingma's breathing to quicken as it echoed in his mind. A moment later, Li Jingma stood up and patted Li Zixuan's shoulder as he sighed with emotion. Xianxia, you've really grown up. You don't need your father and mother to worry about you anymore. Father can now rest assured and leave the family to you. Father will retire at home in the future. Li Zixuan hurriedly said, Father, you're still in the prime of your life. How can you say such things? Besides, didn't we agree that you'll hand over the family business to me in 2 years? Li Jingma waved his hand, not buying it. Father has made up my mind. Xianxia, you don't need to persuade me anymore. In terms of foresight, courage, and management ability, Father can't compare to you now. Only you can bring our family to a higher position. Father will just stay at home and help you settle the accounts. Then, he looked at Madam Li and said, I'll have more time to accompany you in the future. Father, Xianxia, don't try to persuade me anymore. Mother and your father both believe in you. We believe that you'll break out of this world in the future. Madam Li smiled lovingly. That's good. Your son has grown up. It's time for me to take on this responsibility. In the future, father and mother should rest more. Eat well, drink well, and play well. Your son doesn't ask for anything else. I just want you to be happy every day and live a long life. Our family will become the happiest in the Tang dynasty in the future. Li Zixuan suddenly glanced at the few strands of white hair on his father's temples. His heart was touched. Perhaps he should have stood up long ago. Good. Mother and your father are still waiting to hold a grandson. You and Yushi have to hurry. When Mrs. Li heard this, she said with a smile. Li Zixuan was sweating profusely. Mother, we haven't even gotten married yet. Soon. Madam Li couldn't restrain the smile on her face when she thought of her son getting married in a few days. Ahem, Xianxia. Our family spent a large sum of money to buy chicken seedlings for the farmers. Later on, Xianxia, you set up the winery, the Strange Taste Pavilion, and the Strange Taste Culture. These are all very profitable. Now, the family can take out about 120,000 strings of cash. It's enough for you. Li Jingma's face was flushed red, as if he had become a few years younger. He briefly explained the family's current financial situation to Li Zixuan. Thank you, Father. Li Zixuan breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there was enough money for the first phase. Otherwise, he would have to think of other ways to raise money. That's right. After talking for so long, I still don't know the name of the college you're going to build. Madam Li interrupted. Mother, the name of the college will be Yanwang College. His Majesty has already agreed to personally inscribe a plaque for me. Really? His Majesty will personally inscribe a plaque? That's great. Xianxia, when the time comes, you have to send someone to guard the plaque. Don't let anyone steal it. Madam Li was pleasantly surprised. Li Zixuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Mother, you're thinking too much. Who would dare to steal a plaque inscribed by His Majesty himself? You still have to take care of it. Oh, that's right. Why is the college called Yanwang College? What does Yanwang mean? Madam Li was puzzled. Descendants of Yanwang first came from the Guoyu, Wuxia. The emperor was blessed by the heavens. He was bestowed with the surname Si and the name Wuxia. His His surname was lost, and he died without power. He had no descendants and was buried in the name of Li. How could a deceased husband not be favored? They were all descendants of Huang and Yin. However, terms such as descendants of Yin Huang and descendants of the Yellow Emperor were rarely used in ancient times. The reason probably had to do with the fact that the ancient China people had a weaker sense of nationality. They revered the two emperors of Yin and Huang more because of their culture than their bloodline. The term descendants of Yin Huang had a smaller scope of reference. Ancient China was a dynastic country, not a nation-state in the modern sense. At the end of the Qing dynasty, the concept of descendants of Yin Huang spread more widely along with the construction of China's nationalism. The early revolutionaries who rebelled against the Manchus at the end of the Qing dynasty used the slogan descendants of Yin Huang, descendants of the Yellow Emperor, to gain the support of the Han people. The radical revolutionaries believed that descendants of Yin Huang, only Han people. The moderate reformists believed that all of China are descendants of the Yellow Emperor. Therefore, it was understandable that Madame Li didn't know about the concept of descendants of Yin Huang. Chapter 341. Without a master, the descendants will be annihilated. How can a dead husband not be loved? Both are descendants of Huang and Yin. Xianxia used these two words as the name of the academy. Are you trying to say that we are all descendants of Yin and Huang? Li Jingma thought for a moment and figured out where the descendants of Yin and Huang came from. Although he was just a merchant, ever since he had some success in business and settled down, he began to read up on history and classics in his free time. Thus, he was more knowledgeable than Li Zixuan when it came to the 4 books and 5 classics. Li Zixuan was still in a state of confusion when he heard his mother's question. When he gave the name of the academy, he thought that everyone would know that it was descendants of Yin and Huang. However, looking at his mother's state, it was clearly not like that. When he heard his father mention a literary phrase, Li Zixuan heaved a sigh of relief. He was really lucky. Fortunately, he didn't know which book recorded something similar. Otherwise, wouldn't he have to work hard to cover up his lie? Yes, that's what it means. Father, you are really knowledgeable. The Yin and Huang emperors are the ancestors of the Han people. I think that people of the Central Plains can all be called descendants of Yin and Huang. In the future, the enrollment requirements for my academy are that no matter rich or poor, as long as you are a descendant of Yin and Huang, you can enroll. Once you enroll, you must remember that you are a descendant of Yin and Huang and never forget your roots. Li Zixuan obviously didn't read the Mandarin, but since his father took the initiative to explain it for him, there was no reason for him not to agree. Then let's leave it at that for now. Xianxia, your mother and I will go back to rest first. Li Jingma was very pleased to be praised for being knowledgeable by his son, who seemed to be very high up in the Imperial College. He laughed and pulled his wife's hand, preparing to go back to sleep. All right, father, don't go yet. I forgot to tell you and my mother something. Li Zixuan hurriedly stretched out his hand and said, What is it? Li Jingma asked casually. He had just passed on the responsibility of being the head of the family to his son and was now without an official position. He was even more relaxed than Li Zixuan. Today, His Majesty also told me that when I resign in 10 days, His Majesty will promote me to be the crown prince again and confer me the title of Jinziguang Lu Daifu. Li Zixuan said, What? Crown Prince Xianxia? Dr. Jin Ziguanglu? Li Jingma was no longer calm. He originally thought that after Li Zixuan resigned from the Imperial College, he would only have the title of Baron in name. He never expected that there would be the even higher ranking titles of Crown Prince Xianxia and Jinziguang Lu Daifu. He and his wife were just lamenting over Li Zixuan's resignation. Xianxia, is what you said true? Mrs. Li looked at Li Zixuan excitedly and asked. Li Zixuan nodded. Of course it's true, Mother. His Majesty is the Emperor of the 9 and 5. Of course, his words carry enormous weight. Why didn't you say so earlier? You made us worry about your future for nothing. Li Jingma couldn't bring himself to be happy. He said angrily, Father, I forgot just now. Forgot. Li Jingma was almost angered to death. He pointed at Li Zixuan and was about to scold him again when Mrs. Li hurriedly stopped him. All right, old master, Xianxia is going to be promoted. What are you still dissatisfied with? Let's go, it's getting late. It's time to rest. Oomph. Li Jingma snorted and flicked his sleeves. He then turned around and followed his wife to rest. Li Zixuan wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have said it. The next day, Li Zixuan arrived at the Imperial College's School of Mathematics early in the morning. Counting the days, he had less than 5 days left at the School of Mathematics. Although he told the heir yesterday that he would resign in 10 days, he still had to get married in the meantime. It would probably take a lot of time. After teaching here for more than a month, Li Zixuan was really reluctant to leave. There were 45 students in the School of Mathematics. Li Huiran came yesterday. Li Zixuan remembered the names of the 45 students in the School of Mathematics. He even remembered their exam results in his heart. To be honest, he had poured too much effort into this batch of students. This time, when he was running his own school, he really wanted to bring this batch of students over. Of course, that was definitely impossible. Compared to the Imperial College, his school wasn't that attractive. After all, the Imperial College was the highest school run by the Tang Empire's government. Therefore, Li Zixuan knew very well that if half of these students were willing to go with him, he would be very satisfied. Thinking of this, Li Zixuan felt a little sad. Perhaps this was the sad parting of sentiments since ancient times. Master, what's wrong? Iron Egg asked curiously. It was rare to see his master looking a little sad. He stood behind Li Zixuan and asked curiously. Haha, nothing. Iron Egg, you've been studying in the School of Mathematics for so long. What do you think of it? Li Zixuan asked lightly. Oh, it's pretty good. The schoolmates here are all very friendly, and many of them are very strong. Iron Egg thought for a while and answered. Li Zixuan nodded. Iron Egg was right. The most important feature of the School of Mathematics now was that there were many experts. It could be said that the students in the School of Mathematics could basically dominate a region in the field of mathematics. Haha, Iron Egg, you should cherish your time in the School of Mathematics these days. Li Zixuan patted Iron Egg's shoulder and then turned to enter the classroom. He saw that there were already a few students not far away who were walking towards them. As his personal disciple, Iron Egg would of course follow him to Yanhuang College in the future. That was why he said that. Oh, why, Master? Iron Egg was dumbfounded. He hurriedly chased after Li Zixuan and asked, Hey, Chimo, I brought 2 persimmons today. This is the Qingzhou Lotus Persimmon. It's very sweet. Do you want one? During the break in the morning, Wang Ming ran to Chimo's seat with 2 big yellow persimmons in his hands and said with a sneaky smile. This guy's voice was relatively loud. The rest of the students in the classroom immediately looked over. When Chimo heard this, he immediately thought of the prank that Wang Ming played on him in the classroom yesterday. His face turned red, white, purple, and black. He endured it and finally couldn't take it anymore. He said furiously, Damn, come on my ass. Wang Ming, you F***king deserve a beating. Before he finished speaking, Chimo's big fist greeted Wang Ming's body. Ow, damn, Chimo, how can you be so ungrateful? I kindly gave you persimmons to eat. It's fine if you don't want to eat them, but why are you hitting me? Chimo's fist was dodged by Wang Ming. However, Wang Ming deliberately pretended to be in pain and cried out in grievance. This guy was really a drama queen when it came to acting. Eat your mother's persimmons. From now on, you're not allowed to mention persimmons in front of me. Chimo was even more furious. This guy was now traumatized by persimmons. This bunch of clowns. Li Zixuan, who was sitting in the RV outside the classroom, curled his lips and shook his head when he heard the commotion in the classroom. Chapter 342. Is Li Sai inside? Just as Li Zixuan was lamenting about the idiots in the Institute of Mathematics, an aged voice came from outside the carriage. If one listened carefully, they could tell that it was Kong Ingda. Chancellor, is something the matter? Li Zixuan pulled open the curtains and jumped down from the carriage. He stood in front of Kong Ingda and asked indifferently, not sure if it was an illusion, Li Zixuan felt that there were more wrinkles at the corner of Kong Ingda's eyes. Li Sai, can I have a word with you? Have a word with you? Li Zixuan felt that this sentence was very familiar. In his previous life, there would often be rows and rows of fellow Taoists. Can I have a word with you? Email 110 *****9 at QQ.com, divine replies. Cough cough, I didn't expect Kong Ingda to be an old hand and need a word with me. This, Chancellor, class is going to start soon. I'm afraid it's not very convenient. Even an old hand can't affect my class. Even though Li Zixuan had some opinions about Kong Ingda, he wasn't purposely evading this time. He was about to jump out of the directorate and establish his own school. Thus, he cherished the last chance to teach the students. It won't take long. I'll leave after I'm done. Kong Ingda frowned. According to his understanding of this fellow in front of him, he didn't believe that Li Zixuan would love to teach. Sigh, I reckon this fellow still hates me in his heart. Kong Ingda thought. All right then. Chancellor, go take a seat. Li Zixuan saw that he couldn't evade and could only agree. He turned his head and instructed Sanbao. Sanbao, go to the classroom and let the students study by themselves after class. I'll be right there. Yes, young master. Sanbao responded and ran off. Kong Ingda looked at Li Zixuan in astonishment, not understanding why this fellow was suddenly so dedicated. Li Sai, Chancellor, you better not call me Sai. Just call me Little Xian. I have already submitted my resignation to His Majesty yesterday. 10 days from now, I will no longer be an official of the directorate. Inside the carriage, Kong Ingda and Li Zixuan sat opposite each other. Just as he was about to speak, Li Zixuan interrupted him. Kong Ingda was shocked. What? You resigned from the directorate? Li Zixuan poured a cup of warm tea for old Kong and nodded. Yes, that's right. You. Kong Ingda's expression suddenly became very complicated. There was regret, anger, and a trace of regret. After a long while, Kong Ingda finally opened his mouth. Are you quitting in a fit of pique? What I said yesterday may be unfair, but it's not as if there's no room for negotiation. Why are you acting like this? I'm already so old, and I was planning to recommend you to His Majesty for the position of Chancellor in a few years. I didn't expect you to tell. In truth, the conversation yesterday had nothing to do with right or wrong. It was just a matter of different standpoints. As the Chancellor, Kong Ingda naturally had to consider the reputation of the directorate first, followed by personal honor and disgrace. Although Li Zixuan understood, he could not accept it. Just as he had said before, he did not need to wrong himself for other people's reasons. Haha, many thanks for Chancellor's favor, but those who walk different paths cannot make plans together. In the eyes of many people, what this child has learned does not belong to the orthodox Confucian school. If he continues to stay in the directorate, he will definitely be accused of privately imparting miscellaneous knowledge. Perhaps only by leaving the directorate can this child's knowledge be put to greater use. Li Zixuan looked at this old man who had devoted his entire life to the education of the great Tang and solemnly spoke. Kong Ingda deeply frowned at these words and unhappily said, although mathematics does not belong to the Confucian school, ever since Lu Hui and Zhu Chengji of the Wei, Jin, and Northern and Southern dynasties created the circular cutting art and obtained the ratio of pi, mathematics has become a system of its own. It has played an extremely important role in the lives of the common people. In the previous dynasty, the Imperial College was even taught a subject of mathematics. Thus, how can mathematics be considered a miscellaneous subject? Li Zixuan pursed his lips and smiled. Ha! Chancellor, you're right to think this way, but in the eyes of many people, all other learning besides Confucianism is a miscellaneous subject. Kong Ingda froze in his seat, momentarily speechless. He knew that Li Zixuan was speaking the truth. Confucianism had dominated for nearly 1,000 years, and many disciples of the Confucian school boasted that they were a cut above the rest. Kong Ingda more or less understood this. Unlike other great Confucians, Kong Ingda had always been very tolerant of different schools of thought. Throughout Kong Ingda's life, he had always strived to eliminate sectarian views within the Confucian school, to abandon the regional prejudice between northern and southern schools, to accommodate the 100 schools, and to fuse the north and south. But when faced with the bad habits of the Confucian school, Kong Ingda could only express his helplessness. You say that you want to jump out of the Imperial College, but have you thought about where you want to go? What plans does His Majesty have for you? Kong Ingda asked. His Majesty has already permitted this child to establish his own academy to teach the miscellaneous subjects that some people believe to be a part of. After some thought, Li Zishuan spoke the truth. Establishing your own academy? Kong Ingda called out in alarm. He was not like Li Zishuan yesterday, who had immediately dismissed the academy's prospects. After working together with Li Zishuan for so long, he had a very clear understanding of Li Zishuan's teaching abilities. In the near future, Li Zishuan's academy really might succeed. Are you planning to establish your own academy to compete with the Imperial College? Kong Ingda thought of the meaning behind Li Zishuan establishing his own academy. Chancellor, you really think highly of this child. This child only established this academy to spread the knowledge of my master. I have never thought of competing with anyone. Li Zishuan laughed. Although he did have such a plan in his heart, there was still no sign of his academy. There was no need to start bragging at this moment. Kong Ingda looked at Li Zishuan suspiciously. In his heart, he really did not believe Li Zishuan's nonsense just now. Chancellor, if there is nothing else, this child will go and teach the students. Li Zishuan looked out of the window at the School of Mathematics and Mathematics outside and said to Kong Ingda, Then you go. This old man hopes that no matter where you are, you must stick to your heart. Whether it is miscellaneous subjects or Confucian studies, as long as you think it is useful to the students, you can teach it well. This old man looks forward to the day when your academy will shine. Kong Ingda stood up and said with emotion, Thank you for your kind words. This child will not forget his heart and carry forward the knowledge of my master to greater heights. Li Zishuan clasped his hands at Kong Ingda and turned to walk toward the School of Mathematics and Mathematics. This child has a fierce tiger in his heart, establishing his own academy, the fierce tiger returning to the mountain. In the future, what kind of surprise will his academy bring to His Majesty, the Imperial Court, and the Tang Empire? Kong Ingda looked at Li Zishuan's back and muttered to himself with mixed feelings. Chapter 343. Young Master, Steward Ma just sent someone to invite you to the workshop in the afternoon. After the morning classes, Li Zishuan returned home and was greeted by the doorkeeper, Ah Fu. Did he say why he wanted me to go to the workshop? Li Zishuan asked in bewilderment. Young Master, I don't know. That person didn't say. Okay, I got it. Li Zishuan waved his hand and walked in. He guessed that Ma Zhou was looking for him because there was something wrong with the newspaper. With a lot on his mind, Li Zishuan ate his lunch hastily and took a break. Then, without even taking a nap, he took his private car and went to the workshop. Got it. The streets were empty at noon. This was the hottest time of the day. Most people would not come out if there was no urgent matter. On the ginkgo trees by the roadside, there were groups of cicadas singing to their heart's content. They seemed to be telling the story of the summer heat. Li Zishuan did not feel the heat in the carriage. There were many ice cubes in his carriage, and he was even holding a cup of iced tea in his hand. At this time, the superiority of the rich was reflected. After arriving at the workshop, Li Zishuan went straight to the back office, Datong Daily's editorial department. He saw Ma Zhou instructing a few people to organize the manuscripts. Li Zishuan walked forward and shouted, Brother Ma, hey, Lord Zhu, you're here so soon? Ma Zhou turned around and said in surprise. He thought that Li Zishuan would definitely wait until evening on such a hot day. Yes, I heard that you had something to do here, so I came over. What's wrong? Brother Ma, why are you looking for me? Li Zishuan looked around and found that there was nothing unusual in the editorial department. He asked curiously, Oh, Lord Zhu, you're Li Xianxia, right? Ma Zhou was about to explain when he was interrupted by a slightly old voice. Li Zishuan looked up and saw an old man in his 70s or 80s walk out of a house next door. The old man had a head full of white hair, and his tawny face looked as if it had been soaked in water. His eyes were so narrow that he had to exert a great deal of effort to keep them open. In this era where medical technology was extremely backward, it was really rare to be able to live to such an old age. Li Zixuan knew the room where the old man came out. It was the office for the grand secretaries who came to help compile the Tang dictionary. But he had never seen this old man before. "That's right. How should I address you, sir?" Li Zixuan bowed respectfully. The ancients were 20 years old, 30 years old, 40 years old, 50 years old, 50 years old, 50 years old, 60 years old, and 70 years old. Old people usually had a higher social status, and the imperial court would also have some government orders to support the elderly. Regardless of the identity of the old man in front of him, just his age alone was worthy of respect. After all, to be able to live to such an old age, he had already surpassed 99% of the people in Tang Dynasty. "I'm Li Gang." The old man walked to Ma Zhou's side and answered with his hands behind his back. "F***CK, Li Gang, the unluckiest teacher in history. Li Gang, who was known as the Crown Prince's killer." Li Zixuan was shocked. He did not expect to meet such a great person on a trip out. He knew a little about Li Gang's deeds. It was said that this old man had experienced the North Zhou, Sui, and Tang dynasties. He could be said to be a senior official of 3 dynasties. What was even more amazing was that he had also served as the teacher of the Sui Yang Jian Crown Prince Yang Yong, the Tang Li Yuan Crown Prince Li Jiansheng, and the Tang Li Shimin Crown Prince Li Chengxian. However, the tragedy was that these 3 crown princes in history did not have a good ending. Therefore, Li Gang in history also had the title of Crown Prince Killer. Lord Zhu, Mr. Li Gang also contributed a lot to the compilation of the Tang dictionary. But you were not there when he came the last few times. Ma Zhou was worried that Li Zixuan did not know Li Gang, so he explained in a low voice. "Oh, it's Master Li. Sorry for the disrespect. Brother Ma, let someone serve tea." Li Zixuan hurriedly cupped his hands in greeting. "What Master Li? This old man has retired for many years. Besides, don't be mistaken," Li Gang said curiously. In the 2nd year of Wuda, Li Gang asked to resign due to old age. Li Yuan agreed to remove him from his position as minister and continue to be the crown prince's junior guardian. Li Yuan thought that Li Gang was a famous minister of the Sui dynasty. When he personally wrote the edict, he never called him by his name. "Ah, you." Li Zixuan was dumbfounded. In his previous life, he had read many novels that crossed over to the Tang dynasty. Among them, there were many that mentioned Li Gang. Didn't they all say that Li Gang was the crown prince's master? But looking at it now, this old man obviously had not become Li Chengqian's teacher yet. In reality, after Li Gang retired, it was not until the 4th year of Jingguan that Li Er invited him out of the mountain to be the crown prince's master and teach the crown prince Li Chengqian. But regrettably, in the 5th year of Jingguan, Li Gang died of old age at the age of 85. Li Er posthumously bestowed upon him the title of Minister of Ceremonies. Cough, cough, this young one speaks insolently. "Please don't blame him, don't blame him. Please come in, please come in." Since things had already come to this, Li Zixuan could not explain anything. He could not say that he had been the crown prince's master before and would be the crown prince's master for the rest of his life, right? If he dared to say that, Li Gang would definitely kill him. After all, Li Gang's previous student was the hidden crown prince, Li Jiansheng. In the current Tang dynasty, who would dare to mention Li Jiansheng's name? Hence, he could only laugh it off and let this matter pass for now. TSK. This was the result of thinking that he was clever. It just so happens that this old man has something to say to you. Li Gang did not suspect anything. He nodded lightly and followed Li Zixuan and Ma Zhou to a side hall beside the editorial department of Detong Daily. After the servant served tea and left, only the 3 of them were left in the room. Beside them, there was a block of ice that was emitting wisps of cold air. Haha, Li Sai is really rich and overbearing. In such a big workshop, I'm sure there are many rooms that use ice to cool down, right? Li Gang joked and took a sip of tea. Then, he frowned and said, "Tui, you're still serving me hot tea in this weather? You're too stingy. This old man knows that you have good wine. Yes, it's that drunken immortal or something. Hurry up and give me a pot." It's best if you put some ice in it. Li Zixuan's mouth twitched. You're almost 80 years old, aren't you? Who would dare to serve you drunken immortal? If something bad happened to you, this young master would not be able to explain himself, even if he had 8 mouths. It was said that ancient scholars loved wine. Li Zixuan finally had a better understanding today. This F** King Good wine was so good that one would even throw away one's life. It's not that I don't want to use it. The main thing is that the drunken immortal is too strong and can easily harm the body. This young one should get someone to send you a pot of iced and warm wine. Li Zixuan was speechless. All right then. Li Gang did not know how to refute and could only reply with slight disappointment. Chapter 344. Lord Zhu, the Tang Dynasty Dictionary has been completed today. I invited you here today to take a look at it. In the side hall next to the editorial department of Datong Daily, Ma Zhou took out a thick stack of manuscripts and handed them to Li Zixuan. Oh, so fast. Li Zixuan was surprised. He didn't expect Ma Zhou to call him here today for this matter. He also didn't expect the progress of the dictionary to be so fast. This is all thanks to old Mr. Li's help. Old Mr. Li is well-versed in ancient and modern history and is full of wisdom. This Ma is not as good as you. The scholars sent by King Wei and Crown Prince are also not as good as you. Since old Mr. Li came, our compilation speed has increased by more than 10%. This has shortened the time by a lot. Ma Zhou respectfully saluted Li Gang and praised him. Steward Ma is too modest. After a few more years of accumulation and polishing, your knowledge will not be inferior to mine in the future. Li Gang nodded to Ma Zhou with a smile, then looked at Li Zixuan and said, I really didn't expect that such a small workshop would have such an amazing talent like Steward Ma. Li Sai is really capable. Gold would shine no matter where it was. Ma Zhou's talent and learning could be discovered even in the workshop. In the past month, not only did he use his talent and learning to conquer the scholars sent by Li Changxian and Li Tai, even Li Gang, a veteran Confucian scholar who had joined in the middle, began to praise him. As the one who discovered Ma Zhou, a fine steed, Li Zixuan's face was full of light at this moment. He smiled and said, it's my honor to be able to invite Brother Ma in the workshop. Of course, I'm also very grateful that Mr. Li is here to help. I'll have someone prepare a generous gift later as thanks. This is what you should do. When the time comes, remember to send this old man a few jars of good wine. And this gentle home is not bad. It's soft and mellow, with a lingering aftertaste. When the time comes, give this old man 2 jars. Li Gang obviously knew that Li Zixuan was rich and overbearing. Hearing this, he chuckled and did not refuse. Since old Mr. Li likes it, then I'll definitely get someone to send you 2 more jars. You're a pretty good student. Here, why don't you take a look at this newly compiled dictionary first, and then we'll talk after you've read it. Li Gang pointed at the dictionary in Li Zixuan's hand and laughed. Yes, that's exactly what I was thinking. Li Zixuan had been itching for a long time. Now that he heard Li Gang's words, he didn't stand on ceremony and started to read the Dictionary of Tang Dynasty. This Dictionary of Tang Dynasty was obviously a newly completed manuscript. The fragrance of ink could be smelled from afar, and it didn't even have a cover. Li Zixuan didn't care about this and started to read the content directly. The paper used for the dictionary was new paper produced by the workshop. The size of the paper was based on the current book size. For Li Zixuan, who had used the modern Xinhua dictionary, this kind of paper was a bit big. However, for people of the Tang Dynasty, it was just right. He had discussed this issue with Ma Zhou before, and Li Zixuan finally decided to adapt to the times. The first few pages, as expected, were part of the table of contents. First, it was arranged according to the order of the phonetic alphabet, and the page number of each pronunciation was marked one by one. Then, there were a few pages of table of contents to search for words through the radicals. Looking at the Dictionary of Tang Dynasty in front of him, Li Zixuan couldn't help but miss the shabby Xinhua dictionary that he used when he was in elementary school in his previous life. Stroking the glossy paper of the dictionary, he had an idea and wanted to search for a word in the Dictionary of Tang Dynasty. Let's search for Zhe. Although he hadn't used the dictionary since he graduated from elementary school, he still remembered how to search for a word in the dictionary. After a while, he found the page where Zhe was located and saw the words written on it. Zhe is pronounced as Zhe, which refers to the place where water gathers. It also means grace and benevolence. The detailed explanation is as follows. 1. Deep lakes and swamps, or lakes and swamps with aquatic plants. There is water below, and it is called Zhe. Shuming 2. Grace, favor. Zhe reaches all ages, but not benevolence. Zhuangzi, great Grandmaster Shimen Bao, was named Yi Ling, and his name was known throughout the world. Historical records, Shimen Bao's biography 3. Benevolent action. King Yin also dared not to lose the emperor, and was not worthy of heaven's grace. Shu Toshi 4. Underwear. Chiyue has no clothes, and he and his son share the same grace. Poem, Qin Feng, no clothes. 5. Title of nobility, legacy. The grace of a gentleman is cut off for 5 generations. Mencius, TSK. Not bad. If I didn't check the dictionary today, I wouldn't know that Zhe has so many meanings. Li Zixuan sighed in his heart. About half an hour later, Li Zixuan checked a few more Chinese characters. The results were very smooth, and the page numbers were all correct. He closed the dictionary and said with a smile, Not bad at all. Brother Ma, you can go to the printing department later to start the printing. We will print 1,000 copies of the first batch. 1,000 copies. Ma Zhou's hands trembled, and he exclaimed, Lord Zhu, isn't 1,000 copies a bit too much? Not at all. Before Li Zixuan could say anything, Li Gang spoke first. His face was flushed, and he stroked his beard and laughed excitedly. Such a wonderful work should be prepared for every family. Then, in less than 3 years, there will be thousands of literate people in Tang Dynasty. That kind of glorious era, even in the era of Emperor Qin and Han Wu, did not appear. Sir, you are right. Our Tang Dynasty Dictionary will become a necessary reference book for children and even young people in the imperial examinations. Was a mere 1,000 copies. In the future, our Tang Dynasty Dictionary will sell hundreds of thousands or even millions of copies. Brother Ma, don't worry about it and let people print it. Li Zixuan said, thinking about the cumulative sales of Xinhua Dictionary in his previous life, 560 to 700 million copies. He only printed 1,000 copies. What was there to be afraid of? Hearing their words, Ma Zhou couldn't help but think about how the Tang Dynasty Dictionary would become a sacred book that was comparable to the 4 books and 5 classics among all the scholars. He couldn't help but feel excited. Wasn't this one of the dreams that he wanted to realize when he followed Li Zixuan? Yes, I will arrange the printing of the Tang Dynasty Dictionary later. At the same time, I will advertise it in tomorrow's newspaper. Ma Zhou nodded. Well, that's a good idea. Brother Ma, why don't you go now? Print a copy for me first. I have to send it to the palace for His Majesty to have a look. Li Zixuan did not expect Ma Zhou to know how to apply what he learned. He even knew to advertise the Tang Dynasty Dictionary in the newspaper in advance. Suddenly, he remembered that Li Zixuan had told him before that once the Tang Dynasty Dictionary was printed, he had to send it to the palace for His Majesty to have a look. Good. I will arrange it right away. Ma Zhou stood up and saluted Li Zixuan and Li Gang before he went out. Chapter 345. Li Sai, if you don't mind, why don't I write a preface for the Tang Dynasty Dictionary and publish it in the newspaper for publicity? Seeing Ma Zhou leave, Li Gang put down his wine cup and took the opportunity to suggest to Li Zixuan. This was what he wanted to talk to Li Zixuan about today. Scholars love fame. Even though Li Gang had retired for a long time, he still couldn't help but want to leave his mark on the Tang Dynasty Dictionary, an epic-making masterpiece that would be passed down through the ages. When Li Zixuan heard this, he smiled knowingly and said, What are you saying, old mister? If you're willing to write, I'm more than happy to oblige. As the teacher of the 2 crown princes, Li Gang was naturally knowledgeable. His social status was also very respected. He could be considered one of the old scholars. Even Li Er had to be respectful to him. If such a big shot wanted to take the initiative to publicize the Tang Dynasty Dictionary, Only a fool would refuse. "Huh, you brat." Li Gang laughed heartily. He pointed at Li Zixuan and said, "I heard that you learned martial arts in Longhu Mountain for 8 years. But since you came back, Chong, and has been particularly lively this year. For example, scooters, curved plows, Datong Daily, Drunken Immortal, and so on. There are all kinds of things to eat, drink, play, use, and see. It can be said that there are all kinds of things. Although I am idle at home, I can feel the changes outside. I have heard your story many times. Today I see you, but I didn't expect you to be so young. The younger generation will surpass us in time." Li Zixuan cupped his hands and said modestly, "You flatter me." Li Gang said with a faint smile, "Haha, I am not praising you. I want to ask, what did your master, spiritual master Xianxia, teach you? You brat, how did you get so many strange things?" Li Zixuan was speechless. It turned out that the old man said so much to make fun of him. "Oh, by the way, I heard from a good friend that you were jointly impeached by 8 doctors of the Imperial College. How is it now?" Li Gang saw Li Zixuan's dejected expression and knew when to stop. He stopped joking and said seriously, "Well, there is nothing on His Majesty's side, but Chancellor Kong reprimanded me." Li Zixuan thought and said, "Oh, why is that? Tell me about it." Li Gang showed an interested expression and asked. Once a person got older, they would generally be more open-minded about personal gains and losses. But instead, they would become more gossipy. To be specific, they would be like Li Gang. They would be very open-minded, but they would be especially interested in other people's affairs. Li Zixuan was helpless and could only briefly tell Li Gang about the recent happenings in the Imperial Court and the Imperial College. Li Gang listened with great interest. After listening, he stroked his beard and shook his head. Zhongde, Kong Ingda, courtesy named Zhongde, is the chancellor, so it's understandable for him to do this. However, it's a little unreasonable. Li Sai, since you joined the Institute of Mathematics, you've made some contributions to the Imperial College. Even I have heard a little about your contributions. Zhongda's behavior is somewhat disappointing. Next time when I drink with him, I will help you talk to him." Li Zixuan was stunned. He did not expect Li Gang to be so open-minded. It was indeed rare for him to look at this problem from a completely fair point of view. "Haha, thank you for your kind intentions, but there is no need for this. This little one has already resigned from His Majesty yesterday. In the future, I will no longer hold the position of Minister of Mathematics." To tell the truth, if Kong Ingda had been like Li Gang at the start, even if the Imperial College had a backstabbing villain like Xianxia, Li Zixuan would still be willing to stay and lead the Imperial College to a new life. But there were no ifs in reality. Now that he had decided to set up his own school, there was no point in talking about this. "What?" Li Gang's eyes widened, and he cried out in disbelief. Then he said somewhat bitterly, "Foolish, foolish. How can you give up on your students because of a momentary dispute? Don't you plan on continuing the knowledge that your master passed on to you?" General Yuchi, this subordinate, brought people to investigate the houses of the 8 victims yesterday and found that almost all of it was the feces of the waiters. Moreover, according to the descriptions of the servants of these families, the feces should have all been taken before 5 in the morning. At that time, everyone was still dreaming. East of the Imperial Palace, right Marquis Wei Manor. Chicken Bro bowed and handed over a page of the dossier. Then did you bring people to ambush and capture people in those places in advance this morning?" Yuchi Jingda sat at the head of the table and didn't take the file. He just glanced at it casually and then asked in a rough voice. Replying to General, this subordinate brought people to ambush near the houses of the 8 doctors at 5 in the morning this morning. In the end, we didn't find anything strange until dawn. This subordinate reckons that they should not come again. Brother Chicken felt even more pressure. He didn't know if Yuchi Jingda would punish him for incompetence because of this. His forehead was so nervous that sweat seeped out. Huff! He didn't know if he was hallucinating, but Brother Chicken vaguely heard the sound of exhalation. Then he heard Yuchi Jingda say, Then did you go door to door nearby and ask if any child came out and took a dump in front of the houses of Dr. Chui and the others 2 days ago?" replying to General. This subordinate has checked, but basically every family said with certainty that their child definitely didn't go out in the morning. Brother Chicken was fully prepared and hurriedly answered. Li Zixuan had allocated a lot of activity funds back this time. In the houses where the 8 doctors lived, all the families with children were basically hired by Li Zixuan. At this time, who would jump out to admit their guilt? The atmosphere in the hall became very oppressive for a moment. Just as Brother Chicken thought that he would definitely be punished this time and muttered in his heart that Ma Zhou's previous analysis was too deceptive, Yuqi Jingde finally spoke. Since that's the case, then this case will end like this. Go file the file and inform the 8 doctors. Tell them the results of Wu Houwei's investigation. It's not that we don't want to help them investigate, but that the murderer is too cunning and no longer appears. Wu Houfu still has many other things to do. We can't keep wasting time on this. Brother Chicken heard this and was instantly pleasantly surprised. He hurriedly said, "Yes, General." After saying that, he prepared to go to Wu Houfu's archive. "Wait," Yuqi Jingde called out. "What other instructions does General have? This time, you did very well. All right, you can go now." Yuqi Jingde glanced at Brother Ji, speaking meaningfully and tacitly. "Yes, sir." Brother Chicken was so excited that he almost jumped up and hurriedly retreated. "Looks like Steward Ma's analysis is pretty good. General Yuqi sent me to investigate the case. As expected, it was just a formality. Steward Ma is amazing. This time, I must treat him to a big meal and repay him well." Brother Chicken silently praised in his heart. Chapter 346. That's how it is. Perhaps in the eyes of others, this kid's decision may be extremely stupid, but there are some things that will never succeed if you don't try. This kid's family is rich, and he could have lived a comfortable life without worrying about food or clothing. However, if a man doesn't show his ambition, he's just a waste of his body. This kid believes that a life of trial and error is more glorious and meaningful than a life of idleness. Therefore, whether it's for myself or to carry forward my master's lifelong learning, this kid must build this academy, and it must be the best academy in the Tang Empire. In the side hall of the editorial department, if a man doesn't show his ambition, he's just a waste of his body. Li Gang was still immersed in Li Zixuan's plan to establish his own school and establish an academy. When he heard the last sentence, he couldn't help but be stunned in his seat. He muttered to himself, and then his eyes became brighter and brighter. A moment later, he clapped his hands and praised, "Good, good, good. This old man originally thought that you just left in a fit of anger, but I didn't expect you to have such lofty aspirations. A month ago, you stabilized the paper price, and now you've launched the Tang Empire Dictionary. In the future, you'll establish an academy to educate the common people. It seems that you've been prepared for this for a long time. Kid, no matter what other people think, and no matter whether your knowledge is miscellaneous or not, this old man will support you. Your contributions to the culture and education of the Tang Empire will one day be recorded in the annals of history. In the future, if you have any use for these old bones of mine, just tell me." Li Zixuan was overjoyed. He thought that although Li Gang received orthodox Confucian education, his thinking was not pedantic at all. When the academy was built in the future, it would be good to invite Li Gang to be an honorary professor. This ma also supports Lord Zhu. A few months ago, Lord Zhu said that he would let all the poor children of the Tang Empire be able to afford to study. At that time, no one believed him, but now, our strange culture is infinitely close to this goal. Now that Lord Zhu has established his own school and set up an academy, I am very willing to lend Lord Zhu a hand. When Li Zixuan was telling Li Gang about his conversation with Li Zixuan yesterday, Ma Zhou had already returned from the printing department. Therefore, he knew the whole story from beginning to end. At this time, he stood on Li Zixuan's side without hesitation. "Thank you for your understanding. Thank you for your support, Brother Ma. After the academy is built, I'll have to trouble Mr. Li to teach the students a thing or two." Li Zixuan said sincerely. People who were noble, open-minded, and tolerant were the easiest to gain the favor of others. Li Gang was such a person. Huh. When the time comes, you better treat me with good wine and good food. Otherwise, this old man won't go and mess around. Li Gang pointed at Li Zishuan and joked. Huh. If Mr. Li is willing to come, not to mention good wine and good food, this little one is willing to send you mountains of gold and silver. Li Zishuan said with a smile. Hey, this old man has half of his body in the ground. I don't want your mountains of gold and silver. Li Gang scolded with a smile. Here, Mr. Li, this is a new carriage developed by our workshop. The interior is spacious and the facilities are complete. You won't feel the slightest bump in it. Your house is quite far from here. Why don't you take this carriage home? In the evening, Li Zishuan and Ma Zhou sent Li Gang to the front yard of the workshop, said with a smile. Li Gang's house was in Xujiang Square, located in the southeast corner of Chang and City. It was about 10 miles away from an E Square where the workshop was located. When Li Gang went back, he brought 4 jars of wine with him. Li Zishuan certainly wouldn't let an old man in his 70s or 80s travel so far alone. TSK. When it comes to enjoyment, no one in the whole Great Tang can compare with you. Okay, this old man will be disrespectful to refuse. Otherwise, with my old arms and legs, it will take a lot of effort to get home. Li Gang lifted the curtain and looked at the luxurious interior of the carriage. He turned and pointed at Li Zishuan and joked with a smile. Hee, you flatter me. One should work hard to earn so much money in one's life. In addition to helping others, one should also enjoy himself. Haha, you're interesting. Li Gang laughed and got into the carriage with the help of the servant. He tried the sofa and couldn't help but exclaim, TSK. This old man still underestimated you. This carriage is more comfortable than I imagined. If you like it, how about I give you one? Li Zishuan laughed outside the window. Haha, I won't accept a reward for nothing. Your carriage is so luxurious that it must be worth a lot. This old man can't afford it. Li Gang waved his hand and refused without hesitation. He could accept a few jars of tenderness, but this carriage was too expensive. How could Li Gang be willing to accept it? You can't say that. Old Mister has been working tirelessly on the revision of the dictionary of the Tang Dynasty. How can a mere carriage compare to Old Mister's efforts? Hey, this old man didn't help you edit the dictionary for you. This dictionary is the foundation of the future prosperity of the literary world of Tang. Li Gang let out a sigh and said, Let's go. It's getting late. I'm going back. Tomorrow I'll write a preface for the Tang dictionary and send it over. Take care, old man. Xiaoxi, take good care of the old man. Seeing that Li Gang insisted on not accepting it, Li Zishuan did not force him. He saluted Li Gang and then instructed Song Xiaoxi. Yes, young master. Song Xiaoxi nodded and drove the carriage away. Brother Ma, the workshop will spare a carriage for old man Li in the future. Seeing that Li Gang had left, Li Zishuan turned around and said to Ma Zhou, Yes, that's right. Old man Li is too old. Ma Zhou nodded and replied, Hey, young master, since you're here, I have something to tell you. At this moment, Uncle Fu hurried over. Li Zishuan was surprised and said, Oh, Falbert, what's the matter? Young master, you've ordered the workshop to speed up the production of the new carriages. We haven't dared to slack off. As of today, the workshop has produced more than 50 new carriages. Do you think we can sell this new batch of carriages first? This way we can recover some of the money and use it for turnover. Falbert said worriedly. The cost of a new carriage was as high as 400 to 500 strings of coins. Falbert was also under a lot of pressure from the workshop. After all, the cost alone was more than 20,000 strings of coins. It was not a small sum. If they were sold as soon as possible, there would be a surplus of money. That was why Falbert was so eager to sell the new carriages. Chapter 347. Oh, 50 carriages. That's not a small number. Brother Ma, get someone to write an advertisement for our carriages and put it in the Datong Daily tomorrow. Oh, and the advertisement for the Tang Dynasty Dictionary. You can start publishing it tomorrow as well. Do the initial publicity first. Once we have printed 1,000 copies, we can put it in Chitu Culture and sell it. In the front yard of the workshop. Li Zixuan nodded in agreement after hearing Falbert's suggestion. Yes, no problem. But didn't you ask old Mr. Li to write the introduction for the Tang Dynasty Dictionary? Why did you? Ma Zhou was puzzled. What we're doing now is only the initial publicity. The printing of 1,000 copies of the Tang Dynasty Dictionary is not something that can be done in a day. Even if the workshop is much larger than before, it will take at least 2 to 3 days. We need to let people know what the Tang Dynasty Dictionary is first. Then, when we have enough copies, we can release old Mr. Li's introduction. After all, he is one of the most honorable writers for the Datong Daily. Li Zixuan chuckled and explained. Although Li Gang had retired many years ago, his qualifications were still there. He was still at the top of the pyramid of Tang Dynasty's literary world. Since such a big shot had taken the initiative to support the Tang Dynasty Dictionary, Li Zixuan naturally had to save his introduction for the finale. Yes, Lord Zhu is right. Then I will personally write the publicity for the new carriages and the Tang Dynasty Dictionary. Ma Zhou thought for a while and felt that it was reasonable. He nodded in agreement and prepared to go back to write the advertisement. After all, it was already evening. Time was tight and the task was important. Yes, thank you for your hard work, Brother Ma. Li Zixuan patted Ma Zhou's shoulder and watched him leave. Then he said to Falbert beside him, Falbert, send 10 carriages to Chitiu Pavilion tomorrow and hand them over to Manager Sunday. With the publicity of our newspaper and the quality of the carriages, it won't be a problem to sell them. Yes, young master. Falbert heaved a sigh of relief and cupped his hands. Your Majesty, Li Sai requests an audience. Within the Suite du Hall, with great difficulty, he finally finished dealing with today's memorials. Li Er stretched his body tiredly and moved his wrists. Suddenly, an eunuch came in and reported with a bow. Oh, this brat actually took the initiative to look for me? Li Er felt that the sun must have risen from the west today. He had met Li Zixuan so many times. Which time was it not? Because something had happened that he asked someone to call Li Zixuan over. From the beginning to the end, Li Zixuan had never taken the initiative to enter the palace to look for him. Summon him in. Li Zixuan put down the red brush in his hand and leaned against the dragon throne. He closed his eyes and rested, calmly waiting for Li Zixuan to come in. A moment later, Li Zixuan walked in with a thick book in his arms. After greeting each other, Li Zixuan looked at the book in Li Zixuan's hands and curiously asked, What is it? What book are you holding in your arms? Are you here today to present a book to me? Your Majesty is wise. I am here today to present a book to you. Li Zixuan smiled. Oh, what book? Quickly present it to me. A book that you have personally come to deliver must be extraordinary. Li Er was energized and said excitedly. Zhao Song, who was beside Li Er, hurriedly went to take the book and presented it to Li Er with both hands. Li Er took the dictionary with one hand. It was slightly heavy in his hand. He saw that on the red cover, there were 4 flamboyant golden words, Dictionary of the Tang Dynasty. These 4 words were as graceful as silver hooks, moving like a startled phoenix, floating like clouds, and as vigorous as a startled dragon. The strokes were powerful and intoxicating. The Dictionary of the Tang Dynasty that Li Zixuan gave was the first dictionary that the workshop had just printed. It even came with a cover. As for the 4 words on the cover, it was written by Li Gang himself. Naturally, it looked very cool. Oh, it's actually the Dictionary of the Tang Dynasty? It's done so quickly? When Li Erei saw the words Dictionary of the Great Tang on the cover, he instantly recalled that a month ago, Li Zixuan had mentioned to him that he wanted to compile a dictionary to help the children of poor families learn how to read and write. At the time, not only had he praised Li Zixuan greatly, he had also specially asked the 2 brothers, Li Chengxian and Li Tai, to send people to help Li Zixuan complete the compilation as soon as possible. However, he truly had not expected the progress to be so fast. Yes, Your Majesty. The Dictionary of the Tang Dynasty has just been compiled today. I have specially brought it here for you to take a look. After that, we will print it in large quantities and send it to Chitiu Pavilion to be sold. By then, countless people will learn how to read. Li Zixuan cupped his hands and said, Good. Good, good. Li Er was so happy that he shouted 3 times. He laughed and said, "You have done well this time. You have done well. I am very pleased. Your Majesty is too kind, too kind." He. Li Zishuan was so happy that he could not find north and laughed. Who wrote the words, Dictionary of the Tang Dynasty? Looking at this handwriting, why do I feel that it is very familiar? Only then did Li Er ask about the 4 words that were full of pretentious style on the cover. Your Majesty, the person who wrote these 4 words is old Mr. Li Gang. Old Mr. Li is a person of virtue and prestige, so I invited him to come out and nominate him for the cover of the Dictionary of the Tang Dynasty. Li Zishuan talked nonsense as if he was running around and visiting famous scholars for the publication of the Dictionary of the Tang Dynasty. Li Gang. Li Er was stunned and muttered to himself as if he had suddenly realized something. After being stunned for a good half an hour, Li Er stared into Li Zishuan's eyes and said with a complicated expression, "You are really capable, kid. Mr. Li Gang has been in seclusion for many years. I have always wanted to invite him back to be Xianxia's teacher, but he has always refused. I didn't expect him to run over to you." Really? So Li Er had the intention of letting Li Gang be Xianxia's teacher for a long time. TSK. But this progress doesn't seem to be what Li Er wanted. Li Zishuan muttered to himself. He did not expect that, as the emperor, old Li would also have a time when he was ignored by others. How rare. This kid is not really that capable. It is just old Mr. Li's great favor. Li Zishuan said humbly. Let's not talk about this first. Let me see the content inside first. Li Er shook his head and said that. He opened the Dictionary of the Tang Dynasty and began to read. After realizing the superiority of Pinyin, Li Er had spent a period of time specifically learning Pinyin. Similar to when Li Zishuan first saw the Dictionary of the Tang Dynasty today, Li Er first looked curiously at the Pinyin table of contents in front of him and the table of contents in front of him. Then, he thought of a few random Chinese characters for himself and began to look them up for fun. The results were without a doubt. There were no mistakes in the page number annotations. They were all accurate. Good. This Dictionary of the Tang Dynasty is really good. I will leave this to me. Kid, quickly arrange for people to print this dictionary in large quantities and promote it as soon as possible. When the time comes, I will reward you handsomely. Chapter 348. Master, the people from Wuhou government said that a few days ago, a group of children pooped in front of our house, but the group of children never appeared again. The people from Wuhou government can't do anything about it. They told us to look for them after we have new clues. Imperial Medical Department. After 2 days of care, Cui Shanyo's complexion was much better, no longer as pale as before. When he heard this, he couldn't help but be angry, and said angrily, "Preposterous! What is this? How dare they be so perfunctory? This group of Wuhou has no respect for the law." Cough, cough. Hey, master, don't be agitated. Calm down. Calm down. Madame Cui quickly put down the medicine in her hands, quickly walked behind Cui Shanyu, gently patted her husband's back, and anxiously advised. Cough, 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 cough. This old man understands. Cui Shanyu violently coughed a few times. His emotions gradually calmed down, and he said with difficulty, "This old man understands. Right Wuhou General Wei is Yuqi Jingde, and Li Zishuan's relationship with Yuqi Jingde. These people are blatantly abusing their power for personal gain. This old man will definitely impeach them." Cough, cough. Master, calm down, calm down. We don't have any evidence. How can we impeach them? It's better for you to get better first. Professor Zheng and the rest are still waiting for you to get better. Madame Cui said helplessly. Help this old man up. Cui Shanyu was startled and suddenly said, "Master, what do you want to do now? Quickly help this old man up. I want to write a letter. Help me send it to Honglu Temple later." Cui Shanyu frowned and said impatiently, Selling newspapers. Fresh out of the oven, Datong Daily. Today's headline, Peerless Godly Works about to appear in Strange Culture. The combined strength of 12 scholars will help our Tang dynasty's youth to easily learn to read. The next morning, the sound of children selling newspapers rang through the streets. Ma Zhou abused his power for personal gain. Once, this time, he directly put the Tang Dynasty Dictionary advertisement on the front page. The arrogant, egotistical, domineering advertisement directly attracted the attention of many people in Chang'an. Oh, there's actually such a powerful book in this world. I wonder if it's expensive? If it's not expensive, I can even buy one to help my child learn to read. Books about strange culture shouldn't be expensive, right? Why don't you buy a copy of the newspaper and read it? Then, can you give me a copy of the newspaper? Of course, there was no first place in ancient literature and no second place in martial arts. This arrogant and domineering advertising message inevitably caused dissatisfaction among the literati. It's just an unknown book, yet it dares to claim that it's a peerless divine work. One arrogant tone. Yes. Aren't you afraid that the wind will cut your tongue? Even if it was compiled by 12 grand scholars, do you dare to call it a peerless divine work? What shameless boasting. That's right. Let's go to Chitu culture and see what kind of clown came out to make a fool of himself. Let's see what the newspapers say first. Give me a copy of the Tong Daily. Yes, give me one too. Controversy. In a moment, the advertising message of Tang Dynasty Dictionary set off a huge wave of controversy among the literati. On the other hand, it also slightly increased the sales of the Tong Daily. However, as the newspaper gradually entered the lives of the people, Li Zixuan was not very concerned about the sales of the Tong Daily. The last time he asked Ma Zhou about the sales of the newspaper was half a month ago. At that time, the sales of a single issue had reached a terrifying 400,000 copies. Therefore, at present, the Tong Daily had already gotten rid of the loss-making mode of burning money and had also brought in very considerable profits. Tang Dynasty Dictionary? Pinyin? What is this? A scholar could not help but frown after reading today's headlines. Looking at the meaning of the news, this Tang Dynasty Dictionary should be a reference book for all the annotations of Chinese characters. It looks a bit like Shuowen Jiezi, and this pinyin, can it really be so magical that it can teach people to read and pronounce words? Why haven't I heard of it before? A short and fat scholar asked his friend beside him. Oh, I don't think so. The newspaper must be bragging. The man shook his head and curled his lips. Boss, what are they talking about? Not far away, next to a small stall selling cooking pancakes, a gray-clothed peasant woman asked while rolling dough. Hey, just now, the kid who sold the newspaper said that Chitu Culture published a book that can teach people to read. I guess that group of scholars is talking about this. The black-faced man said with a smile. Although he said so, his hand that was turning the cooking pancakes in the pot did not stop, perfectly showing what it meant to do two things at once. Chitu Culture? Isn't that the bookstore opened by Li Xianan? Darling, do you think we should also buy one for our Goa to learn to read? The gray-clothed woman suddenly asked excitedly. Oh, yes. Books from Chitu Culture have always been cheap. This book can teach people to read, then buy it. Goa's mother, don't be busy here. I will do it alone. Go to Chitu Culture and see if they sell it. There will definitely be a lot of people fighting for it. If you can get it, buy one for our Goa. It's much cheaper than hiring a teacher. The black-faced man wiped the sweat on his forehead with his sleeve and waved his hand. Boss, can you do it alone? The gray-clothed woman was quite tempted, but she still hesitated. Nonsense. Of course I can. Go quickly. The black-faced man waved his hand impatiently. Then I will go, boss. Yo, Brother Liao, are you eating while reading the newspaper? Shicity, a breakfast shop. A skinny middle-aged man walked in and greeted Liao Shifan when he saw him eating breakfast. Oh, Brother Zhang. Ha, Brother Feng, didn't you go to sea with the Imperial Court's fleet a few days ago? It's boring for me to eat alone. I just want to read today's Datong Daily. Liao Shifan looked up and smiled. Huh, I see. But Brother Liao, didn't you also get a few big ships? Why didn't you go to sea with them? The man with the surname Zhang ordered a bowl of porridge and a basket of buns from the shopkeeper, sat opposite Liao Shifan, and asked, Sai, This Liao's old arms and legs often have problems. Brother Feng is much stronger than me, so I won't follow you blindly. I'll just send a housekeeper to follow you. Liao Shifan sighed and explained. Actually, these were all excuses. The main reason was that he was used to living a rich life and was afraid of death. Oh, Brother Liao is right. The sea is too bumpy, and it is indeed torturous. Brother Liao, look. The latest generation of carriage developed by Chitu Pavilion, Don't Touch Me, is officially on sale today. Is spacious, fast, and definitely not bumpy. The top 10 will enjoy a special price. Only 999 strings of cash. What kind of carriage is this? It is actually so expensive. Chapter 349. Carriage? Let me see. Liao Shifan grabbed the newspaper and quickly looked at where Zhang was pointing. After a while, he excitedly slapped his thigh and shouted, "Ha ha! That's the carriage. That's the carriage. I didn't expect it to be on sale after so long. No way. Brother Zhang, you can eat slowly here. I have to go to the Curious Pavilion to line up now. Hey. Brother Liao, wait. Why do you sound like you want to buy that carriage?" Zhang reached out to stop him and said in disbelief. In his opinion, a carriage selling for 500 to 600 strings of coins was already unbelievable. But this time, the Curious Pavilion was selling it for 999 strings of coins. That was close to 1,000 strings of coins. Were they crazy about money? Could it be that the carriage was made of gold? But what he didn't expect was that Liao Shifan actually wanted to buy such an expensive carriage. Moreover, it looked like he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to get it. This made him doubt his life. Could it be that after not seeing him for a few days, his good friend had become so rich? 1,000 strings of coins wasn't money anymore. That's right. If I can't get such a good carriage, I'll regret it for the rest of my life. Liao Shifan said eagerly. But this carriage is selling for 999 strings of coins. Brother Liao, don't you think it's expensive? Hey, I don't have time to explain it to you now. Jingyang, if you trust me, come with me to the Curious Pavilion now. You'll know if it's worth this money or not. Liao Shifan said hurriedly. He quickly took out a few copper coins and threw them on the table, saying, "Shopkeeper, here's the money. Jingyang, let's go." Oh. Zhang Jingyang reacted and ran out with Liao Shifan. He got in the same carriage that Liao Shifan had taken this morning and hurried to the Curious Pavilion in the East Market. Brother Liao, it seems like you've seen the carriage from the Curious Pavilion before. In the carriage, Zhang Jingyang thought seriously and suddenly asked, "Yes, I've seen it before. When this carriage first appeared, this Liao was fortunate enough to see it. At that time, Lord Li was the first to use this carriage. Later on, when I passed by the gate of Lord Ju's residence, I also happened to see Lord Ju riding this carriage back to his residence several times. This kind of carriage looks huge from the outside, but it is not cumbersome. A horse can easily pull it, and it moves very smoothly. This Liao has long coveted this sort of carriage, but after asking around, I was unable to find a place that sold it. Moreover, it is said that in all of the Great Tang, only Lord Duke Li, His Highness the Crown Prince, His Highness King of Wei, Duke of Lu, Duke of Yi, General Yuqi, and General Niu have this sort of carriage. I didn't expect that after waiting for so long, I would finally get it. If I don't hurry up and buy it, wouldn't I regret it for the rest of my life? Zhang Jingyang was enlightened when he heard this, but he still had some doubts, so he asked, "Brother Liao, this carriage is so expensive. There must be very few people who would buy it. You don't have to be so anxious." Jingyang, if you think about it carefully, you won't say that. Liao Shifan shook his head and anxiously looked out of the window, saying, "It has been almost a month since this Liao first saw this type of carriage. What does this mean? It means that this type of carriage is not easy to manufacture. So I am not surprised that it is so expensive now. Also, in this month, whenever Lord Dukley went out, he would always ride in this type of carriage. In the entire Great Tang, in this Liao's opinion, the person who knows how to enjoy life the most is definitely Lord Duke. If this old man is so fond of this type of carriage, then there is no need to doubt the excellence of this carriage. Such a superior and difficult carriage to mass produce if this Liao doesn't hurry up and snatch it. I'm afraid that I won't be able to get it. After all, there are many people in Chang, and who could take out 999 strings of coins, and there are even more people with foresight. Perhaps even Li Zixuan himself did not expect that he would be treated as an old man by successful businessmen like Liao Shifan. However, from the few businesses that Li Zixuan did in Chang, and all of them had extremely high returns, he indeed had the qualifications to be a role model for these businessmen. Hearing this, Zhang Jingyang's eyebrows twitched. He slowly nodded and said in a deep voice, "Thank you, Brother Liao, for your advice. After hearing what you said, I'm also very curious about this carriage. I must take a good look at it later." "You can take a look at it, but don't fight with me," Liao Shifan suddenly said with a vigilant look. Zhang Jingyang was speechless. Could it be that this friendship could not be compared to a carriage? How heart-wrenching. On the other side, in the East Market, Strange Culture and Strange Taste Pavilion, which had been quiet for a long time, became popular again today. These two shops had been the hot topic of Chang and before. This time, after the Tong Daily's publicity, it was as if a cigarette but had been thrown into a barrel of explosives. The effect of gathering popularity immediately exploded. Even before opening time, there was already a long line in front of the two stores. There were fewer people in front of the Odd Taste Pavilion. After all, carriages were still considered a luxury item for the people of Great Tang. On the other hand, there was a sea of people in front of the Odd Taste Pavilion, and there were several long lines. The people in the queue gathered in twos and threes, pointing at the advertisements in the newspapers and discussing with each other. For a moment, it was very lively. Fortunately, we're not too late, and we have membership cards, so we can line up at the members channel. This way, there will definitely be a carriage for me later." In front of Strange Taste Pavilion, Liao Shifan and Zhang Jingyang were at the front of the queue and said happily. There were only two people in front of him, so logically speaking, they would definitely be able to buy the first batch of carriages. Fortunately, there were no traffic lights or traffic jams in this era. Otherwise, the two of them would have been dead by now. Although there were not as many people buying carriages as there were people buying Tang Dictionary, at a glance, there were at least 70 to 80 people lining up to buy carriages in front of Strange Taste Pavilion. Chang'an had never lacked rich people, and even more so, people with foresight. "Brother Liao, if I didn't see wrongly, you took out an orange membership card just now." Zhang Jingyang's face was full of shock. "Yes, if we didn't have a membership card, we would still be lining up on the other side." Liao Shifan did not feel that something was wrong at all, and he answered casually, But a card costs 100 strings of coins. Isn't that a bit expensive?" "It's not expensive at all. For us, it's totally worth it. Think about it. An orange membership card only costs 100 strings of coins. But with this card, not only can we save time in the members channel, we can also get a 30% discount on all the goods in Strange Taste Pavilion. Just this time, we can save nearly 300 strings of coins by buying a carriage. Do you think this membership card is worth it? Is it expensive?" Liao Shifan slowly analyzed. Chapter 350. It's open. It's open. The door is open. Let's go in and have a look at the Tang Dynasty Dictionary. How dare it call itself a masterpiece? The door of Chitu culture was the first to open. Sun Huan, dressed in a purple-red gown, walked out happily and saluted the crowd. "My friends, you must be here today to have a look at the Tang Dynasty Dictionary out of curiosity. I won't beat around the bush. You can go in and have a look at the new Tang Dynasty Dictionary in your order. Today's Tang Dynasty Dictionary is only for viewing, but not for sale. 2 days later, Chitu Culture will sell 1,000 copies of the Tang Dynasty Dictionary. If you need it, remember to come and buy it." "What? It's not for sale today? Why not?" "Yes. Why did you bring us here if you don't want to sell it?" Some people in the crowd who had come early to buy the Tang Dynasty Dictionary couldn't help complaining to Sun Huayuan. Most of them had heard about the magic of pinyin from the supervisors of the Imperial College, so they didn't have much doubt about the function of the Tang Dynasty Dictionary. Today, they just wanted to buy the dictionary. "Everyone, please calm down and listen to this old man's explanation." Sun Huayuan was prepared for this. He saluted the crowd and said loudly, "The Tang Dynasty Dictionary uses the pinyin newly invented by my lord. It combines the painstaking efforts of the crown prince and the 12 scholars under the king of Wei." Later, the former minister of the Ministry of Rights, Mr. Li Gang, also helped. His Majesty has given great attention and support to it. After the dictionary was compiled yesterday, my lord brought the first Tang Dynasty Dictionary to the palace. His Majesty praised the dictionary and said that the Tang Dynasty Dictionary could be used as an introductory reading material for children and a necessary reference book for young students in the imperial examinations in the future. Our workshop is doing its best to print the dictionary. It is estimated that 1,000 copies of the dictionary will be printed in 2 days. In the next month, the Imperial Court will send a group of assistant lecturers who are proficient in pinyin to the Taoist temples and academies in Chang and city to teach and popularize pinyin for free. Friends who have bought the Tang Dynasty Dictionary can attend the class. I promise that anyone who is illiterate will be able to learn pinyin in 10 days. After that, you can use the Tang Dynasty Dictionary to learn all the Chinese characters. As soon as Sun Huayuan finished his words, the people in the line below immediately burst into an uproar. Previously, a large number of people had great doubts about the Tang Dynasty Dictionary after reading the headlines in the newspaper. However, at this moment, Sun Huayuan said with certainty and even mentioned the emperor. How could they not believe it? Of course, no one doubted that Sun Huayuan was lying. Someone who dared to use Li Er's words to advertise in Chang and had probably not been born yet. Moreover, according to Sun Huayuan, if a child wanted to learn how to read, he only needed to buy a copy of the Tang Dynasty Dictionary. This was too shocking. In modern society, there are often people who complain that education was difficult and expensive. A child's kindergarten would cost tens of thousands of yuan a year. However, in ancient times, education was even more difficult and expensive. Firstly, books were expensive. Secondly, school fees were expensive. This led to the extremely low literacy rate in ancient times. Now that there was such a cheap way to learn how to read, many people were shocked. His Majesty actually knows about the Tang Dynasty Dictionary. His Majesty personally designated the Tang Dynasty Dictionary as a necessary reference book for the imperial examinations. According to Shopkeeper's Son, my child only needs to attend 10 days of pinyin lessons, and he can use the Tang Dynasty Dictionary to learn all the Chinese characters. Isn't this too worth it? Shopkeeper's Son, is this pinyin really that useful? A burly man roared and asked. Sun Huayuan smiled and nodded at him. Of course, the Imperial College was the first to popularize pinyin. Now, almost all the students in the Imperial College have learned pinyin. Whether it's useful or not, you may not believe me, but you can go and ask the students in the Imperial College. I know this. The child next door to my house is in the Imperial College's four-gate school. I heard from that child that pinyin is very easy to learn. He learned it in 5 days. After learning it, he can directly use pinyin to learn all the Chinese characters. A middle-aged man with a full beard spoke enthusiastically. Meng Laosi, you idiot, are you trying to trick people again? Bullsh asterisk T. When have I, Meng Laosi, ever lied to anyone? If you don't believe me, then so be it. If you don't buy it, then I'll buy it. Ahem. All right. Now let's enter the store in order to take a look at our new Tang Dynasty Dictionary. In order to celebrate the completion of the Tang Dynasty Dictionary, all the books in Qiziu's store will be 10% off today. Of course, this discount does not stack with the membership card discount. Everyone please. Sun Huayuan looked at Qiziu's store on the other side and anxiously interrupted the noise of the crowd. Good, good, good. Today's trip was not in vain. Ha! Yes, yes, yes. The crowd burst into cheers. Sun Huayuan smiled and shook his head. He called a servant over and instructed him to look after the store carefully. Then he walked quickly to Qiziu's store. There were many big bosses waiting for him to open the store. Hey, the shopkeeper's son is finally here. Yeah, we've been waiting for so long. When Sun Huayuan came over, the rich businessmen in front of the line could not help but complain. They were all queuing up to buy things, but Qiziu's store opened first. This inevitably made them unhappy. Huh. Old Master Wu, Old Master Liao, please forgive me. I really can't split myself up. Most of the people in front of him were old acquaintances. Sun Huayuan bowed apologetically and greeted them. Open the door quickly. Let us see the same model as Old Master Li's car. This old man has been eyeing it for a long time. Yes, shopkeeper's son. Hurry up. Those who were well-informed all knew that the carriages being sold today were similar to the new type of carriage that Li Zixuan had been riding. Previously, when Li Zixuan went out in the new type of carriage, they had more or less seen it before. Just from its appearance, it was very mighty and domineering. And the people who came to line up were all people who didn't lack money. Now that they went out, they paid attention to the issue of ostentation, so these people all wanted to buy one to go back and show off, to show off. All right, this old man will not talk nonsense. Later, you can experience it for yourselves. Now, please look to your right. This is our workshop's newest model of carriage. Zhang sighed. Go and lift the curtain. Shopkeeper's son laughed heartily as he waved his hand. He was very confident in the new model of carriage. Don't touch me. He felt that there was no need for any unnecessary introduction. These people would know once they tried it. Yes, shopkeeper's son. The servant next to Sun Huayuan answered and quickly ran to lift the curtain. Chapter 351. Tisk. This carriage. So domineering. TSK. Beautiful. Look at how sharp it is. Curious Pavilion's products are as good as ever. Zhang sighed, reached out, and pulled, and the black curtain covering a large object on the empty ground to the east of Curious Pavilion was slowly lifted. The new carriage developed by the workshop, Don't Touch Me, was officially unveiled to the public for the first time. The large and majestic appearance, coupled with the body of the carriage that had been polished countless times, shocked the crowd. It perfectly showed the crowd what it meant by Curious Pavilion's products must be the best. Although some of them had seen this carriage when they met Li Zixuan when he went out, it was obvious that their feelings were different now. In the past, they could only admire it from afar and envy it from the bottom of their hearts. But now, they could see it up close and fantasize that they could own such a carriage in a short while. Everyone, this is our Curious Pavilion's newest product, Don't Touch Me. Compared to a normal carriage, we have increased the length, width, and height of the carriage. The interior space has more than doubled, and you won't feel uncomfortable sitting inside. It is very suitable for long-distance travel. Also, Don't Touch Me has used our workshop's newest technology. Not only does it ensure a large space, but it also ensures the flexibility of the carriage. Everyone, don't be fooled by the size of this carriage. It only needs 1 horse to pull it easily, and its speed is more than 30% faster than a normal carriage. Sun Huayuan pointed at Don't Touch Me and laughed. Hey, shopkeeper's son, what do those 3 crooked symbols in the middle of the carriage mean? Liao Shifan pointed at the oval sign at the top of the carriage and asked, Yes, what are those words? Why are they so ugly? When Liao Shifan said that, someone immediately noticed the sign and agreed. Cough. That is pinyin, and it means don't touch me. Everyone should have heard of pinyin, right? My Lord Zhu invented this symbol to teach people how to read. If you're interested, you can go to Curious Pavilion to take a look at our newly completed Tang Dynasty Dictionary. Sun Huayuan coughed and explained. At the same time, he cleverly advertised the Tang Dynasty Dictionary among the rich. Oh, I see. But why is the name of this carriage so strange? Liao Shifan nodded thoughtfully and then asked with a frown. Ugh. Sun Huayuan scratched his head awkwardly and said, My Lord Zhu personally came up with this. I'm sure he has his own reasons. Cough. All right, now everyone will follow the cue and enter one by one to experience Don't Touch Me. Actually, the most outstanding part of this carriage is its interior. Everyone will know once you enter. If you're satisfied with the experience, you can enter the shop and pay. The first 10 customers today will enjoy the discounted price of 999 strings of coins. After that, it will return to the original price of 1,999 strings of coins. Everyone, please hurry up. As soon as Sun Huayuan's voice fell, The crowd in the queue cheered. All of them were eager to try. The first lucky one in line was Murong Hongkuan, a wealthy businessman from the east of Chang'an City. He excitedly walked to the side of the carriage and gently stroked the carriage and the beam. After hearing the impatient urging from the people behind him, he got on the carriage. After seeing the interior of the carriage, he was completely dumbfounded. From the outside, "Don't Touch Me" was indeed huge. But after entering, he had a direct understanding of this kind of size. "Oh my God, is this a carriage or a room?" Murong Hongkuan looked around the car in shock. His eyes were getting brighter and brighter. He strode to the table and sofa next to the car window. He touched the soft sofa with his trembling hands. His lips were trembling a little as he said, "Hiss, what is this stool made of? Why is it so soft? How comfortable would it be if I sat on it?" After hesitating for a moment, he carefully sat on it. At first, he didn't dare to use too much strength, fearing that he would break it. After testing a little bit, he finally sank his whole body into the sofa. Phew, so comfortable, so comfortable. This 999 strings of coins is so worth it. So worth it. I must buy it. This old man must buy it today. Murong Hongkuan sighed as he stretched his body comfortably. "Hey, Brother Murong, hurry up. We're all waiting." "Yes, yes. How long have you been in there?" Murong Hongkuan was so comfortable that he had forgotten where he was. Suddenly, he heard a few scattered complaints from outside. Only then did he realize where he was and quickly got up. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of the two innermost compartments in the carriage. He walked over doubtfully. You can use the toilet in this carriage?" What is this? This pipe can run water?" "Hiss, this is too convenient, no. This old man will go and pay now. I must buy it. 10 ordinary carriages can't even compare to one. Don't touch me." Murong Hongkuan didn't stay any longer. He hurriedly jumped off the carriage and shouted excitedly, "Shopkeeper's son! Shopkeeper's son!" The inside of the carriage was really, really comfortable. "Quick! This old man wants to buy it. Don't touch me. I want to buy it now. Hee hee. Okay, this old man will bring Master Murong to handle the handover." Sun Huaiyuan had expected this scene. He smiled and was about to bring Murong Hongkuan to handle the handover. However, Murong Hongkuan's next sentence made him unable to smile. "Oh, by the way, shopkeeper's son, this old man has the orange membership card of Strange Interest Pavilion. According to your previous rules, can I enjoy a 30% discount?" Silence. As soon as Murong Hongkuan's voice fell, everyone in the venue fell into silence. They cast their gazes over. After all, although these people were rich, their money didn't grow on trees. Using an orange membership card could save 300 strings of cash. Many people were still willing to save this money. Sun Huaiyuan stopped in his tracks, and his face immediately froze. He wanted to curse in his heart. The introduction of the membership system in the past had indeed helped Strange Interest Pavilion accumulate a lot of liquidity in a short period of time. But now, the negative effects of the membership system were starting to show. According to this discount, Strange Interest Pavilion would earn a lot less money. The cost of a Don't Touch Me carriage was close to 500 strings of coins. If they gave a 30% discount, they would only earn 100 strings of coins. It wasn't easy to make a carriage. Usually, it would take several craftsmen 3 to 4 days to make a carriage. If a Don't Touch Me carriage could only earn 100 strings of coins, it would be a loss. It couldn't be compared to selling wine. However, Sun Huaiyuan knew that the most taboo thing for businessmen was to go back on their word. The membership system was proposed by them a long time ago. If they went back on their word now, Strange Interest Pavilion would lose more than just a few hundred strings of coins. It involved credibility and couldn't be measured by money. Of course, the membership card discount system can be used on a Don't Touch Me carriage. Strange Interest Pavilion has always valued credibility. Sun Huaiyuan gritted his teeth and said he could only look for Li Zixuan to discuss the remedy for this problem later. "Okay, shopkeeper's son, I want to apply for a Red Supreme membership card." "I want to apply for a Red Supreme membership card too." None of the people present were stupid. After hearing that they could still enjoy the membership discount by buying a carriage, They all asked for the highest level of Red Supreme membership card. Sun Huayuan's heart was bleeding when he heard this. He finally understood what it meant to be happy with pain. It wasn't a good thing to have too many members. Chapter 352. Sai, what's going on outside? How many carriages have we sold? How many people want to apply for a card? In a side hall of Strange Interest Pavilion. After the queue outside the Strange Interest Pavilion became orderly, Sun Huayuan took a break and came here to rest. The main reason was that he didn't want to see the scene of a group of people fighting to get a Red Supreme membership card. A Red Supreme membership card had a 40% discount. According to the discount price of 999 strings of coins, each carriage earned less than 100 strings of coins. This made Sun Huayuan very sad. Luckily, only the first 10 carriages were priced at 990 strings of coins. The rest of the carriages returned to 1,199 strings of coins. Boss, when I came here, I'd already sold 20 Don't Touch Me carriages. The carriages sent by the workshop yesterday are almost sold out. There are 40 people who want to apply for a Red Supreme membership card. Mr. Wu is registering them now. Xianxia bowed and said. The Mr. Wu he mentioned was the accountant of Strange Interest Pavilion. F***CK. This bunch of people, even someone as refined as Sun Huayuan, could not help but curse. His heart ached as he said, previously, there were only 5 Red Supreme members in our Strange Interest Pavilion. After today's incident, I'm afraid there are now 50 or 60 Supreme members. Xianxia was sweating profusely. He did not know where to put his eyes and ears. He could only look down and count the ants. Of course, there were no ants in the house. No, you go and tell the workshop not to send any more carriages here. The 25 carriages they sent yesterday are enough. Sun Huayuan suddenly stood up and patted Xianxia's shoulder. Xianxia was puzzled. But there are still so many people outside who have not bought a carriage. Stupid. If I tell you to go, then go. If they really send the rest of the carriages here, it will all be over. Sun Huayuan knocked Xianxia's forehead and scolded him. Oh, I'll go and tell them now. Xianxia rubbed his forehead and ran away like a wisp of smoke. Sigh, I can only wait and let Lord Zhu think of a way. Sun Huayuan sighed and walked out. At this time, there was only one Don't Touch Me carriage left outside. My young master already has a Red Supreme membership card. You don't need to experience it, just sell me a Don't Touch Me. My young master doesn't need you to give him a discount. We'll pay the full price. Sun Huayuan had just come out when he heard such rich and overbearing words. He staggered. He didn't expect that there would be such a top-notch buyer in this world. When he took a closer look, he realized that the other party was an old acquaintance, Wang Runbiao's attendant, Lu Yun. Cough, cough. Brother Lu, are you sure you don't want a discount? Sun Huayuan stepped forward and asked. Those around them also looked at Lu Yun in surprise. My young master said that this carriage is worth 1,199 strings of coins, so he doesn't need a discount. Lu Yun had seen much of the world, so he wasn't the least bit intimidated by the attention of so many people. He raised his head and declared loudly, Is there something wrong with this person's brain? You can get a discount, but you insist on paying the full price? I wonder who his young master is. How rich? As soon as Lu Yun finished speaking, the others were stunned for a moment by this strange reason. 2 merchants lowered their heads and whispered amongst themselves. Cough, ha! Young Master Wang is generous. Sighed, bring Brother Lu to get the carriage. Sun Huayuan was stunned for a moment before his mind finally came around. Today, he finally understood what it meant to be rich and willful. Sun Huayuan expressed that he liked down-to-earth people, like Lu Yun and Wang Renbiao. Yes, shopkeeper. Xianxia responded and brought Lu Yun to complete the handover procedures. After all, 1,999 strings of coins was a huge sum of money. It would take a long time just to count the money. Dear customers, today's Don't Touch Me is all sold out. If you still want to buy, please come early tomorrow. I'm truly sorry. Sun Huayuan cupped his hands and apologized to the crowd. Why is it sold out right after my turn? A Hu merchant said with a tragic expression. That's right. Shopkeeper's son, why didn't you stock up more? Only 20 or so carriages were sold out. Hey, shopkeeper's son, isn't there another carriage over there? Sell it to me. I can also pay the full price. A man in a brocade robe said as he pointed to the carriage that everyone had already boarded. Yes, 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 I can also pay the full price. Shopkeeper's son, sell it to me. The rest of the people looked in the direction of the man's finger and realized what he meant. Sun Huayuan's face darkened. What do you mean by shopkeeper's son? Sell it to me? I'm not a prostitute. That is an exhibit. It is only for everyone to experience and is not for sale. Dear friends, I'm sorry. If you still want to buy a carriage, please come back tomorrow. Sun Huayuan cupped his hands and said. Then he left the strange interest pavilion and went to the strange interest culture in the West. Hey, since there are no more carriages to sell, then I won't apply for a red membership card. A skinny man who was paying for a membership card suddenly stood up and put away his money. That's right. Since there are no more carriages, then what's the point of applying for a membership card? We'll apply for one tomorrow. Yes, we'll apply for one tomorrow. The people queuing up to apply for a membership card dispersed. Mr. Wu, the accountant of the Strange Culture Pavilion, smiled bitterly and could only call it a day. Hey, shopkeeper's son, you're here? Please sit down. There's no need to get up. After the morning class, Li Zixuan entered the house and was told that Sun Huayuan was waiting for him in the front hall. Thus, he went straight to the front hall. Thank you, Lord Zhu. Sun Huayuan cupped his hands and forced a smile. Although Li Zixuan wasn't good at reading people's expressions, he could still see the reluctance in Sun Huayuan's smile. He couldn't help but ask, Shopkeeper's son, is the response to the Tang Dynasty dictionary and the new carriages not good? Sun Huayuan was startled and understood that Li Zixuan had misunderstood. He hurriedly said, no. The response to the Tang Dynasty dictionary and the new carriages is very good. I'm here today because I have something to discuss with you, Lord Zhu. When he said that, Li Zixuan was even more curious. Since the Tang Dynasty dictionary and the new carriages are very good, then what is there to worry about? Oh, please speak, shopkeeper's son. I'm all ears. Lord Zhu, it's like this. Today, our strange culture pavilion, Sun Huayuan, chose his words carefully and told Li Zixuan about the explosive increase in the number of supreme members in front of the strange culture pavilion this morning, which led to the strange culture pavilion's heavy losses. I was wondering what it was. So it's this. Shopkeeper's son, you're overthinking it. There's no need to worry about this at all. When Li Zixuan heard this, he laughed and said without a care. Chapter 353. What does Lord Zhu mean? Li Residence, Main Hall. After hearing Li Zixuan's words, Sun Huayuan frowned and asked, I understand manager's son's meaning. In the past, our Chi-Chu Pavilion scooters and plows were easy to make and cheap. Even if those customers with membership cards were able to enjoy a discount compared to the value of the card itself, manager's son, you might feel that the small amount of profit we are giving away is not worth mentioning. Now that we are developing a new type of carriage, the manufacturing process is relatively tedious. Each one takes a long time, and the price is very high. If we were to calculate according to the discount system of the previous membership cards, we would have to give away more than 400 strings of coins for a new type of carriage. At this time, manager's son, you feel that the profit we are giving away is too much compared to the value of the card itself, right? Li Zixuan smiled as he analyzed the situation. Sun Huayuan's face turned red. After hearing Li Zixuan's words, he felt that he was being described as an untrustworthy profiteer who forgets righteousness at the sight of profit. He awkwardly said, This is how it is. Manager's son, you don't need to be embarrassed. This is human nature and can be understood. Li Zixuan kindly smiled and continued. As the saying goes, a leaf obscures one's view, and one cannot see Mount Tai. Manager's son, you can look at this problem from another angle. A red Supreme membership card is 500 strings of coins. 100 of them are 50,000 strings of coins. First of all, membership cards allow us to obtain a large amount of liquid capital in a short period of time. With sufficient liquid capital, we can expand our scale at any time, recruit more people, produce more products, and ultimately earn more money. This is the so-called money makes money. Manager Sun, you must have heard of this before. Sun Huaiyuan nodded thoughtfully. Li Zixuan smiled and continued. That's right. Secondly, every person who has bought a membership card from our Qi Chu Pavilion, after using our excellent products, will become a potential customer who will come back to spend money. Here, I want to explain a very important concept to you. Manager Sun, user volume. The products that our Qi Chu Pavilion sells, there is no need to doubt its superiority. But compared to those old shops, we still lack a foundation. In other words, what we lack is a huge number of users. In the future, there will be more and more products in our strange interest pavilion. No one can guarantee that our products won't be copied by others. At this time, the potential value of our users will be reflected. Think about it. Those members are already used to buying things from our strange interest pavilion. Even if they see similar things in other places, they will definitely prioritize our strange interest pavilion. Don't you think so, too? Sun Huaiyuan frowned and said, but if the things in other places are cheaper than here, those members won't buy from us, right? Huh. Li Zixuan shook his head and said with a smile, even if their price is cheaper than our original price, can it be cheaper than our member discount? We have the best craftsmen, the most professional, and the most advanced production model. Our production costs are definitely the lowest as well. If someone wants to start a price war with us, we definitely have the confidence to fight. Also, there's another reason why I asked you to speed up the membership. As the various technologies in our workshop improve in the future, there will definitely be many new products that will be introduced one after another. When those people apply for membership, they usually leave their addresses. And those who can afford membership have a certain amount of spending power. Every time, we can send flyers to those members' addresses. They have used our strange interest pavilions products before, so they will definitely understand the quality of our products. There is a high possibility that they will buy our new products. This way, we can quickly turn the workshop's technology into money without any additional promotion. Modern society was an era where users were king. Many new brands, such as Didi Chuxing, Are You Hungry, OFO, and so on, gathered a large number of users in a short period of time by constantly throwing money at them. Then, based on this large number of users, they accurately promoted relevant business information and established an effective business model to achieve long-term profits. This kind of behavior was the so-called internet thinking. The Tang dynasty didn't have computers, nor did it have the internet. Communication wasn't as developed as the modern era. If Li Zixuan were to use this kind of internet thinking, he would only get himself killed. That's why Feng, you could use a portion of the profits to accumulate users. But he had his own bottom line. No matter if it's the early or later stages, he cannot lose money. He must protect his own interests first. If not, it will be easy for him to break the cash flow chain. Now, Feng was focusing on cash and users. Currently, Strange Interest Pavilion's member discount system was only giving out 30 to 40% of the profits. Feng was still making money. When the user base increases, he will show his capital aside. It was just like some takeout platforms in the modern era. At the start, there will be a lot of red packets and discounts. One meal will be 3 to 4 renminbi. In the later stages, there will be less red packets and discounts, but you will already be used to ordering takeout. Sir Zhu is wise. I admire you. Li Zixuan's words were beyond the business theory of this era. The amount of information was too much. Sun Huaiyuan pondered for a long time before nodding his head. This is just my humble opinion. Manager Sun, it's good that you understand. Li Zixuan waved his hand and laughed. Then, he suddenly had an idea and said, Oh, actually, regarding the Red Supreme membership, the discounts are indeed quite high. But the rules were set by us, so we can't go back on our words. But in the future, we can increase the price of each product by 20 to 30%. This way, not only will it attract people to apply for membership, it will also ensure that we have enough profits. Currently, Strange Interest Pavilion's products were priced at 60% more than the cost of the product. If they used the Supreme membership to give discounts, they would only be left with about 20% of the profits. That's why Li Zixuan thought of this bad idea. Yes. This idea is good. This idea is good. Previously, when Li Zixuan said that users are king, it was all about the benefits that cannot be seen or touched. Compared to those, Sun Huayuan preferred the benefits that can be seen and touched. Therefore, when he heard Li Zixuan's words, Sun Huayuan quickly nodded his head like a chicken pecking rice. Huh, then that's it for now. Manager Sun, why don't you stay for lunch? Li Zixuan put down his cup and laughed. AI, no need, no need. Sir Ju, you go ahead with your business. This old man won't disturb you any longer. Goodbye. Sun Huayuan hurriedly stood up and waved his hand. Then take care. Li Zixuan smiled and didn't force him. Sun Huayuan was more concerned about the difference in status. Even if he forced him to stay, he wouldn't be able to eat to his heart's content. Chapter 354. Guess who I am? In the afternoon, Li Zixuan was lying in the air-conditioned room, a room with a lot of ice cubes, happily taking an afternoon nap. On a hot day, what else could he do but take an afternoon nap? Suddenly, he felt two soft and slippery little hands on his eyes. Then, he heard a deliberately rough voice. Li Zixuan was sleeping soundly. After being disturbed, he became a little angry. He closed his eyes and removed the little hand from his eyes and muttered, "Loner, don't mess around. Let brother sleep a little longer." Wow, stinky brother. How did you know it was me? Lon slapped Li Zixuan's forehead in dissatisfaction and jumped up to shout. Li Zixuan curled his lips and was speechless. He thought to himself, such a boring game. Only a little girl, like you won't get tired of it, no matter how many times you play it. Stinky brother, get up quickly. Someone is looking for you in the front yard. Seeing that Li Zixuan was about to go back to sleep, Loner impatiently pinched his face and said, "Ouch! Little girl, let go of me." Although Li Zixuan had practiced martial arts, he had never practiced being thick-skinned. He quickly slapped the little girl's hand and shouted, "Hiss! Who is looking for me?" In this state, he definitely couldn't go back to sleep. He sat up and rubbed his face. He thought to himself, this little girl is really ruthless. What will happen when she gets married in the future? Oh, Brother Crown Prince and Sister Changle are here. Brother, go and wash your face. Li Changxian? Changle? What are they looking for me for? Li Zixuan said in disbelief. He suspected that Loner was deliberately teasing him. How would I know? They just said that they have something to talk to you about. Brother, go quickly. Loner put her hands on her waist and said matter-of-factly, "Oh, okay." Seeing Loner's confident expression, Li Zixuan nodded. He got up and was about to wash his face when he suddenly remembered that there was something wrong with Loner's words. He patted Loner's little head and asked, "What? Little sister, aren't you coming with me?" Lon, I was not going. They are here to look for my brother, not me. Lon, will use brother's telegram machine to chat with Sister Yushi later. Loner raised her head and said in a crisp voice, "Chatting again? What do you two have to talk about?" "Chat every day." Li Zixuan rubbed his forehead, speechless. Ever since she discovered the function of the telegram machine, this little girl would come over to play and chat with Han Yushi almost every day. The key was that the only one that could communicate with Li Zixuan's telegram machine was the Han family's one. The little girl couldn't find anyone else to talk to even if she wanted to. After a while, the length of her conversation with Han Yushi was almost as long as Li Zixuan's. In order to prevent misunderstandings, Li Zixuan specially created a password to prove his identity, hitting the tiger at the back of the mountain. Every time he spoke to Han Yushi, he would first send these 4 words to prove that it was him. This also prevented Han Yushi from accidentally recognizing the wrong person and saying things that she shouldn't say. Of course, it was also very power-consuming for the telegram machine to keep working for such a long time. After Lon Er's actions, Li Zixuan recently worked overtime to make more than 20 batteries. He sent half of them to Han Yushi and kept the other half for himself. Of course, there's something to talk about. This is a matter between us women. Brother, you don't understand. Hurry up and go to the front yard. Loner raised her chin proudly and pushed Li Zixuan out of the room. She was like a dove taking over a magpie's nest. What? A matter between women? Little girl, can you be considered a woman? Li Zixuan sweated profusely. There was only a 7 or 8 year difference between the two of them. Was there a generation gap? Fortunately, there were no computers, no internet, and no QQ in this era. Otherwise, Lana or this little girl would definitely evolve into an internet-addicted girl. Okay. You guys chat. I'll leave first. Li Zixuan waved his hand helplessly. Anyway, Lana was already familiar with how to operate the telegram machine. She didn't need him to teach her at all. Moreover, what was even worse was that when she sent the telegram, she was even better than him. That speed, TSK, was simply incomparable. Hee. Oh, right. Brother, don't forget Sister Yushi, just because you have Sister Changle. Otherwise, Lan will complain. F***CK. Li Zixuan staggered and almost fell to the ground. Changle was indeed natural and unrestrained, beautiful and cute, but she was only 8 or 9 years old, okay? No matter how much of a beast he was, he wouldn't have any thoughts about a little girl. Looking back at the room, Li Zixuan couldn't help but ask the heavens. Could it be that the children of ancient times were also so mischievous? Hee. Chengqian, Changle, why are you guys here? After washing his face in the western courtyard, Li Zixuan went to the main hall and saw Li Chengqian and his sister sitting there, eating fruits and drinking iced wine. They chatted as they ate and drank. They were very comfortable and didn't treat themselves as guests at all. Huh, little Xian, you're up? Come, sit first. Li Chengqian laughed and pointed to the chair beside him. Huh, was this fellow trying to turn the tables? Li Zixuan rolled his eyes and sat opposite Li Chengqian, next to Princess Changle. Hee. I've long heard that brother Xiaoxian likes to sleep. Today, I've finally personally encountered it. Changle covered her mouth and laughed softly. Li Zixuan's face reddened, and he awkwardly said, Ahem. Little sister Changle's words are wrong. You have to know that taking a nap can eliminate fatigue, recover physical strength, and strengthen the heart. It can also increase the ability to resist diseases, delay aging, and promote longevity. There are many benefits, so we should all take more naps. Stop. Li Chengqian hurriedly waved his hand and interrupted. He speechlessly said, Xiaoxian, your skin is really thick. You can find so many excuses for your own laziness. I'm convinced. Changle couldn't help but giggle. However, she was afraid that Li Zixuan would be too embarrassed and hurriedly covered her mouth. Li Zixuan angrily said, What do you mean by looking for excuses? Everything I said is in line with medical theory. If Chengqian doesn't believe me, you can go to the Imperial Physician Bureau and ask the old Imperial Physician. He then turned his head to look at Changle and said, Also, little sister Changle should do as I say and take more naps. Your foundation is weak to begin with. Oh, that's right. Is your chi better? Hearing Li Zixuan's slightly concerned words, Changle's tender face reddened. She softly said, It's better. Previously, Dao's son gave Changle a prescription. Changle has been taking it all this time. It's already been a long time since my chi flared up. Li Zixuan nodded his head. In history, Changle had died before the age of 22. Regardless of the reason, Li Zixuan didn't want such a gentle and pleasant girl to die so early. However, it was a pity that he hadn't studied medicine in his previous life. Now, he could only hope that Sun Simiao was more capable. That's good. However, Changle can't let down her guard. It's summer now, and it's not easy for Qi to flare up. You still have to take care of your body. Qi, asthma, was the most common season in winter. It was indeed not easy to flare up in summer. That was why Li Zixuan reminded her. Chapter 355. Thank you for your concern, Brother Xiaoxian. Changle will definitely pay attention. Changle's bright eyes flashed with a hint of complexity. She stood up and bowed to Li Zixuan. Xiaoxian, you were able to obtain blood to prolong Uncle Qin's life. Don't you have a way to cure Changle and my mother's illness? The smile on Li Chengqian's face had long disappeared. He looked at Li Zixuan and asked in a deep voice, Does this guy really think I'm an omnipotent doctor? Li Zixuan smiled bitterly and said, Chengqian, you think too highly of me. If I had that ability, I would have cured Sister Changel long ago. Actually, even if my master were alive, he would only be able to alleviate the illness. It would be difficult to cure it completely. Asthma was caused by tracheal allergies. There were as many allergens as there were things in the world. Everyone's allergens were different, so the cause of asthma was extremely complicated. The pathogenesis was also unclear. Even in modern society, with extremely advanced medical conditions, there was no way to cure it completely. But if the right method was found, the asthma condition could be controlled very well. But I do have some ways to alleviate or stabilize the condition. Li Zishuan tried hard to recall and muttered, "Oh, then tell me, Xianxia." Li Chengqian's eyes lit up as he hurriedly said. Changel also looked over with a face full of anticipation. Changel's illness is caused by her tracheal allergies to a certain substance. Chengqian, you need to find a meticulous palace made to accompany Changel at all times and take note of Changel's daily activities. It's best if you can analyze the source of Changel's allergies, such as pollen and dust. In the future, as long as you try to avoid these sources of allergies, you will have fewer relapses and suffer less. Generally speaking, people with illness are more sensitive to dry and cold air. It's fine now that it's summer. But once winter comes, Changel will probably suffer. So Changel, you must take advantage of this season to walk around and exercise. It's best if you do some exercise that isn't very strenuous, such as riding scooter. Also, I have a prescription for treating qi disease. I memorized it when my master prescribed medicine. It might not be useful, but Changel can give it a try. Hey, Xiaoxian, wait. I'll take notes. Li Chengqian hurriedly raised his hand to interrupt. Although Li Zishuan said so, he did not dare to underestimate him. The news of Li Zishuan obtaining blood to prolong Qin Xiong's life had spread throughout Chang and city, so he trusted Li Zishuan's medical skills very much. Li Zishuan smiled and didn't stop him. He waved his hand and asked the servants to bring Li Chengqian a brush, ink, paper, and inkstone. When everything was ready, he continued. This recipe costs 30 renminbi for the ginkgo, 20 renminbi for the sugar, and 5 renminbi for the starch. First, he removed the outer shell of the ginkgo and placed it in a pot with water. After boiling, he peeled the ginkgo and dug out its core. Then, he placed the ginkgo into a bowl, steamed it with water, and took it out. Put the ginkgo and sugar into the pot, add 2 bowls of water, and bring it to a boil. Remove the foam and thicken it with starch before serving. This recipe can unblock the blood vessels, protect the liver, moisturize the skin, anti-aging, suppress lung qi, stabilize phlegm, detoxify, and strengthen the body. Even if it can't cure Changel's qi disease, it will be very beneficial to her body. It can be eaten for a long time and should be helpful. The ginkgo was the seed kernel of the ginkgo tree. It could not only be used as medicine, but also as an ingredient. It was very effective for asthma. In his previous life, Li Zishuan's grandmother had mild asthma. She had been eating ginkgo according to this folk recipe. She paid attention to avoiding allergens and didn't have an attack for many years. However, ginkgo was poisonous when eaten raw. Oh, ginkgo can treat qi disease? Then I'll have people pick more and send some a mother. Li Chengqian happily folded the recipe in his hand and smiled. Thank you, Brother Xiaoxian. Changel squinted her eyes and smiled sweetly. Of course, she was happy that her illness was under control. After all, no one wanted to be sick all day. Small matter. But Changel, you still have to move around more. Our bodies are like a container. Exercise can make this container stronger, and it won't be easy for external diseases to invade. Okay, Changel has been playing with my brothers and sisters recently. Oh right, Brother Xiaoxian, I heard that your curious pavilion is selling new carriages today. Changel raised her head and looked at Li Zishuan. This was also one of the reasons why she came here with Li Chengqian today. Yes. Why? Changel also wants that kind of carriage? Yes. Changel sat in Brother Crown Prince's carriage before. It was so comfortable. It's a pity that Changel can't leave the palace for long periods of time, and you have to line up to buy a carriage from Curious Pavilion. So I can only buy one from Brother Xiaoxian. Changel blinked her beautiful eyes and said mischievously. Li Li Zixuan patted his head and said embarrassedly, "This is my fault. Cough. It's my fault. I should have given you one back then. You're also one of the shareholders of Curious Pavilion. How about this? Our current carriages are all black and red. They don't suit you. In a while, I will ask the workshop to customize a carriage for you for free. They will make it in whatever color you want. By then, Changle's carriage will be unique in Tang Dynasty. How about it? Really? That's great. Changle wants a pink one. Is that okay?" Changle said excitedly. "Indeed, every girl has a cute young girl's heart." "Huh, of course. Hee hee. Thank you, brother Xianxia." Chonglu cracked a smile. It was truly a smile that could charm hundreds of people. Li Changxian, who was sitting at the side, pursed his lips in jealousy. Changle had never smiled at him like that before. "Ahem, Xiaoxian, I'm here today to talk to you about business." Li Chengxian coughed dryly and said seriously, "What is it? Chengxian, tell me." Li Zixuan was observant and alert. He had already noticed the fleeting expression on Li Chengxian's face. He couldn't help but find it funny. "Brother Xiaoxian, brother Crown Prince, let's talk about business." Changle went to play with Sister Lana. Changle stood up and said, Empress Zhongsun had taught her well in this aspect. She had never asked about the so-called business between men. "Okay, Lan is in the western courtyard. Shall he take Princess Changle to find Miss?" Li Zixuan nodded and instructed. "Yes, young master. Your Highness, this way, please." Shao He cautiously bowed to the three people in the main hall and then led Changle out. "Okay, Chengxian, what do you want to say?" Li Zixuan said casually as he leaned back in his chair. Li Chengxian thought for a moment and slowly explained his intentions. "A few days ago, Xiao Xian, you said that you wanted the Imperial Court to send people to supervise Datong daily. Imperial Father arranged for me to come over. Therefore, I came today to discuss the follow-up matters with you." Chapter 356. Li Chengxian came over today mainly to contact Li Zixuan before he officially sent someone to the Datong Daily Editorial Department. He wanted to confirm the scope of authority of the person he sent over. While ensuring that he could complete the task given to him by Li Zixuan, he tried his best to avoid conflicts with Li Zixuan's people. Just like what Li Zixuan said before, if the person he sent over didn't know the scope of authority and blindly fought for power, it would affect the normal operation of Datong Daily. As the founder of Datong Daily, Li Zixuan didn't want to see this result. As the leader of the Tang Empire, Li also didn't want to see this result. Li Chengxian himself didn't want to see this result because he was already a small fan of Datong Daily. He would take time to read every issue of the newspaper. After an hour of friendly negotiation, both sides finally reached a peace treaty. From tomorrow onwards, Li Chengxian would send 5 scholars, led by Yu Shirenan, to the Datong Daily Editorial Department to set up the censor department. Every issue of the newspaper had to be submitted to the censor department for content review before it was published. If it passed the review, it could continue to be published. If it didn't pass the review, it would be rectified. The censor department only had the right to review the content and didn't have the right to appoint or remove the internal personnel of Datong Daily. As for the restrictions on the content of Datong Daily, as long as it didn't involve party struggles or maliciously smearing the imperial court, it would be reviewed and passed. Of course, this didn't mean that Datong Daily could only flatter the imperial court in the future. For some corrupt officials, if there was conclusive evidence, the censor department could also report it on Datong Daily after more than half of the scholars approved it. The Datong Daily Editorial Department also had the right to supervise the censor department. If the censor department's review wasn't fair, it could be reported to Li Chengxian 3 times. If Li Chengxian couldn't make a decision, it would be reported to Li Er. At first glance, in terms of function, the so-called censor department was a bit like the modern ****, which specialized in reviewing media content. But in terms of power, the censor department was much weaker because it could be supervised by the editorial department. It was a bit like the modern political commissar, and the editorial department was equivalent to the military chief. The military chief was to solve the problem of how to fight a war. The military chief, including the company instructor, battalion instructor, and the political commissar of regiments and above solved the problem of why to fight a war and who to fight for. It was hard to say who was more powerful between the two of them, as they did not have a direct superior-subordinate relationship. They were supposed to keep each other in check. The purpose of their existence was not to fight for power, but to help the army win the war. Similarly, the censor department and the editorial department didn't want to let Detong Daily to get on the big ship of the imperial court and get rapid development nationwide. Li's ultimate's goal was to let Li's to get involved. What? Where's Chang'e? After the discussion, Li Xianxia looked at the time and felt that it was time to return to the palace. So he followed Li Zishuan to the west courtyard to find Chang'e and return to the palace together. But he didn't see Chang'e and Lan in the courtyard, so he couldn't help but ask in confusion. He thought that Chang'e and Lan would be playing with the scooter in the west courtyard. That was why he asked. But he didn't know that Lan already had a new toy, which was the radio telegraph. As for the scooter, to hell with it. It couldn't be helped. Children liked the new and hated the old. Li Zishuan rolled his eyes and said unhappily, "Why are two little girls playing around in the courtyard on such a hot day? They're in my room." "In my room?" Hearing this, Li Xianxia looked at Li Zishuan with a strange expression. He thought to himself that his good brother really dared to say that a princess of the imperial family was in his room. Although Chang'e was only 8 years old, no one dared to say that, okay? This was a taboo for the imperial family. However, he didn't suspect that Li Zishuan had other intentions. This was because the impression that Li Zishuan gave him was that he was the type who spoke casually and didn't follow the rules. After a long time, he had already gotten used to it. Walking in front, Li Zishuan didn't notice Li Xianxia's strange expression. He walked directly into the room. From a distance, he could hear the beep, 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 beep of the radio, as well as the laughter of Chang'e and Lan. Younger sister Lan, this thing is really fun. Let me try it. I also want to talk to older sister Yushi. Okay. Older sister Chang'e, wait a moment. I'll talk to older sister Yushi. Beep, 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 beep. Older sister Yushi, Princess Chang'e wants to talk to you. Is that okay? Dozens of li away, in the Han residence's small courtyard. Upon receiving this message, Han Yushi's wrist couldn't help but tremble, her heart beating wildly. She would be very happy to talk to Li Zishuan and Lan, because she was very familiar with them. However, Chang'e, a high and mighty princess of the imperial family, Han Yushi was somewhat at a loss. Beep, 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 beep. Older sister Yushi, are you still there? Han Yushi jumped in fright. After translating Lan's telegram, she promptly replied, "Beep, beep, 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 beep. Lan, I'm still here. Ask the princess to come over and talk." Yushi is all ears. Li Residence, Western Courtyard. Older sister Chang'e, come. Speak. I'll help you send it. Older sister Yushi, hello. Beep, 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 beep. Hello, princess. Greetings to your highness the princess. Lan's voice reading the telegram, don't. Chang'e and older brother Xiaoxian are very good friends. Older sister Yushi need not be so courteous. Beep, 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 beep. Thank you, your highness. What does your highness want to say to Yushi? Older sister Yushi will be married to older brother Xiaoxian in a few days. Chang'e wishes older sister Yushi and older brother Xiaoxian a blissful marriage for 100 years. Chang'e will definitely come when you two get married. Also, older sister Yushi, you're so lucky. Older brother Xiaoxian treats you so well. After Chang'e finished speaking, she stared at the telegram machine in a daze. A trace of envy and inexplicable complexity flashed in her eyes. Lan waved her pianist and quickly operated the telegram machine to send this sentence to Han Yushi. Beep, 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 ahem. Lan, Chang'e, what are you doing? Li Zishuan listened outside the house for a while and couldn't listen anymore, especially since Li Xianxia looked at him strangely. He coughed dryly and entered the house to interrupt. Brother, you're here? Wait a moment. Lan, I will send this sentence to older sister Yushi first. Lan didn't even raise her head. She waved her hand and said, brother Crown Prince, older brother Xiaoxian, You're here? Changle, who was in a daze, was shocked by this voice. After she reacted, the little girl's face turned a little red. Chapter 357. Little Xian, is this a telegraph machine? I've heard Father mention it before. It said that it can send messages from far away. Today, I've finally seen its true form. After all, she was still his sister. Li Chengxian saw Changle's embarrassed face and hurriedly tried to smooth things over. However, his interest in this telegraph machine was real. Hearing this, Li Zishuan's eyes moved away from Changle's blushing face. He nodded and replied, "Yes, that's right. This is a wireless telegraph machine. Tis TSK, how magical. It's amazing that such an iron box can send messages to each other from so far away." Li Chengxian walked to the side and looked at it seriously for a moment. He kept making tisk-tisk sighs. Then he turned his head and said to Li Zishuan, "Xiao Xian, although I don't know how to make those scooters, plows, bearings, and so on, I can still understand them. But for this telegraph machine, even if you explain it to me, I probably won't be able to understand it. I keep feeling that this iron box is wrapped in endless mystery. Little Xian, you're really getting better and better. Is this the engineering you were talking about?" "Yes, this is engineering. It includes many other basic subjects. Chengxian, it's normal that you don't understand it." Li Zishuan had never expected people from the Tang dynasty to be able to understand electromagnetism now. That was an extravagant hope. However, after his Yanhuang College was built, this would no longer be an extravagant hope. "Oh, I also heard that little Xian wants to build an academy to teach the engineering you talked about. If there's anything you need help with in the future, just tell me. If I can help, I'll definitely do my best to help." Speaking up to here, Li Chengxian sighed and said sincerely, "If I were just an ordinary person, I would definitely enter your Yanhuang College. Listening to the engineering you talked about, I keep feeling that it's not the knowledge of the human world. Unfortunately, it's not up to me," Li Zishuan said unhappily. "Don't make trouble here. Chengxian, you were born with a noble status and didn't have to worry about food and clothing. Do you know how many people envy you? If you're still not satisfied, how are those poor commoners going to live? As the saying goes, be content with what you have. When you're envious of others, you don't know that even more people are envious of you." Li Chengxian was stunned when he heard this. Then he smiled bitterly and said, "Be content with what you have. Looks like I still don't understand it as well as you, little Xian. Brother little Xian, where are you going to build your academy? Was there enough money? If it's not enough, Changle can give up this year's bonus." When Changle heard them talking about Yanhuang College, she raised her head and said, No need, no need. I have more than enough money." Li Zishuan waved his hand in relief and said with a smile, "The academy will be built in Plum Village in the east of Chang'an City. It's surrounded by mountains and rivers, and the environment is beautiful. It's very suitable for learning. Moreover, it's not far from Chang'an City. If Changle and Chengxian have time in the future, you can visit Yanhuang College. After my academy is built, it will definitely be beyond your imagination." "Oh, is that so? When the time comes, Changle must go and have a look." Changle blinked her eyes and said excitedly, "Little Xian, how big is your academy going to be?" The more Li Chengxian listened, the more he felt that something was amiss. How is this building an academy? This was building a F*King Villa. Haha, it's not that big. The cloud mountain behind Plum Village is about 1,000 acres. After some rest, it should be enough to build Yanhuang College." Li Zishuan rubbed his chin and said, 1,000 acres. Li Chengxian and his sister were instantly petrified. "Brother Crown Prince, Changle heard from Lan that this telegraph machine was made by Brother Little Xian to relieve Sister Yushi's boredom. Brother Little Xian is so good to Sister Yushi." On the carriage back to the palace, Changle shifted her gaze from outside the window and said as she held her little face, "Oh, I didn't expect little Xian to be a guy who forgets his friends over his lust." Li Chengxian had never heard Li Er mention this before. He couldn't help but say with a cheeky look, "Umph. What do you mean by forgetting his friends over his lust? It's obviously Brother Little Xian who values his friends, okay?" Changle rolled her eyes at her brother and secretly thought that her brother crown prince was really unromantic. After being together for so many years, how could Li Chengxian not understand what Changle's expression meant? His face was full of black lines. He wanted to explain, but didn't know how to. He could only blame Li Zishuan. Brother crown prince, if Changle can be like Sister Yushi in the future and marry someone who loves me so much, Changle will have no regrets even if I die. But it's said that the marriage of the children of the royal family can never be decided by themselves. In another 3 years, father and mother will probably arrange a marriage for Changle. Changle is so scared that I'll marry the wrong person. But Changle doesn't want to make father and mother unhappy. Brother Crown Prince, what should Changle do? The carriage was silent for a few breaths of time. Changle suddenly raised her watery eyes and looked at her brother as she said with a pained expression. Li Chengxian had always doted on his sister. Now that he saw Changle like this, his heart felt as if it was pierced by a needle. He hurriedly said, "Don't think like that, Changle. Father and mother have doted on you since you were young. They definitely won't let you marry someone who doesn't love you. Besides, I'll definitely speak up for you when the time comes." "Hey, Faubert? Busy?" After sending Li Chengxian and his sister off, Li Zishuan let Lan'er chat with Han Yushi at home while he went to the workshop to see how the printing of the Tang Dynasty Dictionary was going. "Yo, young master, you're here." Faubert put down the stack of papers in his hand and said with a bitter smile, "Young master, the entire workshop is so busy that their feet don't even touch the ground now. I'm no exception." Li Zishuan scratched his head in embarrassment. He was here today to give the workshop an additional task. With Faubert in such a state, how could he say it out loud? "Faubert, it seems that our workshop still needs to be expanded a little bit." Now, the workshop's products were still in short supply. Even though the scooters had been launched for several months, they still didn't have to worry about sales. Generally, when the workshop produced something, it would definitely be sold out within 5 or 6 days. That was because foreign merchants like to resell. As for the new products, needless to say, the demand in Chang and City couldn't be met by the workshop. People in other places certainly couldn't enjoy the latest technology of the fantastic pavilion workshop immediately. "Young master, you've seen the workshop now. Even if I want to recruit more people, I don't have a place to settle them down." It was reasonable to say that the workshop of the Odd Taste Pavilion occupied a large area, occupying nearly a quarter of the entire Annie Lane. However, it was wishful thinking to use the productivity of this small area to meet the needs of the entire Annie Lane and even the entire Tang Empire. Chapter 358. Looks like it's time to expand our workshop. Li Zishuan looked up at the sky and said after some thought, "Expand? How do you plan to expand?" When the workshop was in Minister Yan's hands, the surrounding houses that could be moved away had all been moved away. Now, we can't expand anymore. Faubert shook his head and sighed. "Since there's no space in Chang, and we'll move outside of Chang and..." Li Zishuan's eyes suddenly became firm as he said in a deep voice, "Outside of the city? How can we do that?" "Young master, people in any era tended to live in big cities. Just like how modern people like to live in big cities like Tiandu and Shanghai, the ancient people were no exception. The workshop had finally taken root in Chang'an. Now that Li Zishuan wanted to move the workshop out, how could Faubert agree to that? "Why not? Faubert, you know that I'm going to build a college in Plum Village, right?" "Well, I've heard about it from Ma Zhou." "Haha, it's good that you've heard about it." Li Zishuan nodded and smiled. Plum Village is surrounded by mountains and rivers. It's not only suitable for learning, but also for production. In the future, not only will I be staying in Plum Village, but most of the workshop's production tasks will also have to be moved there. But there are no buts. Before Faubert could refute, Li Zishuan interrupted him. He said firmly, "Plum Village is indeed remote and desolate compared to Chang'an. But when Yanhuang College is built, that place will replace the Imperial College and gradually become the Tang Empire's sacred land of learning. Many other industrial chains will be born there. Moreover, with the talents cultivated by Yanhuang College, the workshop will gain a lot of benefits. Modern first-rate universities basically had a lot of companies under their name. For example, Tsinghua University had 30 to 40 listed companies under its control. Among them, there were a few very famous and powerful companies, such as Tsinghua Tongfang, Tsinghua Purple Light, and so on. This was the so-called combination of production, learning, and research. To the greatest extent, it could quickly turn academic knowledge into wealth. Li Zixuan came up with this idea on the spur of the moment. Yanhuang College's initial position was an engineering college. Of course, it didn't mean that in the future, only engineering would be taught. Confucianism would also be taught for political reasons, but the focus would definitely be on engineering. With the engineering foundation provided by Yanhuang College, the workshop would definitely be able to produce more high-end black technology. Of course, there was one thing that Li Zixuan did not mention. Mei Village was surrounded by the Ba River, which was very suitable for using water power to carry out industrial production, especially for some stamping and forging products that required very high surface precision. Hydraulic impact forging could perfectly meet the requirements. When the time came, Li Zixuan might consider making some more awesome black technology. All right, since young master insists, this old man agrees. Faubert was speechless. Surpassing the Imperial College and becoming the Tang Dynasty's holy land of learning? Although he admired Li Zixuan's creativity, running an academy and inventing and creating were two completely different things. Okay? Why did he feel that Li Zixuan's words just now sounded like he was listening to a heavenly book? But who asked him to be the boss? Faubert could only succumb to Li Zixuan's perverted thief and express that it was fine as long as he was happy. 2 years later, Faubert, you will definitely admire my wise decision. Li Zixuan could see Faubert's helplessness from Faubert's expression and couldn't help but laugh. Faubert was too lazy to even speak. He just stood there and rolled his eyes. Faubert, I will go to Plum Village in a few days. Come with me then and see where we can build our workshop. In the future, an E-Lane will be the headquarters of our workshop. It will only be responsible for decision-making and some production tasks. Most of the other things will be in Plum Village. Therefore, the workshop there must be a large layout. Don't be afraid of spending money. Just tell me how much land you need. If Plum Village doesn't have enough, I will go to the neighboring villages to buy it. Li Zixuan said in an overbearing manner. He liked to do things in one step. Instead of constantly expanding in the future, it was better to do things perfectly now. Yes, young master. This old man will go with you. Faubert couldn't change Li Zixuan's decision. He could only hope that they could choose a good place with convenient transportation. Oh, Faubert, have you built a house before? Li Zixuan suddenly asked. Of course. Faubert had a bad feeling, but he still answered truthfully. That's great. Li Zixuan patted his thigh and said excitedly, I already have the blueprint of Yanhuang College in mind. Faubert will also come with me to inspect the site. After I get married, I will draw the blueprint. Faubert, how about you bring people to help me build the college? Young master, if it is a simple house, this old man may build it. But if it is a garden with a more complicated structure, this old man is afraid that this old man can't do it. Faubert cupped his hands and said seriously, but this old man thinks that if you can invite someone to help you build a college, it will be absolutely foolproof. The college built will also be a masterpiece. Oh, who is it? Li Zixuan was a little disappointed when he heard Faubert say no. But when he heard the last sentence, he immediately asked excitedly. Minister Yin. Faubert stroked his beard and smiled. He recommended his old boss to Li Zixuan. Oh, so it's him. Li Zixuan suddenly realized. He had almost forgotten that Yin Lide was a very famous architect. According to historical records, in the early years of Wuda, Yin Lide was Chao Kanjun of the king of Qin's residence. Then he was appointed as the Minister of Imperial Clothing and designed clothes, umbrellas, and other ceremonial items for the palace. After Li Er ascended to the throne, Yin Lide was promoted to Minister of Works and was in charge of building palaces, mausoleums, and other projects. He had presided over the construction of Tsui Palace, Yuhua Palace, Xian Tomb of great ancestor Li Yuan, Zhao Tomb of Emperor Li Shimin, and other major projects. Even the outer walls and city towers of Chang and city were built by him. He was deeply praised and used by Lier. More importantly, Li Zixuan had a very good relationship with Yin Xiaoning. With this relationship, it might be much easier to ask for Yin Li's help. Of course, it would be even better if he could steal Yin Li's younger brother, Yin Libin. This was because the Yin family could be considered a real engineering family. As Yin Li's younger brother, Yin Libin not only had superb painting skills, but he was also a master of landscape architecture. He was almost comparable to Yin Li. When Yin Li presided over the construction of the Zhao tomb, Yin Libin had also participated in it and played a crucial role. Okay, I'll visit Minister Yin another day. Li Zixuan pondered for a moment and said, yes, that would be for the best. Fauber heaved a sigh of relief and smiled. He was truly afraid that Li Zixuan would assign this task to him. Not to mention his lack of ability, he was also very old. When the time came, he would not be able to endure the torment. Oh, that's right. Faubert, instruct a few craftsmen in the carriage department to make a pink carriage. Apart from the color being different, the rest of the materials and specifications will be the same as the previous Don't Touch Me design. When it's done, I'll send it to Princess Changle. You can continue with your work. I'll go to the editorial department of Datong Daily to discuss some matters with Ma Zhou. Li Zixuan irresponsibly handed over the task and slipped away, leaving behind a confused Faubert alone in the wind. Chapter 359. Xiaoxi, go and see if the printing department can deliver 500 copies of the Tang Dynasty Dictionary today. If they can't, all of them can stay back and continue working tonight. In the editing department, Ma Zhou was looking at a stack of data sheets. He frowned and ordered. From his expression, it was obvious that he was anxious. Yes, Master Ma. Song Xiaoxi bowed and accepted the order. He turned around and was about to leave when he bumped into Li Zixuan. Io. Greetings, Master Ju. Ma Zhou was deep in thought when he heard Song Xiaoxi's words. He stood up and cupped his hands. Master Ju, you're here. Yes. Xiaoxi, go and do your work. Li Zixuan waved his hand. He had heard Ma Zhou's words before he entered the room. He did not mean to eavesdrop, but his hearing was too good. He could not possibly cover his ears. Song Xiaoxi smiled and bowed. He quietly left the room and closed the door behind him. What's wrong, Brother Ma? Is the printing department unable to keep up with the progress? Li Zixuan sat down at the head of the table and asked with a smile. That's true. Ma Zhou nodded helplessly and said gloomily, you can't blame the editing department. The craftsmen, they're so busy that they can't even eat. The main reason is that the people are too enthusiastic about the Tang Dynasty Dictionary. Master Ju, the 1,000 copies you mentioned earlier is far from enough. Oh, why do you say so? Li Zixuan's interest was piqued as he asked curiously. 2 days ago, Ma Zhou was still questioning his decision to print 1,000 copies. He did not expect that in just 2 days, Ma Zhou would change his mind. Li Zixuan wanted to know what happened in between. Ma Zhou mumbled, I'm sorry to say that I had doubts about Master Ju's decision. So after the Tang Dynasty Dictionary was released today, I hired dozens of workers and asked them to go around the streets of Chang and city to find out how many people were willing to buy the dictionary. In the end, what's the outcome? Li Zixuan's eyes lit up. He did not expect Ma Zhou's thinking to be so advanced. He even knew how to do market research before a new product was launched. What a genius! According to the data I just collected, there are nearly 2,300 people who are willing to buy the Tang Dynasty Dictionary immediately, not including those who don't know the news of the Tang Dynasty Dictionary and those who haven't been investigated. In other words, we have attracted at least 2,000 people who are willing to spend money to buy it through just 1 day of publicity. Our printing department worked so hard to print the dictionaries for 2 days, but I don't think it's enough for 1 day. Moreover, as more and more people know about the Tang Dynasty Dictionary in the future, I can't imagine how terrifying its sales will be. I'm afraid that even if everyone in the workshop does nothing but print the dictionary of the Tang Dynasty, we still won't be able to catch up with the sales speed. Ma Zhou scratched his messy hair and smiled bitterly. Li Zixuan said in surprise, Why are there so many people who want to buy it? It shouldn't be. He already had a very optimistic estimate of the demand for the Tang Dynasty dictionary. However, from the data that Ma Zhou brought back, the actual demand for the first batch was more than 4 times higher than his estimate. He found it hard to understand. After all, the Tang Dynasty dictionary was only advertised in the newspaper today. Why not? Ma Zhou shook his head and explained, I didn't think it would be so crazy at first, but after I got the data, I thought about it seriously. It's reasonable that there would be such a huge demand. Our Tang Dynasty Dictionary is an essential reference book for the imperial examinations and an elementary teaching material for children. How can those students who are preparing for the imperial examinations not buy it when they see today's headlines? Those poor families will see this news and know that the imperial court will send teaching assistants to teach illiterate children pinyin for free. How can they not buy it? After all, they only need to pay the price of a Tang Dynasty dictionary to let their children learn how to read. Which poor family can resist such a temptation? The cost of learning how to read is too low. Now that I think about it, I don't find it strange that there would be such a huge demand. Li Zishuan was enlightened. He correctly estimated that the powerful features of the Tang Dynasty dictionary would arouse people's desire to buy it. However, he underestimated the huge influence of Li Er's words on the people. This time, he used Li Er's name to advertise. Oh, I see. But Brother Ma, you don't have to feel too much pressure. You can't get fat with a single bite. The situation of supply not meeting demand isn't something that can be solved overnight. Let's take it slow. Those who need to eat still need to eat, and those who need to rest still need to rest. The problem now is that the workshop is not big enough. I just discussed with Faubert about expanding the workshop in the future. At that time, we can recruit more people. When Li Zishuan saw Ma Zhou frowning with a bitter expression, he couldn't help but find it funny. Hence, he consoled him. Expand? Ma Zhou suddenly raised his head and looked at Li Zishuan in disbelief. Obviously, he knew the current situation of the workshop very well. He knew that according to common sense, the workshop could not be expanded. Bang bang. Ha! Godfather Ma, I'm back. This time, I have to thank you properly. All right, I'll be the host later, please. Creak in the house. After Li Zishuan told Ma Zhou about the workshop relocation plan and Li Chengqian's plan to set up an internal audit department in the Datong Daily Editorial Department, he looked at the sky and felt that it was time to go home. When he got up and walked to the door, he heard Brother Chicken knocking on the door and shouting outside. Lord Zhu, you're here too. Huh, that. I'm sleepwalking. Huh. The door opened wide. Looking at the young and handsome face behind the door, Brother Chicken's right hand suddenly froze in the air. After several breaths of time, Brother Chicken dryly laughed. Li Zishuan, Ma Zhou was speechless. Hold on. Li Zishuan watched as the clown stretched out his arms and hopped away like a zombie. Li Zishuan angrily called out, Come back here. Huh. Why am I here? Pang Feiji was stunned. He stopped in his tracks and turned around to walk over. Is Pang Siggy back from his investigation? What's the result? Seeing the awkward atmosphere, Ma Zhou chuckled and tried to smooth things over for Brother Chicken. Yes, it's true. It was all thanks to old Ma for pointing out the right path. You're really like a god when it comes to solving cases. Cough, cough. As you expected, it was really a bunch of kids playing tricks. However, that bunch of kids didn't come to cause trouble again, so I can only report back first. After all, the safety of the workshop and the strange culture is also very important. Brother Chicken went up and said flatteringly, Then you two can chat. I'm going back. Li Zishuan heard the gist of it, smiled, waved, and left. Ma Zhou had told him about the right Marquis household's investigation. To get such a result, Yuqi Jingde must have purposely gone easy on him. Otherwise, it wouldn't have ended so hastily. At the very least, the Biaozi he hired should have been found out by the Marquis. Now it seemed that he had to accept Yuqi Jingde's favor. Chapter 360. The sky was overcast, and Xiao lowered her head. The branches were bent, and the sky was covered with dark clouds. It looked like a storm was coming. Chang'an, which had been hot for more than a month, was finally going to welcome a rainstorm. Li Zishuan was dressed very formally today. He wore a snow-white robe with a scholar's headscarf and clogs. He looked like a peerless scholar. His appearance was indeed very cool, but if it wasn't for today's special day, Li Zixuan wouldn't dress like this even if he was beaten to death. The robe was very complicated to wear. From the inside to the outside, it was divided into an inner shirt, undershirt, socks, and scarf, a middle shirt, a jacket, and an outer shirt. If it wasn't for Xiaoxi's help, he probably wouldn't be able to wear it in the morning. The robe of the Tang dynasty was similar to a modern suit. It was usually worn on more formal occasions. Fortunately, it was a cloudy day today. Otherwise, Li Zixuan would definitely be treated as a fool by others. Even so, when the students of the school saw their teacher's stunning outfit, they couldn't help but be astonished. They secretly wondered if their teacher's brain had short-circuited today. Usually, when Li Zixuan came to class, he would dress very casually. It couldn't be said that he dressed sloppily, but it could be said that he was unrestrained. The sudden change in style made the students of the school very uncomfortable. A few mischievous troublemakers were ready to tease him. Li Zixuan didn't give them a chance to ask questions. He directly started the class with a serious expression. Everyone in the classroom inexplicably felt an invisible pressure. A kind of oppressive atmosphere gradually filled the classroom. Everyone couldn't help but look at the blackboard. Even Cheng Chumo and Wang Ming, who were usually the most mischievous and didn't like to study the most, didn't dare to make trouble. Clang, clang, clang. Unknowingly, the class had passed. Li Zixuan, who never delayed classes, didn't stop to let the students rest this time. It was as if he didn't hear the end of the class and continued his class as if nothing had happened. After so many lectures, all of you should have an intuitive understanding of fractions. Next, I'll talk about the addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division of fractions. Some students might be confused. How do you add, subtract, multiply, and divide a score? In the first chapter, we learned about addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division between natural numbers. Of course, it is possible to extend it from natural numbers to fractions, but the rules of addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division between fractions will be different. Please look at the blackboard. On the podium, Li Zixuan was meticulously and seriously teaching the class. It was as if he wanted to give all the knowledge to the students in this class. Influenced by this solemn mood, no one raised any objections. They all sat in their seats and listened attentively. Why hasn't the class ended yet? As the status of the mathematics school in the Directorate of Imperial Studies rose, students from the other schools came here more and more frequently. Very quickly, people discovered that the mathematics school, which had always been very normal, was very abnormal today. Classes at the other schools had ended a long time ago, but there was still a class here. Thus, they all discussed it outside the window. That's not right. Li Sai would never give a lecture during recess. What's going on today? Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Yuan Shuo couldn't help but touch his chin and wonder. You're right. Why does Li Sai's clothes today feel a little off? Also look down there. Even Cheng Chumo is listening attentively. This is unbelievable. The person who spoke clearly knew Cheng Chumo from the mathematics school very well. This is too strange. They're still in class at this time. Don't they need to go to the toilet? This idiot's brain is clearly wired differently from the other students. Chancellor, I heard that Li Sai is going to resign from his position as CE in the red attic in the center of the Imperial Studies Directorate. In Kong Yingda's study, Wang Yaluan looked at Kong Yingda with a solemn expression and asked. He was the first scholar from the Directorate to publish a policy article on Detang Daily when it was first published. However, due to his old age, Wang Yaluan had long since resigned from his position at the Directorate of Imperial Studies. He hadn't asked about the internal affairs of the Directorate for a long time. However, he was very experienced, even older than Kong Yingda. Most of the teaching assistants and scholars in the Directorate could be considered as juniors. Thus, even though Wang Yaluan had already resigned, he had personally appeared today. Even Kong Yingda, the Chancellor of the Directorate of Imperial Studies, had to take him seriously. Indeed, Brother Yaluan, Kong Yingda smiled bitterly. How did things end up like this? I've heard about what happened before. Li Sai's words in the newspaper were a little too harsh. and many of the things in the newspaper were vague. Overall, it didn't seem like a big deal. At most, Chancellor, you could have just reprimanded him. Why did you have to force him to leave? Wang Yaluan glared as he spoke up for Li Zixuan. Like Li Gang, Wang Yaluan, who was half a foot in the grave, wasn't a pedantic Confucian. He had long since gotten over some problems. He knew very well that there were some arrogant people in Confucianism who thought too highly of themselves. He believed that any method that could help students learn was a good method. Li Zixuan's blackboard, chalk, the start and end-of-class system, pinyin, and so on were all extremely important for teachers to teach and pass on culture. Thus, Wang Yaluan had always admired Li Zixuan. Brother Yaluan, this isn't this Kong chasing Li Sai away. A few days ago, Li Sai told this old man that he had taken the initiative to resign from His Majesty. This Kong was also very surprised and repeatedly urged him to stay, but Li Sai had already made up his mind. This Kong has the heart, but not the strength. Kong Ingda complained with a bitter face. How could this be? Chancellor, can you tell this Wang in detail? All right, this chapter has been finished. Everyone, remember to revise when you go back and complete the homework. This time, I won't be marking your homework anymore because after teaching 3 classes in a row without any breaks in between, Li Zixuan's throat was a little dry. After he finished teaching the chapter of Marx, he looked at the students below and said in a deep voice, because this is the last class that I will be teaching you in the School of Mathematics. The last class. When Li Zixuan's voice fell, all the students couldn't help but widen their eyes and stare blankly at their seats. The classroom fell into a dead silence. No sound could be heard, including the sound of breathing. At this moment, if a needle fell on the ground, one could probably hear a ding-dang sound. Wow! After a full 5 to 6 breaths of silence, the students below finally reacted. Instantly, there was an uproar. Sir, why is it the last class? What do you mean? Meng Wenhao gathered his courage and stood up first as he shouted with red eyes. Chapter 361. Sir, what do you mean? Why is it the last class? There are still 7 days before the field holiday. Sir, are you going somewhere? In the classroom, after Meng Wenhao's voice, the other students also reacted. Ku Shiqing, Cheng Chumo, Wang Meng, and the others all spoke up. Only Li Taiyan sat in the front row, leisurely and relaxed. Just like his name, he was as calm and steady as Mount Tai. Li Zixuan gestured for everyone to be quiet. Looking at the anxious faces of the students in front of him, he felt somewhat gratified. In just a few months, he had left his mark in the school. He could not bear to part with these students, and they could not bear to part with him. For a teacher who was about to leave, what could be more gratifying than this? Everyone be quiet. Listen to me. My wedding is in 3 days. I asked for leave from His Majesty yesterday, and His Majesty gladly agreed. Therefore, after today's class, I will go home to prepare for my wedding. According to the Tang Dynasty law, officials were entitled to 9 days of leave when they got married, and relatives were also entitled to 1 to 5 days of leave when they got married. Logically speaking, Li Zixuan could have asked for leave long ago to go home and prepare for his wedding. But in the end, he could not bear to part with these students, so he delayed it until today. However, there were only 3 days left until the wedding, and he could not delay it any longer, so he chose to bid farewell to these students today. His original plan was to say goodbye to them when the directorate had their field break, but now it seemed that he could only bring forward the date of his departure. Even if he got married 3 days later, he wouldn't have the time to come and teach. Therefore, this was really the last time he would teach in the mathematics school. Phew, so it's just a wedding leave. I wish sir and madam a happy life together. Meng Wenhao could not help but heave a sigh of relief when he heard Li Zixuan say that this was the last class because of the wedding leave. Sir, if you want to get married, just get married. Why did you make it sound so scary? It's still the last class. You scare me to death. Wang Meng patted his chest and said with an "I was scared to death" look on his face. The rest of the students were about to chime in, but Li Zixuan coughed dryly and interrupted loudly. It's not just because of the wedding leave. Even if I don't get married in 3 days, I will still leave the Imperial College in 7 days. I have already resigned from His Majesty a few days ago. After 7 days, I will no longer be the minister of the Imperial College, and I will no longer be your teacher. By then, there will be other professors to teach you mathematics. Li Zixuan's words were like a bolt from the blue. The students of the mathematics school were all shocked and couldn't help but discuss. What? Sir is leaving the Imperial College? How can this be? I've only just learned the basics of Sir's new mathematics. How can Sir leave? Sir, why? You can't. Sir. That's right. Sir. No one can replace you. Yes, sir, you can't leave. You can't leave. You can't, sir. The students were shocked at first, then panicked and helpless. In the end, they all shouted in unison, You can't go. You can't leave. The voices grew louder and louder. Li Zixuan, who was standing on the podium, couldn't help but be infected by this grand and impassioned atmosphere. At this moment, he really did have a slight impulse to disregard everything and stay behind. However, his strong willpower allowed him to restrain this irrational emotion. For the future of engineering, he had to jump out of the Imperial College and build his own academy. Quiet. Li Zixuan pressed his hands and said solemnly, Thank you for asking me to stay, but I have to leave. It's not convenient for me to tell you the specific reason. Why can't you tell us the details? Wang Ming yelled, interrupting Li Zixuan's words. Yes, why can't you tell us the details? Did the Chancellor ask Sir to leave? If so, let's go find Chancellor Kong and reason with him. Yes. Let's reason with him. Immediately, a group of people echoed behind him. Sun Zifan, Yu Donkai, and a few other students who had just transferred over were the fiercest. Although they had only been in the Institute of Mathematics for a short time, they already liked the free and upward learning atmosphere in the Institute of Mathematics and Li Zixuan's new mathematics. Shut up. Wang Ming, Sun Zifan. Both of you shut up. Li Zixuan was both touched and angry at the sight of this group of idiots eager to go out and fight with Kong Yingda. He shouted loudly, Let's go. We won't shut up. Sir, if you don't tell us the reason, we won't shut up. Yes. Sir, quickly tell us who stopped you from teaching us. We'll go beat him up. Yes. We'll beat up whoever doesn't let Sir teach us. Although Wang Ming, Sun Zifan, and the others were usually afraid of Li Zixuan, they didn't seem to be afraid at all now. Pa. Cough. Don't misunderstand. Ouch. F***CK. Ouch. Li Zixuan broke a piece of chalk and shot 3 arrows at the same time. They accurately hit Wang Ming, Sun Zifan, and Yu Donkai, the 3 little rascals who were jumping around the most. He said coldly, I'm still your teacher now. Does no one listen to what I say? Once these words were spoken, the teaching room immediately regained its silence. Only then did many people recall Li Zixuan's past as a pervert and stop their heckling. No matter what the reason is, I have to leave the Imperial College. I appreciate your good intentions, but as my students, you must abide by the rules. My students definitely wouldn't do such a thing. After saying that, Li Zixuan waved his hand and prepared to leave. Meng Wenhao quickly got up and said, Sir, can you tell us what your plans are after leaving the Imperial College? The other students' eyes lit up when they heard that. They looked over, but this time, no one dared to jeer. Li Zixuan paused and said, I plan to build my own academy to impart engineering. May I ask what engineering is? Meng Wenhao cupped his hands and asked, I have named what I have learned as engineering. The so-called engineering is the study of engineering, the study of the principles of all things, the creation of weapons in the world, and the study of improving the lives of the people. The mathematics that you have learned is the foundation of engineering. Li Zixuan answered. Meng Wenhao carefully savored those words. Then he asked with a complicated expression, Then why don't you impart engineering in the Imperial College? The Imperial College doesn't offer this subject. Besides, engineering is a huge academic system that includes many subjects. It would be inconvenient to impart it in the Imperial College. Therefore, I applied to build my own academy to impart my knowledge to the Emperor. Li Zixuan shook his head and said, What kind of students will your academy accept? Meng Wenhao hesitated for a moment and asked, That's right, I could go to Mister's Academy then. Wang Ming patted his head and said excitedly, When the academy is built, I will hold an entrance exam. At that time, no matter if you're a noble or a commoner, as long as you pass the exam, you'll be able to enter the Imperial College, and the tuition will be free. However, Wenhao, you have to think carefully about whether you will choose to stay in the Imperial College, where you have a bright future, or go to my academy, where you have an unknown future, to search for the distant truth. You have to know that with your current level of mathematics, you have a high chance of entering one of the 4 schools in the Imperial College's annual examination at the end of the year. Li Zishuan said seriously. He hoped that all the students in the School of Mathematics would go to Yanhuang College. However, people at this age were the most impulsive. Therefore, he had to tell them clearly in advance so that they would not regret it. Chapter 362. I'm not afraid. If you want to set up your own academy, I, Sun Zifan, will be the first to sign up. Li Zishuan's realistic words woke everyone up. Many times, there was a big gap between ideals and reality. The Imperial College was the highest educational institution run by the Tang Empire's government. There was no doubt about its superiority. There were so many poor students in the 360 provinces and 1,500 counties of the Tang Empire who wanted to enter the Imperial College. For them, entering the Imperial College was equivalent to taking half a step into the official career. At this time, it was really difficult for these students to give up the Imperial College with a bright future. However, Li Zishuan's vast knowledge and novel teaching methods deeply attracted them. Even Cheng Chumo and Yu Donkai, who disliked studying the most, had to admit that they could learn a lot of novel knowledge from Li Zishuan's classes. This difficult multiple-choice question made many students feel conflicted. The School of Mathematics quieted down again. However, some people didn't care about the so-called future. When most people were thinking and conflicted, Sun Zifan was the first to jump out and say loudly. Li Zishuan had said that if they continued to stay in the School of Mathematics, they would definitely be promoted to the School of Mathematics by the end of the year. He really didn't care about this at all. Back then, he had voluntarily transferred from the Imperial College to the School of Mathematics. Why would he care about the School of Mathematics, which was one level lower than the Imperial College? For him, the most important thing was to be happy. The atmosphere of the School of Mathematics made him very comfortable. There was no boring competition of wealth or scheming. There was only mutual learning, joking, and cursing. He liked to stay here. As for his father, Sun Zifan, he sent his son to Li Zishuan because he liked Li Zishuan's knowledge and wanted his son to learn more. Coincidentally, the father and son had the same idea. Therefore, Sun Zifan was the first to stand out and say that he wanted to follow Li Zishuan. Tai is also willing to go to teacher's school. Li Tai raised his head and laughed. He was the first of his students to know that Li Zishuan wanted to leave the directorate and set up his own school. He had already made a decision in his heart. So, when Li Zishuan had just announced the news, he was not at all surprised. However, what made him depressed was that he had originally wanted to deliberately delay for a while before stepping forward to show his importance. But the first place had been snatched away by Sun Zifan. Even King Wei is going. Yes, this is too crazy. Who was Li Tai? Hearing his decision, some of the wavering students couldn't help but discuss in whispers. They felt that it was too crazy, but there was something even crazier than this. Count me in. Isn't it just a directorate? Old Chung, don't care about it all. Following Mr. Li is still the most comfortable. As Li Zishuan's best buddy, Cheng Chumo certainly couldn't show weakness. He also stood up and shouted, "Count me, Li Huiran." Li Huiran also stood up. In fact, it was the same whether he stood or not. When his father left, he asked him to follow Li Zishuan. Wherever Li Zishuan went, of course he had to follow him. Otherwise, when Li Xiaogong came back, he would have a hard time. In addition, he had a good relationship with Cheng Chumo. When he had just transferred to the Imperial College a few days ago, he had been tutoring with Cheng Chumo. He had already become Cheng Chumo's underling. If the big brother wanted to go, how could the underling not follow? Count Qin Huayu in. The relationship between the Qin family and the Li family was stronger than iron. At this time, if Qin Huayu didn't come out to support Li Zishuan, Qin Xiong would teach him a lesson when he returned. Count me, you Donkai in. This guy was also a top student in the Imperial College, so he didn't care about his future. Count me Wang Meng in. Count me Duan Wenba in. Count me Kong Chuansun in. Count me in. Students continuously stood up to express their opinions. Their firm voices rose and fell. In just half an hour, almost 21 students had stood up. However, in the front row, Meng Wenhao, Ku Shiqing, Zheng Ziren, Lu Yin, and the other poor children with good grades but ordinary family backgrounds all lowered their heads. They frowned and gritted their teeth, as if they were deep in thought, but also as if they were struggling. Li Zixuan was slightly disappointed, but he really didn't blame these people. The result now was better than what he had expected. After all, these poor children came to the Imperial College with the mission of changing the lives of their families. In a sense, they were no longer living for themselves. They couldn't be like Cheng Chumo, Sun Zifan, and the other officials' children, who casually made decisions. They had too many things to consider. Hey, Meng Wenhao, sir is so good to you. Why aren't you saying anything? You're doing right. Shut up. This strange situation was easily noticed by others. Sun Zifan was the first to jump out and point at Meng Wenhao. However, before he could finish, he was interrupted by Li Zixuan's angry shout. Sun Zifan, Li Tai, Cheng Chumo, Wang Meng, Yu Donkai, Duan Wenba, Kong Chuansun, Song Tianyu, Li Huiran, Qin Huayu, Guang Gaoan, Zhang Wenchang, Bai Hanyuan, Lu Yinming, Ji Ojmu, Yihan, Guruachin, Yin Shenghao, Si Tingxian, Hua Yunfan, Xiaolan Mei. I am very happy that you are willing to give up your future and follow me to the academy to search for the truth. However, each of us has a different destiny. You just have to be yourself. You have no right to criticize other people's choices. Li Zixuan said to the 21 students who were standing. Then, he looked at the students who were sitting with their heads lowered and said softly, "No matter what choice you make, as your teacher, I will respect your decision. Whether it is to fight for a better future or to search for the truth in your heart, there is no right or wrong. I am your teacher and student. I only hope that you can get the future that you want. Many years later, as long as you don't regret it, it will be fine. There is no need to feel guilty. None of you owe me anything. Moreover, it is not like your master's academy cannot recruit students. There are many people who want to learn from me. All of you are lowering your heads. Are you pitying me? Teacher, it is not like that. The student also wants to." Hearing this, Meng Wenhao hurriedly stood up and explained to Li Zixuan with a face full of shame. "Ha! Wenhao, you don't have to say anymore. Your master knows what you want to say. You are one of my most valued disciples. You are also very talented in mathematics. After your master leaves, I hope that you can continue to study diligently. The path of mathematics is endless. You have only grasped the surface. A teacher for a day, a teacher for life. If you have any questions in the future, you can come to Yinhuang College in the eastern suburbs of Chong, in city, to find me." Li Zixuan waved his hand and smiled. A teacher for a day, a teacher for life. Teacher. Meng Wenhao was greatly moved. His eyes were red as he shouted. He wanted to say something, but he could not say it. "All right, your master is leaving. Everyone, this September, we will meet at Yinhuang College. If the other students change their minds, your master will also welcome them. Lastly, I will leave you with a word of advice. Your master's Yinhuang College may not be worse than the Imperial College in the future. If you believe it, it will exist. If you don't, it will not exist. Choosing Yinhuang College does not mean that you have given up your future. It depends on whether you have the guts to take the gamble. 3 years later, you will know the result." Li Zixuan smiled meaningfully. He waved his sleeves and left without taking a trace of cloud with him. The more than 40 students in the School of Mathematics, whether standing or sitting, were all staring in the direction where Li Zixuan had left. After a while, Li Tai broke the silence and said, "All right, class is over. The teacher has already left. What are you all waiting for?" After that, he tidied up the things on the table and stood up to Meng Wenhao. He whispered, "Wenhao, pack up and come with me.